Chapter 41. Wuxia naturally didn't know that he had such a heaven-defying treasure in his hands. He was worried. If he returned it to the Tang family, how could he explain why this thing fell into his hands? If he didn't return it to the Tang family, what was the use of keeping it by his side? He didn't even know what this thing was, let alone its true value. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure it out. He casually wrapped up the Shendan, put it into a cold jade box, and then packed it in a golden sandalwood box. He weighed it in his hand and then put it next to the pillow at the head of the bed. After thinking for a while, he pushed it in and pulled up a pillow towel to cover it. This didn't mean that Wuxia realized the value of this thing and wanted to keep it close to his body, but he had heard that the fragrance of golden sandalwood was very helpful for sleep. In the past, there was a gentleman who bought the casket and returned the pearls, which made him laugh for 1,000 years. But he didn't know if what Wuxia did today was also. Night fell, and the heavy rain gradually stopped. Old Master Tang Wanli's white hair all stood up. He was really angry and he flew into a rage. He went to find trouble with the Li and Meng families with a belly full of anger, but when he arrived at the Li family he was sent out with a soft knife. He went to the Meng family angrily to show off his power, and actually fulfilled his wish, causing the whole Meng family to be in a mess. But when he arrived it started raining heavily. Seeing that he couldn't go back, Old Master Tang became more and more depressed. He simply flew into a rage at the Meng family, scolding everyone in the Meng family, who knew that when he was venting, his family members came to report that their house had been robbed. Old Master Tang's head suddenly buzzed and all the blood in his body rushed to his head. He came to find trouble with others, but his own house was immediately turned upside down by others. He had just come here to look for trouble, but his own house was immediately turned upside down by someone else. Furthermore, it was a mess caused by someone working together from the inside and outside. Old Master Tang didn't need to ask what was missing. He already knew that it must be something important that was related to him. If it wasn't something that belonged to him, his family wouldn't have come to inform him at this critical juncture in such a heavy storm. As for his most important possession, if one were to compare the value, it would naturally be the Shen core. Thinking of this, the old man held on to the possibility that it was the Shen core that had been stolen, so he hastily asked. As long as it wasn't the Shen core that had been stolen, everything else was fine. Unfortunately, what he was afraid of had come true. It was indeed his lifeblood, the Shen core. The old man's vision darkened and he almost fainted. Ever since he obtained this item, Tang Wanli knew that he had obtained a treasure. As long as the younger generation diligently practiced and raised their Shen Qi cultivation to the Earth Shen realm, even if he had to sacrifice his old face, he could still invite a few masters of the Tian Shen level, or even the Supreme Shen Shen level to come and help him. With this Shendan he could push his younger generation to the realm of the Tian Shen level. That way, as long as there was a Tian Shen level master in charge, the Tang family's glory would at least be fine as long as the Tian Shen level master was still alive. But he was already old. Even if he used the Shendan to raise his cultivation, he might not be able to live much longer. Only when he reached the realm of the Supreme Shen Shen could it be possible to prolong his life. But he definitely did not have that talent. Even if he relied on this rare treasure, there was no hope. Of his two sons, one was a good-for-nothing and the other was quite talented, but his talent was that he disliked martial arts and preferred literature. His Qi cultivation stopped at the 9th level, and he didn't even rush to the silver level. Although it was smooth sailing in the officialdom, it was not a good feeling to not have a top expert to hold the fort, and the taste of life and death was in the hands of others. Although civil and military affairs were under the jurisdiction of His Majesty the Emperor, as long as there was a strong Tian Shen level master in the family, even if the Emperor wanted to deal with him, he would have to think carefully. Grandfather Tang had no other choice but to settle for the next best thing and place all his hopes on his grandson. Finally, Grandfather Tang was gratified to find out that there were a few in his grandson's generation who did not disappoint him. Aside from the eldest, Tang Yuan, who did not focus on proper work, the other 3 grandsons all revered strength and were more diligent in their cultivation of profound energy. This greatly comforted Grandfather Tang's heart. He hoped that within 10 years, one of his grandchildren would be able to enter the Earth Shen realm. Furthermore, his own body was still in good health. No matter what, he could still fight for another 10 years for the Tang family. If this Shendan was used on his grandchildren, the effect would be better than using it on his sons. If everything went smoothly, within at least 100 years, the Tang family would be safe, no matter if it was in the imperial court or outside. Who would have thought that after waiting for so many years, painstakingly gathering some supplementary medicinal ingredients, and his grandchildren had successfully broken through to the silver level at such a young age? Just a few more years and they would be able to meet all the requirements. The most important thing would be stolen at this critical juncture. Tang Yuan was like a fox exploiting the tiger's might, holding 1,500,000 taels of silver in his hand. He grabbed Meng Hai's collar and insisted on redeeming the accessory and the precious jade on the spot. How could Meng Hai take it out? He kept bowing and saying good things, so anxious that beads of sweat appeared on his face. Just when he was at his wit's end, Old Master Tang issued an order to return home immediately. He kicked Fatty, who was still chattering and was about to leave anxiously. Before leaving, Tang Yuan roared fiercely, "If I don't hand over the sword and the precious jade within 3 days, I will go to His Majesty the Emperor to reason things out." This sentence scared Meng Haizu so much that he almost pissed his pants. Of course, the price for Tang Yuan's words was to be kicked twice by Old Master Tang. He rolled back and forth like a rubber ball. Rushing home in a hurry, Old Master Tang flew into a rage. All the elite guards of the Tang family were sent out to conduct a massive search. Old Master Tang ordered them to preserve the 16 corpses that were shot in his house and the 6 people who died mysteriously at the street corner. Other than having people identify them every day, he also drew pictures and distributed them through the Ministry of Justice. He offered a reward of 100,000 taels of silver in order to obtain the origins of these people. As for the few servants who had escaped from his house, he doubled the bounty on them. He vowed to find the mastermind behind all of this. Within a day the capital was shaken. And 3 days later the world was shaken. At the same time, Li Yuran's Li family did not make any moves on the surface. They looked like they were watching the show, but secretly they were also swift and decisive. Li Yuran strictly interrogated everyone who knew about this matter. If there was even the slightest suspicion, they would be tortured. All kinds of torture methods were endless. She would rather kill 1,000 wrongly than let one go. She had to find out who was going against her. In just 2 days, several people had died because they could not bear the torture. At the same time, the Li family's secret forces began to take action, asking around and infiltrating. All the big families in the capital vaguely sensed that this was very unusual. They took strict precautions to protect themselves and avoid getting involved in this big whirlpool. At the same time, they sent people to ask around to find out what was going on with the Tang family. For a moment, the whole capital was in turmoil and undercurrents were surging. The prison cells of the Ministry of Justice were suddenly full. All the forces of the Tang family were mobilized, causing an earthquake in the capital. Everyone was in danger. There was no news for a long time. Old Master Tang Wanli was burning with anxiety and flew into a rage every day. Li Yuran looked gentle on the surface, but the coldness in the depths of her eyes was like 2 poisonous cobras. Whoever she stared at, the lightest would be a life, the heaviest would be the death of the whole family. However, Junxia, who had really benefited from this, did not know anything. He was still leisurely wandering in his own house. At night, he hugged the golden sandalwood to sleep. He sighed. It turned out that it was really good for sleep. In his mind, he was still wondering why he was thinking about his widowed sister-in-law. Chapter 42. This was not to say that the Jun family had too many eyes and ears, but rather the Jun family's intelligence agency had gotten used to this. They would never give any information to this young master. Moreover, this young master had been rather busy these few days. He was either cultivating or exploring the secrets of the exquisite Hongjun Pagoda, or supervising the training of the guards in the mansion. He had even managed to make a lot of lees fermenting in his busy schedule. So much so that Junxia only found out a few days after such a huge incident had happened in the capital. Of course, there was another reason why the Jun family was so quiet. Whether it was the Tang family or the Li family, they had never looked at the Jun family with suspicion. Not to mention the debauchee Jun. The entire Jun family consisted of the old, the young, the crippled, and the debauchee. Grandpa Jun had always been open and aboveboard. This was something that even his enemies had no choice but to admit. So he naturally wouldn't do such a thing. As for Jun Moxie, they felt that even thinking about him was an insult to the 6 people who had died on the street. Who would believe that this good-for-nothing debauchee Jun Moxie had the ability to kill a silver-leveled expert and 5 level 9 Shen experts in one fell swoop? However, not everyone in the Jun family was unscathed. Because Jun Sunshao had so much time on his hands these few days, in just a few short days, he had tormented every single one of the guards to the point of losing a layer of their skin. However, not a single one of the guards had any complaints. The reason was simple. They were embarrassed, really embarrassed, and could not open their mouths. If the guards had lost a layer of their skin, then Junxia had lost 3 layers of his skin. Perhaps even more. In the past few days, the training that Wuxia had put him through was something that even an iron-blooded general like Jianghu could not help but feel apprehensive. The day's work and rest schedule. Before dawn, Wuxia had already woken up from his sleep. In the courtyard, Wuxia had set up a hidden corner. It was also a place where the wind blew in from all directions. The reason why he was not in his room was because he wanted to get closer to the world and nature. The fresh air of the morning was a gift from nature. 2 hours later, he tied a heavy sandbag to his body, arms and wrists. Then he began the training of all kinds of basic movements. Punches, straight punches, swings, uppercuts, kicks, side kicks and back kicks. There was no rest or interval in between. After completing this set, he immediately went on to do push-ups, sit-ups, belly wraps, duck steps, frog jumps, leg presses, shoulder suspensions and hangs upside down. After a round of training, his body basically had no sweat left. All the muscles in his body were extremely active. If an ordinary person were to undergo the above training, even if they could endure it, they would at least be half dead from exhaustion. However, this was only the beginning. After stretching his arms and legs, it was finally time to practice a set of boxing moves. Each move was meticulous. These movements, even if it was just for show but not practical, would probably cause him to sweat profusely. Not to mention strictly according to the standards. Every punch, from the toes to the heels, then the ankle twisting, the calf muscles transferring, the leg bending, the thigh bearing the weight, and the waist transferring all the strength into a twisting motion. Then, this strength converged into a torrent and was transferred to the shoulder, driving the entire arm. Basically, it was using all the strength in the body to throw this punch. Every punch was also with all his strength. There was once a martial arts expert who said, "Don't just look at a simple punch and a kick. One must know that this punch and kick required the whole body to coordinate, all the muscles participating in the operation, in order to unleash the greatest power. Some people could kill a person with a punch, but some people would end up spraining their own wrists with a punch. This was the reason. It was the same for all the other movements. Even if it was a real punch, it was still martial arts. The foundation of martial arts lay in the simple and ordinary basic training. The pinnacle of martial arts was also simple and ordinary, returning to the natural state. However, the simple and ordinary basic training was the best way to hone a martial artist's heart and foundation. Moreover, Wuxia had tied sandbags to all the joints of his body. This was simply increasing the difficulty by more than 10 times. And the amount of physical strength needed was 10 times more. However, this level of difficulty was only the beginning of Wuxia's official day of training. The fierce fighting in the rainy night gave Wuxia an urgent desire to improve his strength. This body was too weak. After Wuxia went through all the systematic training, the Jun family's bodyguards appeared in front of him. Then they began the cruel training that belonged to them for the day. Wuxia proposed every training and he would train with the team and complete it together. These training methods were the training methods that Wuxia used to train super assassins in his previous life. It could be said that it was a hellish training. It could even be said that he would rather go to hell than endure this kind of inhuman devil training. In Wuxia's previous life, there was a secret saying among his fellow apprentices, "I would rather go to the 9th palace of Yama than let the evil monarch lecture me for a day." It could be seen how abnormal Wuxia's training methods were. Wuxia only told himself one sentence. If you want to have invincible strength, you must first have invincible tenacity and perseverance. Otherwise, forget it. After that, you must put in more sweat and effort than anyone else. Otherwise, forget it. Only when you have achieved these two things, then you have the right to talk about opportunities. If you don't work hard, even if an opportunity is placed in front of you, you won't be able to grasp it. But hoping that a deity will appear and you will become an immortal is just an unrealistic fantasy. Even if you have the best luck in the world and hold the most powerful treasure in the vast universe, if you don't work hard, you will still be worse than a fart. As long as a beggar works hard, he will have the chance to become a great general who will leave his name in history. But if a great general doesn't work hard, he will also have the chance to leave his name in history. However, he will leave his name in history because of his infamy. If you want to trample on others or even the whole world, you must first trample on yourself. This is the most basic condition. After he finished training himself, the guards would run 20 laps around the field. Wuxia would not run 1 lap less than them. The other training also had to be done with extra effort. Although with Wuxia's current physique, he always dragged it out until the end, he still persisted in every type of training. By the end of the first day's training, Wuxia was so tired that his mind was in a blur. However, the pride of a gold medal assassin and the dignity of the evil monarch within his heart supported him. allowing him to complete the training without any hesitation. Although this body had undergone the cleansing of the meridians and marrow, Junxia had to quickly cultivate the coordination of this body to a perfect state. Only when all the muscles and bones in his body were in perfect harmony would he be able to meet the minimum requirements that Junxia had set for himself. And where did all of this come from? From the sweat. For those who don't work hard, even if a meat pie falls from the sky, they will only be crushed to death by the meat pie. And they will never eat it. And now, although Junxia already had the exquisite Hongjun Pagoda and the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, regardless of martial arts or Tao, he had to cultivate both internally and externally. If his body was not strong enough, even an immortal's cultivation technique would be destroyed. Originally, the 300 guards were all suspicious of Junxia's participation in the training. They thought that their young master was just having fun. But seeing him staggering from the start, they were all laughing in their hearts. They were sure that Junxia would not be able to persist for long. Some of them were even sweating profusely as they made a bet. Lingchen, please recommend me. By the way, the second round is in the afternoon. Chapter 43. Everyone thought that this young master would collapse at any moment. How could such a hedonistic young master endure such a hellish training? Some even bet that Junxia would give up within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Junxia was staggering from the start. He was still staggering even when it was time for breakfast, but his face was a little paler. He actually managed to persevere. This result made everyone's jaws drop. Hence, they were all speculating whether the young master would participate in the morning training. Most of them still thought that this kind of training had exceeded the third young master's endurance. It was already very rare for him to be able to persevere until now. After breakfast, there was only half an incense stick's worth of time to rest. Unbeknownst to anyone, Junxia did not even waste this half an incense stick's worth of time. Returning to his room, he endured his aching muscles and took out several bamboo tubes with steel needles inserted into them and fixed them on the table. There was also a bamboo tube without steel needles inserted into it and placed it behind the bamboo tubes. Each bamboo tube was only as thick as a palm. In order to not touch the bamboo tubes on both sides, his fingers had to hit the hidden bamboo tube at the back. And the requirement was to pass through 3 bamboo tubes and hit the last bamboo tube to make a sound. This small training was mainly to train the extreme flexibility of his fingers. This training seemed easy to do, but it was actually quite difficult. The steel needles were densely packed. If one used too much strength or was slightly not flexible, the steel needles would pierce into the flesh. That moment of pain was enough to make anyone's hand tremble. And with that tremble, there would at least be a few more needles piercing into the flesh. With a straight face, Junxia calmly reached in with his hand that he had trained for the entire morning. When the morning training began, the guards found that Junxia was actually standing on the field again. His fingers were dripping with blood, red and swollen, but his complexion was much better. Then for the entire morning he actually managed to persevere while swaying. This result made all the guards' jaws drop. More than half of them still thought that such a heavy training load had exceeded the third young master's endurance limit. It was already very commendable that he could persevere until now. He wouldn't be forcing himself in the afternoon, right? However, it was the same in the afternoon. At this time the guards' competitive spirit was really aroused. Could it be that we, who had been trained for a long time and returned from hundreds of battles, can't be compared to a delicate young master who has never suffered before? This thought made these people who were originally standing on the edge of purgatory step into purgatory. As long as Junxia did not stop, the guards would hold their breaths and persevere to the end. In the end, everyone was so tired that they lost their temper. Junxia organized the training. Of course, Junwui had to be present. Junxia had boosted everyone's morale. Junwui was very curious about how to train them. But after looking at the training contents for the day, Junwui only felt a cold breeze on his back. Seeing the guards carrying the thick logs and running back and forth with all their might, not allowing any rest in between, Junwui's eyes widened. But when he saw that Junxia was among them, carrying the logs and running as well, he could not help but rub his eyes desperately. He looked again and rubbed again. Junwui's eyelids actually hurt from rubbing. If there was nothing wrong with his eyes, then the sun must have risen from the north today. How is this possible? Is this still the debauchee nephew of mine? Isn't this too outrageous? After a day, seeing that Junxia finally stopped and stood still, those strong and sturdy guards were exhausted like dead dogs. One by one they collapsed on the ground like a pile of mud, panting heavily with their mouths wide open. There were more than 300 people in the field, but only a few of them had the strength to stand up. Of the two team leaders, one bent over and panted heavily, while the other rolled his eyes and rubbed his waist with all his might. Junxia's face was pale and he was on the verge of collapsing. But he stood straight and his sharp eyes looked at the people in front of him. Suddenly he roared, "All of you stand up for me." Within 3 breaths, whoever cannot stand up will be eliminated. Get out of here and commit suicide. Because he does not deserve to stand here. If he can't even compare to me, this debauchee, what face do he have to live on? Instantly, everyone sprang up like a spring, each of them gritted their teeth and swayed. Dozens of people almost fell down again, but they were held up by the people beside them. If they were really defeated by the third young master, they would really have no face to live on. Junxia panted heavily and Lingling looked at them and said in a rough voice, "Now who still doesn't admit that they are trash? It's only been a day and you guys have become like this in just one day. Even a debauchee like me can stand here, but you guys have fallen. Are you guys just going to lie there with a clear conscience? Don't you feel ashamed? Battle-hardened warriors?" Bah! The faces of the 300 burly men were filled with shame. One by one they could not help but lower their heads. Yes, even this young master that everyone had always looked down on had persevered, and was still standing up. What reason did they have to lie down? Junxia's entire day of training had been witnessed by all of them. Even with their burly and sturdy bodies, they were still exhausted after enduring the entire day. How did Junxia manage to endure it all? It was truly inconceivable. But everyone knew that for the pampered and noble third young master to endure it, it would definitely be much more difficult than them. Everyone could not help but look at Junxia with respect and awe in their eyes. Because Junxia did not have the slightest bit of foundation in this area. But they had been through a long period of training. Junxia Lingling looked at them, and suddenly turned to leave, leaving behind a sentence. "If this kind of situation happens again tomorrow, all 300 of you will be kicked out. The Jun family does not raise trash. Especially trash that can't even compare to a debauchee." Looking at Junxia's back as he left, the observant people could see that Junxia's legs, and even every muscle in his body were trembling slightly. This was a situation that could only happen when one was exhausted to the limit. But Junxia's face did not show it at all. Just this level of endurance alone was something that no one present could match. Even a debauchee young master could endure such a heavy training load. How could they, the veterans, say that they could not? Especially when the training load was the same as the debauchee young masters, how could they say that it was hard? They could not afford to lose face. If they said that it was hard, they would be despised by their colleagues, but if they were despised by the debauchee young master, they would not be able to live. However, if they were to find out that Junxia's body was actually tied with 8 other sandbags, how would they feel about it? Would they feel ashamed to continue living? No one knew that there were at least a dozen places on Junxia's body that had been scratched by the sandbags. Blood slowly seeped out along with lymph fluid. Junxia's entire day of training was estimated to be at least 3 times more than the amount of training these bodyguards had undergone. This was a terrifying number. If not for the art of unlocking heaven's fortune with Junxia's current physical condition, he would have died of exhaustion 10 times over. But the reason why Junxia was like this was to borrow the mystical effects of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, to transcend life and death training, to break through the limits of his body. Although Jun Wui did not know that there were other sandbags on Junxia's body, but Junxia's astonishing performance today was enough to move this great general who had once commanded thousands of troops. Looking at Junxia's gradually disappearing back, Jun Wui's eyes were filled with endless gratification, but his heart was filled with suspicion. Could it be that this is Moxia's true colors? This is too hard on myself. There won't be any accidents this way, right? To forge iron, one's own body must be strong. Let me explain. From today until Friday at 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the morning, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and 3 o'clock on Saturday. I don't need to say the reason, everyone should be able to see the reason. 2 weeks after the release of the books in the same period have at most reached 70,000 to 80,000 words, and we are already at 110,000 words. There are still 3.5 weeks before the book is published, very far away. Damn it. Brothers and sisters, please forgive me, Feng Ling can't do anything about it. The only thing I can promise is that after the book is published, we will explode for a few days, everyone can have fun together. May the brothers and sisters enjoy reading the book. Very sorry. Wow. Chapter 44. Junxia walked steadily back to his room. When Ku'er saw him like this, she almost burst into tears. With trembling hands, she helped him take off his clothes and carefully washed him with clean water. Junxia remained standing the entire time. He knew that if he lost his balance and fell down with his current exhaustion, he would definitely fall into a deep sleep. But as long as he could endure this and regain his strength, it would mean that he had broken through another limit of his body. After wiping his body, he let Ku'er leave. Naked, Junxie stood in a standing position and entered into a deep state of meditation. With his mind guarding his soul, the first level of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune began to circulate slowly. Junxie suddenly discovered that the rainbow exquisite pagoda in his mind was actually rotating faster than before. Moreover, the heaven and earth spiritual qi emitted from it was also much denser than before. The spiritual qi slowly entered Junxie's meridians and flowed along the route. Everywhere it passed, Junxie would feel a cool and refreshing feeling. It was as if a cold mountain spring had suddenly poured into his extremely parched throat. The comfort he felt at this moment was indescribable. The mist entered Junxie's meridians more and more urgently, slowly restoring Junxie's already exhausted body. Junxie's entire body gradually became numb and itchy, especially the injured areas. It was as if hundreds of claws were scratching at his heart. Junxie firmly controlled his itchy itch and used all his strength to control his mind to enter into a state of cultivation. Slowly, he entered into a state where he forgot about himself and everything else. Unknowingly, time slowly passed. All the injuries on Junxie's body gradually stopped oozing clear liquid. They slowly solidified and formed scars. Gradually, the scars on Junxie's body slowly wrinkled and hardened. In the end, they fell off bit by bit. A thin layer of skin scraps slowly accumulated at Junxie's feet. His skin became as white and smooth as before. The only difference was that it was more flexible. The muscles that had been tightened after a day of high-intensity training trembled unconsciously but rhythmically. Crystal clear liquid slowly seeped out. After the trembling, the muscles slowly relaxed and gradually returned to the state before training. After another wave of numbness and itchiness, they finally relaxed completely. Junxie, who had entered into a state of cultivation, was oblivious to all these changes. After his body had forcefully endured the extreme state of exhaustion, what followed next was a comfortable feeling akin to that of a tsunami. His entire consciousness had entered into an ethereal state, akin to a person who was freely swimming in a boundless and tranquil ocean, incomparably contented. This comfortable feeling was akin to the waves of the ocean, crashing in wave after wave. Within his mind, the seven-colored exquisite pagoda was overflowing with a thick layer of mist that grew thicker and thicker. Wave after wave of pure heaven and earth spiritual energy flowed into Junxie's body like a tidal wave, washing through every part of his meridians, every inch of his muscles, every part of his tendons. Junxie could clearly feel that the thin thread of spiritual energy that was swimming in his meridian was actually growing stronger after being washed by the turbulent spiritual energy. Although the range was not very large, it was indeed growing continuously. Moreover, his mind was incomparably ethereal, as if he did not feel the slightest bit tired. All of his spirit seemed to harmoniously merge with the strange little pagoda in his mind at this moment. That kind of subtle feeling of comfort, even with Junxie's steel-like nerves, could not help but be intoxicated by it. Suddenly, the colorful light of the Hongjun pagoda suddenly stopped rotating. Junxie's mind shook, and he instantly woke up from that incomparably wonderful state. His mental state also returned from his sea of consciousness to the real world at this moment. The white fog of spiritual energy in his meridian also receded like a tide. Junxie only felt that his whole body was full of strength. He slowly opened his eyes and two sharp rays of light suddenly shot out. He gently moved his body, and all the joints in his body made a series of crisp pa-pa sounds. In an instant, his body became smooth and his mental state was surprisingly good. The light moonlight gently sprinkled down. Junxie walked to the window. The bright moon in the sky was like a plate and the blue sky was bright and clear. It was the Mid-Autumn Festival. In his original world, the Mid-Autumn Festival was August 15th, and here there was a Golden Autumn Festival, but it was August 20th. No matter which world the moon was in, the moonlight was always as gentle as water, and the clear light was everywhere. Junxie sighed softly. He was surprised to find that there was not too much melancholy and lonely emotion in his heart. It was as if he had already gotten used to everything in the past. The moon was still bright and the vault of heaven was still the same. We'll still be under the same sky, just take it as a change of location. After carefully inspecting his body once more, Junxie discovered that not only had the numerous wounds on his body healed, but even the scars had disappeared without a trace in a single night. His skin was even more supple and smooth than before. Junxie couldn't help but stare in shock. Who would have thought that the regenerative ability of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune would be so strong? Originally, he thought that if he continued with this cruel training, he would be able to have the bronze-colored skin of his previous life in a few days' time. He didn't expect that his physical fitness would improve so quickly, but his skin would become smoother the more he trained. What a disappointment. Fortunately, the skin was developing in the direction of flexibility. If the skin became exceptionally soft, how could he go out and meet people? Activating his chi once more, Junxia was immediately overjoyed. After a day of crazy training, the effects of this night's training were extremely obvious. The strands of chi in his body had almost doubled in size. If the original chi flow was as thick as a strand of hair, now it had become as thick as a pig's mane. Junxia broke out in a cold sweat. Comparing himself like this was really a bit of self-abuse. The flow of chi also became faster. Suddenly he had an epiphany. The first level of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune had taken another big step forward. What was even more surprising was that he could now use inner vision. This was something that could only be done when one had reached the Xiantian realm. Who would have thought that the art of unlocking heaven's fortune was so miraculous? Although his current strength was far from the Xiantian realm of his previous life, he could already use inner vision. It seemed that this kind of extreme training, after squeezing out all the physical strength in his body, activating the art of unlocking heaven's fortune had unexpected benefits. Following the meridians, Junxia finally understood the mysteries of this world's Xian Qi. The so-called Xian Qi cultivation was actually not too different from the cultivation of internal strength. It could be said that it was a special cultivation method for internal strength. Although Xian Qi could not last as long as internal strength, its explosive power was much stronger than that of internal strength. Because of this explosive power, it could not hide this miraculous power well enough. Naturally, it was also not strong enough after effects. The higher the level of Xian Qi cultivation, the more obvious the external effects would be. This was the main reason why there were all kinds of Xian Qi lights. The cultivation method of Xian Qi was almost the same as that of internal strength. It also operated according to a fixed meridian route. For example, below the 9th stage there was only one meridian. Whether it was the 8 extraordinary meridians or the 12 principal meridians, only one meridian could be opened, forming a meridian. When breaking through to the silver level, another meridian could be opened. This was equivalent to adding another branch, but the internal circulation was still the same, just that the scope was much larger than before. This might be because of the special physique of the people in this world. No wonder every advancement of Xian Qi was extremely painful, like a poisonous snake shedding its skin. How could it feel good to forcibly open a meridian? In the future, when the 12 principal meridians were opened and half of the 8 extraordinary meridians were opened, it would be the realm of the supreme Xian. However, there was a prerequisite. Half of the 8 extraordinary meridians must be connected with the conception and governing meridians. Only then would it be the real supreme Xian. If you also opened 4 of the 8 extraordinary meridians, but not the conception and governing meridians, you would only be considered as the pseudo-supreme Xian. The only thing that surprised Junxia was the fact that after reaching the supreme divine Xian realm, he would be able to open up all 12 of the body's main meridians, becoming the primary place for the cultivation of Xian Qi. His dantian would also remain as the storage for Xian Qi. However, out of the 8 extraordinary meridians, only 4 of them need to be opened up. The more difficult ones would be the conception and governing vessels. However, in terms of martial arts, the so-called Supreme Divine Xian would still require 4 of the meridians to be sealed up. So, was there another higher existence above the Supreme Xian? Chapter 45. Was there an even higher existence above Zhizun Xian? Based on the theory of internal energy cultivation, the answer to this question was certain. There must be a higher existence. However, this was a different world. Although internal energy cultivation and Xian Qi cultivation seemed to be the same, the results might not be the same. Hence, one could not come to a conclusion too early. Perhaps this world was different, and it was possible that Zhizun Xian had reached the peak. Of course, with Junxia's current level of understanding towards Xian Qi, he could not come to a conclusion. Furthermore, after Junxia had gone through the meridian cleansing and marrow cleansing, his meridians had all been unblocked. He had already reached the level of a Xiantian expert, and in terms of meridians, even Zhizun Xian might not be able to match up to him. However, his actual strength was still far from that level. After all, he had only been in this world for a short month. To be able to go from a useless body to his current strength was already an incredible speed. This was also the wonder of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. If it was any other cultivation technique, it would be difficult to even get started in a month. However, the exquisite Hongjun Pagoda combined with the art of unlocking heaven's fortune could open up all the meridians in one go. This was equivalent to opening up countless bottomless treasure troves for Junxia, waiting for Junxia to fill them up one by one. With Junxia's current strength, if it was a real life or death battle, a normal silver-level Xianqi would not be able to do anything to him. If it was an assassination, it would naturally be a different story. After all, this was Junxia's profession. However, the unblocked meridians had given Junxia a very strange ability. If he were to deliberately imitate it, as long as he was given the corresponding Xianqi cultivation technique, he could imitate the extreme form of this cultivation technique at any time. Of course, it was only the form and would not have the corresponding power. Thinking of this, Junxia could not help but smile. It seemed like there was another way to act tough. The next day, Junxia once again appeared on the training ground, brimming with health and vigor, causing everyone to be shocked. Even the strong bodies of these guards couldn't take yesterday's training. Even now, many parts of their bodies were still aching. But this young master had actually arrived at the sports field earlier than them. After yesterday's training, almost everyone had a new impression of their third young master. They even admired him. But almost everyone was certain that the third young master might not be able to come tomorrow. Not to mention whether he had the heart to come or not, his small body would definitely not be able to handle it. But today, when they saw Junxia's upright posture and his eyes that were as sharp as a sword, everyone felt an illusion within their hearts. Is this still the same debauchee young master who spent his days eating and waiting to die? How did he get up? Jun Wui arrived at the sports field early in the morning. He sat in his wheelchair and looked over. Junxia's appearance was within his expectations, but it could also be said to be outside of his expectations. He was very clear about Junxia's condition after yesterday's training. It was indeed very serious. With Junxia's original physical fitness, he might not be able to handle it. Therefore, even if Junxia did not appear today, it was understandable. He originally thought that even if Junxia appeared, he would be very tired or even very embarrassed. Even if he was in good health, he might not be able to complete the training yesterday easily. But he really did not expect that today. It seemed that Junxia's condition was much stronger than this group of burly men in front of him. Could it be that the training yesterday was not as heavy as he thought? After another day of high-intensity training, the guards were even more surprised to find that Junxia's speed today had actually increased by quite a bit compared to yesterday. Moreover, although his footsteps were still somewhat unsteady, they were no longer swaying. At the very least, he was much more presentable compared to yesterday. That was not the end of the surprise. In the next few days of training, Junxia had completely caught up with the guards' progress. In fact, he was even better than them. Such a fact made the group of guards' eyes red. Such a rapid improvement in strength was something they had never seen before. Not to mention seeing they had never even heard of it. But young master's example was right in front of them. The so-called myth had become a living reality. Young master has such a delicate body and he can do it. We have rough skin and thick muscles, so why can't we do it? This question once again set off a craze for training. Everyone's thirst for strength caused the training to reach a white-hot level. Almost everyone's eyes were red and their teeth were clenched, training with all their might like wild beasts. What they did not know was that in addition to their training, Junxia was also carrying 8 heavy sandbags on his body. In addition, every morning he would have to undergo a special training session before coming back here to train with everyone else. Moreover, Junxia had added a few more aspects to his training. Climbing, grabbing rocks, leveling, arm stretching, concealment. Junxia had divided the 24 hours of the day carefully, not wasting a single minute. Grandpa Jun found out about this news on the 3rd day. He secretly came to check on Jun Emocia during his training. Grandpa Jun was pleased with his grandson's progress, but he was also worried that his grandson would train too frequently. Haste makes waste, and that would not be good. However, after checking on Jun Emocia, he did not even show his face and quietly left. However, the housekeeper, Old Pang, could clearly feel that Grandpa Jun was very happy, very happy. In fact, when there was no one around, Grandpa Jun would even hum a tune or two in his study room. Then, for the first time in his life, he got drunk. He was a complete mess, but his face was filled with joy. After that, he staggered to the front of his wife's memorial tablet and muttered something. It was unknown what he said, but he actually muttered for the entire night. He came out the next day with a smile on his face, but his eyes were filled with tears. The day before the Golden Autumn Festival, Tianxiang City had already begun to become lively. Everyone was dressed in bright clothes and everywhere was decorated with lanterns and streamers. Wanderers from far away had returned home. How could the annual reunion festival not be lively? At noon, on the top floor of the Drunken Immortal restaurant, the bodyguards sat together, occupying 2 tables. Another table was set up in the middle of them. Only 2 people sat there, Junxia and Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan sat opposite Junxia, sighing and frowning. Fatty Tang had suffered a lot these past few days. Grandpa Tang Wanli had squeezed out half of his grandson's fat body. First, he was grounded. He was not allowed to step out of the house. Then, whenever Grandpa Tang remembered that the Xian Dan had been stolen, he would immediately call Tang Yuan over and scold Fatty. Then he would slap him a few times to vent his anger and then tell him to get lost. This kind of treatment was more frequent than 3 meals a day. It was as if he would be served whenever he thought of it. Fatty Tang had already lost a lot of face. He had almost lost his future wife. His father-in-law had already given him a torrent of abuse. His fiancée had washed her face with tears and threatened to kill herself. She had insisted on canceling the engagement. It was no wonder that the girl was so close today. Who knew what he would do if he really lost her in the future? His father would slap him every time he saw him. Then he would look for a stick everywhere. His mother wanted to pull him, but she did not dare to. Her brows were furrowed, and every time they met, the first thing they would ask was, "Eldest brother, when are you going to the 1,000 Gold Hall again? Let us go and admire eldest brother's elegance." Then they would burst into laughter. The most uncomfortable thing was that Grandpa Tang would scold him several times a day. Moreover, he would kneel on the abacus every time. What? Nonsense. With Fatty Tang's weight, any other abacus would collapse as soon as he knelt. Did an abacus not cost money? Even an iron abacus had become a little crooked after all this time. Chapter 46. Fortunately, Fatty Tang was thick-skinned, broad-minded and fat, and had an optimistic temperament. Even if he was scolded and beaten to the point of wanting to commit suicide, as long as he went back to his room to sleep, he would immediately forget about it and treat it as a fleeting cloud. If it was a person who liked to get stuck in a dead end, he would probably have been tied to the roof beam and reincarnated several times. Of course, being optimistic about one's fate, being indifferent to the wind and clouds, and passing clouds were mostly official sayings. The damn fatty had simply torn off one side of his face and pasted it on the other side. One side was two-faced and the other side was shameless. This time, Fatty finally used the autumn festival as an excuse to sneak out of his house, and the first thing he did was to find Junxia to complain. Junxia was worried about what the thing in his hand was when Fatty Tang arrived. The two hit it off and went to the Drunken Immortal restaurant. They called for a few side dishes and drank together. Fatty Tang drank a glass of wine, sighed 3 times, and then pointed his radish-like finger at the heavens and the earth to vent his anger. Then he drank another mouthful and the cycle repeated itself. His words were fierce, his words were vicious, and his hatred was bone-deep. All the guests upstairs couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. Even the guards at the side tilted their heads and acted as if they didn't know each other. Following such a young master is really degrading. Jun Dashao raised his eyebrows. Dashao may be calm, but the people Fatty was scolding also seemed to include him. How could he not raise his eyebrows? I say, Fatty, what did you lose in your house? You are so bitter and hateful that I can't even drink anymore. Junxia frowned as he looked at the glass in front of him. He really couldn't drink anymore. Being scolded was one thing, and with Junxia's calmness, the discomfort would pass in a moment. But this wine was clearly fragrant, but the taste was bland like water. There was not the slightest hint of alcohol in it and it was like swill. This really gave Junxia a headache. If Junxia were to evaluate this wine, he would say that it was like a woman taller than Tang Yuan had poured a bottle of inferior and expired perfume on herself. Drinking this wine, Junxia could not help but recall the wine he had drunk in Old Song's little shop on that rainy night. That trash wine that Junxia had trampled upon to the point of being worthless. Now that he thought about it, he could not help but be fascinated by it. As the saying goes, comparing oneself to others will lead to death, comparing goods to goods will lead to better goods. Even though the wine was difficult for Junxia to swallow and could not be compared to the wine from his past life, he now knew that the person who said that this wine was one of the best wines in the entire capital and that it could only be sold in limited quantities was actually true. Junxia's original idea of making his own wine suddenly became clear. It seemed that he had forgotten about the lees after they had fermented. Looking at the days. He should be able to make some wine in a few days, right? Even if it wasn't to make money, it was to make some wine for himself. If I only drink this trash wine, then I won't be able to live. When I brew this wine, I will also sell it in limited quantities. 1 jar costs 10,000 taels of silver. If you don't want to buy it, then so be it. I will drink 1 bottle at a time, and if I really can't drink it, then I will feed it to the pigs. Damn it, it's really unbearable. Junxia pinched his nose as he drank a cup of trash, and thought maliciously. With his demonic nature, if his temper flared up, it wasn't impossible for him to really feed the wine to the pigs. Sigh. Tang Yuan wanted to say something but stopped. His round and plump face, as smooth as a poached egg, actually showed a twisted expression. Third young master. This big brother is really suffering. You say those bastards, who can't they frame? Why must they frame me? Fuck their 18 generations of ancestors, I won't let them off in this lifetime. And those damn thieves, you say they stole our family's things, why did Grandpa blame me? I curse those thieves. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became. When it came to sad matters, Tang Yuan stood up agitatedly. One of his thighs ferociously stomped on the chair he was sitting on, and the fat on his body shook majestically. With a malevolent expression, he roared towards the sky. Fortunately, the quality of the drunken immortal restaurant's tables and chairs was really passable, and could withstand the heavy pressure of that damned fatty. Junxia, on the other hand, was somewhat unable to withstand it. He covered his face with his hands in agony and really wanted to cover his face and run away. Being together with this fatty was too embarrassing. The entire third floor of the drunken immortal restaurant fell into absolute silence in an instant. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the pile of fat, trembling in agitation. Panting, Tang Yuan moved his thighs down, and without even wiping them, he sat down heavily on the chair, raising his cup and gulping it down. Third young master, this time, my family has lost something extraordinary. Tang Yuan's face was twisted. Just because of this thing, I've been ravaged for the past 4 to 5 days. The old master has taught me at least a dozen lessons, and the old master has used a big stick to chase me and beat me fiercely. Do you think I can run fast like this? Look at this, big brother, I've become so skinny now. Tang Yuan pointed at his own body resentfully and sat on the chair. His soft belly drooped down, covering his knees. Oh. You've indeed lost a lot of weight, Junxia said against his will, and then added another sentence. Look at how skinny you've become, there aren't even any wrinkles on your face. Tang Yuan spat. He had originally wanted to ruin Junxia's appetite, but he didn't expect that Junxia would actually stop asking. Although it was a scandal, Tang Yuan had suffered so much because of this matter, so naturally he had a desire to pour out his heart. Otherwise, why would he shamelessly drag Junxia out? That's a Xiandan. Xiandan, third young master. Tang Yuan moved closer to Junxia's ear and said in a low voice. And it's a peak 9th level mystical beast, Xiandan. This is a heaven-defying treasure. It's just a Xiandan, and I thought it was something amazing. A peak 9th level mystical beast, Xiandan? Junxia's heart skipped a beat, but he turned his head away in disdain. What's so amazing about that thing? I have one in my hands. Do you think it's an ordinary 5th or 6th level item? You think that thing in your hands can compare to mine? Tang Yuan snorted. Let me tell you, the one that my family lost was a peak 9th level Xiandan. If this news were to spread, I'm afraid the whole world would be shaken. If an Earth Shen expert were to take a 9th level Xiandan, he would be able to rush from Earth Shen beginner to Tian Shen peak. If a Tian Shen intermediate expert were to take it, he could even rush to Supreme Shen Shen realm in one go. Supreme Shen Shen, third young master, is a top expert in the whole world. Fatty Tang's short and fat hands made an exaggerated gesture, meaning that this was the whole world. Is it that effective? Junxia's heart was thumping, but he looked at him suspiciously. You're bragging so much in front of me? If it's really that effective, wouldn't the Chamber of Commerce be selling it like crazy? Who the fuck is bragging so much that his whole family will die? Tang Yuan felt greatly insulted and he swore to the heavens. He patted his chest and his fat face turned red. Selling it like crazy? Do you think there are many of these things in the world? If it wasn't something rare in the world, would my old master be so fucking angry? I'm fucking complaining to the wrong fucking person. Fatty Tang was so excited that the 2 words fucking hung in his mouth, unable to come out of his mouth. I really sympathize with your fucking mother. Junxia let out a long O sound and conveniently copied him. He quickly calculated in his heart. If it really was such a heaven-defying treasure, then he really couldn't return it to the Tang family. If this thing could be used to create a super expert for his own family, wouldn't it be much better than letting it be wasted in the Tang family? Tang Yuan's eyes were red, and he felt that Junxia was the only one who was willing to listen to his complaints these past few days. In a split second, his heart was moved again, and he fiercely snorted and casually flung it away. He was about to say a few words to catch Junxia's heart, but at this moment, who the fuck is throwing snorts? Fucking step out for me. See if I don't exterminate your fucking 9 clans. A sharp and extremely angry voice rang out, with incomparable exasperation. Chapter 47. Oh. Who the fuck is throwing snot? Come out and fucking show your face. See if I don't exterminate your entire family. A sharp voice filled with extreme anger resounded, with incomparable exasperation. Wuxia turned his head to look, and saw a young man in a green silk robe standing at the top of the stairs, with a gorgeously dressed woman in his left arm. His face was full of anger at the moment, and his right cheek was stained with a large lump of yellow snot. This was the masterpiece of Tang Yuan's Fatty Tang. He was currently wiping it in a flurry. Tang Yuan's back was facing the stairs, and he casually flung his snot away, sticking close to the ground. Normally, snot would never stick to a person's body, let alone their face. Coincidentally, at the moment when Tang Yuan was flung out, the young man was kneading the woman in his arms with both hands while he walked up the stairs in high spirits as if there was no one else around. He had just popped his head out at the top of the stairs. Then, a lump of snot flew over, and if he hadn't turned his face in time, perhaps this lump of snot would have flown straight into his mouth. Wuxia's eyes widened, and he was tongue-tied for a long time before he laughed out loud. While laughing, he shook his head and waved his hands in admiration. Fatty Tang, your aim is really good, I admire you. Tang Yuan was dumbfounded, and after a long time he smiled bitterly. It's not that my aim is bad, but this guy's luck is too fucking heaven-defying. What he said was also true. Tang Yuan and Wuxia were well acquainted with most of the famous young thugs in the Tianxiang city. Since this guy's face was filled with arrogance, he was certainly not someone who would be content with his lot. However, he was not acquainted with the both of them, which meant that he must be a nobody amongst the local debauches. And at this moment, this nobody not only had snot splashed on his face, but also provoked Jun Moxie and Tang Yuan, the 2 big debauches in the capital. His luck was really heaven-defying. As the 2 of them spoke, the youth immediately turned to look at them. He let go of the girl in his left hand and walked over in an overbearing manner. With a twisted face, he roared at Tang Yuan, "Damn your grandma, you damned fatty. Are you fucking courting death? And you gigolo, why are you laughing?" Wuxia's face suddenly became gloomy, and he wanted to persuade Tang Yuan not to kill him. After all, it was Fatty who was in the wrong, but now that he heard this, he firmly sat back down. He deserved to be beaten to death. Tang Yuan wasn't a kind-hearted person. Moreover, he was at the most depressing moment of his life and needed something to vent his anger. He immediately flew into a rage when he heard those words. His plump body was like a volleyball that had been ruthlessly slapped by someone. He jumped up and slapped Tang Yuan's face. His right palm was as thick as a bear's paw, and it instantly made intimate contact with Tang Yuan's left cheek. The young man had never expected that Tang Yuan, who was in the wrong, would attack him without saying a word. This kind of young thug was really rare in the world. His body was weak, so how could he dodge? He took a solid hit and spun around twice and sat on the ground. He only felt that the sky was full of stars shining in front of him, and his head tilted to one side. He opened his mouth and with a puff sound 3 or 4 white teeth spewed out, along with the stench of blood. Tang Yuan's face turned malevolent as he pounced forward. His nearly 400-kilogram body soared to the ground and pinned the guy under his body. His left and right fists landed on the guy's face as he cursed, "Fuck your grandmother. I'm in a bad mood, and you still dare to cry in front of me? I'm giving you face by flinging my snot at you, and you still dare to scold me? If I don't beat you to death today, I'll be sorry for that scolding you little bastard." Every word was spoken with a pause, and every word was a punch. There was a sense of rhythm, and suddenly, a high-pitched scream like that of a pig being slaughtered rang out. With a cracking sound, the guy's leg bone was forcibly broken by Tang Yuan's weight. The young man let out an inhuman scream and his body twitched. His head tilted to one side and he fainted. It was only at this moment that the girl who came with him came back to her senses. She let out a high-pitched scream that sounded like the Tibetan plateau, and instantly went over an octave higher. "Don't scream." Tang Yuan roared fiercely and his eyes were ferocious. The woman immediately stopped in shock. Then she straightened her neck and screamed out in extreme fear. Then she scrambled down the stairs. A loud bang was heard, followed by a blood-curdling scream, followed by a rolling sound. It was obvious that the woman was panicking and lost her balance. She directly rolled down the stairs like a rubber ball. "Enough. It's good enough that you vented your anger. If you hit him again, you'll really beat him to death." Wuxia frowned and felt that today's trip was really boring. Even if I really beat him to death, so what? Who dares to find trouble with me? Tang Yuan punched him again and then stood up, panting heavily. Beating people was also a strenuous job and Tang Dashao was quite tired. His eyes slanted. In the entire capital, there are really not many people that I, Tang Yuan, don't dare to beat to death. This guy seems to have some background. Jun Xie raised his chin towards the outside. The sound of hurried footsteps came from outside, and there were actually quite a number of people rushing over. Tang Yuan curled his lips disapprovingly. He doesn't even know you, what background could he have? He's just a little bastard. Even if he brings his ancestor here, this young master will press him back with one finger. Those two evildoers are on the second floor. Yeah. Young Master Qin is also here. The woman's panicked voice came from downstairs, and then there were the sounds of weapons being unsheathed, and a few clanking sounds of iron chains, and the sound of footsteps could be heard from the stairs. In a split second, 5 or 6 burly men stood in front of the two people with cold and solemn expressions. They looked at the young man lying on the ground with his face covered in blood, and their faces were full of anger. One of them looked similar to the young man, and had a square face and a curly beard. His eyes were so angry that they seemed to be spitting fire, and he waved his hand. What are you still standing there for? Help the young master up and take down these 2 audacious bastards. The 4 burly men agreed and took a step forward, ready to take action. Standing beside them were a few people wearing the uniform of the constables. Hearing those words, they smiled and said, "Clan leader Qin, do you think you should leave this matter to us?" "We will definitely." "Nonsense. My son has been beaten to such a state and you want me to leave it to you? I will take these 2 bastards away today. I will not let even one of them go. I want to see in this northern city's drunken immortal house, which bastard dares to touch my Jianghu's son." The man flew into a rage. The constables had originally wanted to flatter him, but he did not expect to eat a hot fart. Immediately, an awkward expression appeared on his face and he did not say anything. This big brother who was clamoring for revenge was the clan leader of the Northern City clan, Jianghu, one of the 6 big gangs in Tianxiang City. As for the young man lying on the ground, he was Jianghu's only son, Qin Xiaobao. He could be considered as a debauchee with some background. "Your son cannot be touched?" Jun Xie looked at him coldly. Seeing his domineering manner, he became angry and set a trap. "Then can your son touch others? Could it be that commoners like us are allowed to be bullied by your precious son?" Qin Xiaobao could be considered as a debauchee with some background. However, that depended on who he was compared to. Today was his day of disaster. He had bumped into 2 of the most influential debauches in the area. Especially when one of the debauches needed to vent his anger, he was like a rabbit venting its anger at a tiger and a hungry wolf. What a joke of fate. "Aha! I am Jianghu's son who dares to touch him. If anyone dares, I will exterminate his entire family in 9 generations." Hearing Jun Xie claim to be a commoner, Jianghu's heart calmed down. He glared at him fiercely. "Gigolo, you have beaten my son to such a state. Could it be that you want to live? It has been a few days since I requested for recommendation votes. Once again I implore my brothers to support me. By the way, tomorrow at midnight." Chapter 48. Tang Yuan flew into a rage. He was about to jump up and reveal his identity when Jun Xie extended his hand to stop him. There was no need for the 2 of them to personally deal with this matter. For the 2 of them, Lord Dashao, to personally deal with it was a disgrace. Originally, Tang Yuan was in the wrong in this matter. If not for Qin Xiaobao's harsh words, it would have been fine. However, after hearing Jianghu's words, Jun Xie's murderous intent was ignited. When Jun Xie does things, he does not differentiate between good and evil. If he wants to, he does as he pleases. Based on Jianghu's words alone, Jun Xie had already decided that he would not let Northern City clan off. With such a father and such a son, who knows how many evil deeds they have committed. This father is truly a bastard. Jun Xie took it for granted that killing is better than building a 7-storied pagoda, enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. It was a great merit. The leader of the Tang family's bodyguards stood up. The 3 men behind him followed suit. The 4 men's bodies glowed with a silver light. The 4 silver Shen experts stepped forward with gloomy faces. Their eyes were as sharp as knives. Who does Jianghu think he is? Jianghu was surprised. He suddenly felt a powerful pressure pressing down on him. His mind raced and he forcefully gathered his Shen Qi. His entire body flashed with a golden light and he put away his previous arrogant attitude. He said in a cautious manner, "I am Jianghu, the clan leader of Northern City Clan. May I ask who you are?" Gold-leveled Shen Qi. As a clan leader, Jianghu was not someone to be trifled with. Unfortunately, this gold-leveled expert's heart was beating like a drum. After witnessing the strength of the other party, this clan leader's ability to change his face became even more amazing. A silver-leveled Xianqi was naturally nothing in his eyes. However, the problem was that these two men had 4 silver-leveled experts as bodyguards. What did this mean? What were the origins of these two men? Could it be that this time, his son had provoked someone he should not have provoked? Although a gold-level master was qualified to become a gang leader, and Jianghu was considered a top figure in the capital city, there were still many people he could not afford to offend. He recalled how his son had offended a very handsome young master some time ago. He took liberties with the young master's beautiful maid in the middle of the street. Back then, the young master did not do anything to him. However, that very night, all the high-ranking members of the Northern City clan were captured and brought into a very secretive place. His own cultivation base was at the peak of the gold level. Yet, his son, Qin Xiaobao, had his dantian destroyed and would never be able to cultivate Shenqi ever again. Only after 3 days and 3 nights did he manage to come out alive. However, the price of preserving his life was to become a chess piece in the hands of that person. Although he still didn't know who that young master was, Jianghu knew that it was surely one of the young masters of the few great clans with overwhelming power and influence in the city. Even gold-leveled Shen practitioners and ordinary Earth Shen experts could not afford to offend the nobles of the current dynasty. However, the one in front of him seemed to be even more powerful than that mysterious young master. As for this pretty boy in front of him, he was even more handsome than that mysterious young master. Could it be that he had fallen for the same trick twice? Northern City clan leader? Jianghu? Never heard of him. Where did this trash come from? To think that he would dare to be so impudent. As for who I am? Originally, you would not have the qualifications to know. However, your son dared to offend our Tang family's eldest young master. That was an unforgivable crime. Our young master is magnanimous and kind. He only gave you a light punishment and did not bother with your son anymore. As his father, instead of being grateful and properly disciplining your son, you brought people here to denounce him. You even colluded with the authorities to capture the 2 young masters. Jianghu, how dare you? The leader of the guard stared at Jianghu and slowly spoke out in a low voice. Such eloquence. Wuxia applauded in his heart. The moment the leader of the guards opened his mouth, he placed all the blame on Qin Xiaobao's head. His words left Jianghu with no room to refute. That was not all. The most brilliant part was that he had infinitely beautified the name of the Tang family's eldest young master, Fatty Tang. Just based on this level of flattery, he was definitely a talent, a great talent. Tang family's eldest young master? Hearing those words, Jianghu was nearly frightened to death. Coincidentally, the one he was most afraid of at present was the Tang family. Not for anything else but because he had a guilty conscience. The mysterious young master was indeed terrifying. However, the ignorant are fearless. Although Jianghu was afraid of the mysterious young master, he did not know the young master's background or how strong he was. This was the Tang family. That was a well-known and established family within the capital. Destroying his small northern city clan would be child's play for them. Not to mention the fact that he had followed the mysterious young master's instructions to steal the Tang family's Xiandan. Presently, he was in a state of panic, fearing that the Tang family would suddenly come knocking on his door. If that happened, it would be the end of his northern city clan. Who could have guessed that his son would provoke the eldest young master of the Tang family at this critical juncture? This was really a self-inflicted disaster. There was no way to live. At that moment, Jianghu felt as though he was about to faint. Against such enemies he could not wait to avoid them. Yet, his son had chosen to face them head-on. Even if he wanted to seek death, he would not do so. Others would turn back after hitting the wall. But why was his son not turning back after hitting the wall? Looking at his son lying on the ground covered in blood after being lightly punished by the eldest young master of the Tang family, Jianghu felt both anxious and distressed. Although his northern city clan's influence was not small, when compared to the Tang family, a powerful and influential family, the disparity was like that of an ant or a tiger. His only son was truly too much of a failure. Last time he had caused trouble and had his Xianqi crippled, losing half his life. Yet he still did not learn from his mistakes. It seems that this time he would most likely lose his remaining half of his life. Not only was Jianghu panicking, even the 4 constables were completely dumbfounded. They had originally thought that by helping young Master Qin vent his anger, they would be able to make a small fortune. How could they have imagined that they would end up facing the eldest young Master Tang? This was no longer a matter of money, it was a matter of life and death. As for you scum of the public sector, stay here for the time being. Let your superiors come and pick you up. I would like to ask them, is this how the Ministry of Justice's arrest office does things? Relying on the power of the underworld to bully the weak and good people, aiding the tiger? Committing all sorts of crimes. Tang Yuan gloomily looked at the constables. Their words were actually watertight and filled with awe-inspiring righteousness. However, those words should not have come out from Tang Yuan's mouth. It should have been someone else saying those words to Tang Yuan. It was no wonder that when Wuxia heard those words, he could not help but laugh out loud. Fatty Tang actually dared to call himself a weak and good citizen? The four constables' faces turned pale and they looked at each other. They were on the verge of collapsing. If Fatty were to shout out one more time, they would probably be scared to death. Tang Yuan's father-in-law, Sun Qinghe, was the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice and was in charge of this area. The superior of these constables was Sun Qinghe's direct subordinate. If he were to come and see these four men helping Northern City Clan to deal with their superior's son-in-law, wouldn't he be infuriated? If that happened, these four fellows would truly be finished. These four fellows were truly unlucky. Naturally, they had heard of the name of the eldest young master Tang. However, their qualifications were too low. They had only heard of the name of the eldest young master Tang and had never seen him in person. Today they had bumped into an iron plate. So, it is the eldest young master Tang. This little one has been disrespectful. Jianghu quickly changed his expression. With a face full of smiles, he cupped his hands and bowed deeply. My son had eyes but failed to see and had offended young master Tang. I have to trouble eldest young master Tang to discipline him on behalf of this little one. This little one thanks you very much. I hope that young master will be magnanimous and give us a lighter sentence. Tang Yuan raised his nose to the sky and gave a snort, ignoring him. He then turned to the four guards and said, for this kid to act so atrociously against me for no reason, there must be an inside story. I now suspect that this Northern City Clan is related to the robbery of my Tang family. Bring this kid back and interrogate him properly. The four guards replied in unison, but their faces showed signs of distress. They thought to themselves, the cause of this matter is you. Not only did you snot all over that fellow's face, you also beat him half to death. That fellow's father had already lowered his voice to you. Now you still want to falsely accuse him of stealing? That is simply too much. Tang Yuan's words were just words of indignation. He was merely venting his anger. He was just randomly trying to accuse Qin Xiaobao. Qin Xiaobao had provoked him in such a manner. Not to mention, it happened at the worst moment in Tang Yuan's life. How could he just let it go? However, Tang Yuan could never have imagined that his words of falsely accusing Qin Xiaobao would turn out to be like a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse. As luck would have it, a stick would hit the main character. Recommended book, I Am a Demon Immortal. If you are interested in reading Xianxia novels, you can check it out. Chapter 49. Hearing Tang Yuan's words, Jianghu felt as though his soul had left his body and cold sweat broke out all over his body. Oh my God. This is truly a case of walking in the middle of the night and encountering a ghost. Anyone would understand that this kid was just falsely accusing them. Yet what he said was the truth. Son of a bitch, this is the worst. If his son were to be brought back and say something that he should not say, the Tang family has quite a number of smart people. Wuxia smiled evilly as he observed the situation from the side. Seeing Jianghu's face suddenly turn pale and his eyes evasive, Wuxia could not help but feel puzzled. At best, Fatty Tang's words were just a way to get more face and benefits. Was there a need for Jianghu to be so panicked? No matter what, he was still a clan leader. Although Northern City Clan was the weakest amongst the 6 great clans, as the clan leader, Jianghu should not be such a good-for-nothing, right? Truth be told, for Jianghu, if he could use this matter to make friends with the Tang family, it would be a great blessing. However, looking at his conduct, he seemed to have a guilty conscience. Why? Stop. Guilty conscience. When he thought of this, Wuxia's gaze when he looked at Jianghu immediately became profound, and he immediately started calculating in his heart. My son was rude, Da Xiao is right to teach him a lesson. I wonder if you can allow me to bring my son back to recuperate from his injuries before sending him to your mansion for Da Xiao to teach him a lesson? Naturally, since my son has frightened eldest young master and your esteemed friend, this Qin will definitely compensate you. I will definitely satisfy eldest young master. Qin, who was after all a clan leader. Although he had become a frightened bird after the incident last time, his many years of experience had not been easy for him. Thus he was able to quickly recover. With a smile on his face, he proposed a compromise. Tang Yuan gave a harumph and said, I would like to see how your Northern City Clan will compensate him. By saying that, he had already indicated that he would not pursue the matter any further. Fatty Tang was also a bachelor. Now that he had gained face, it would depend on the benefits. Jianghu was also a veteran, so he could naturally tell. He was overjoyed and thanked Dashao, saying, "Thank you very much for showing mercy and magnanimity, Dashao. In the future, Qin will definitely pay a visit to thank Dashao for his great kindness." Tang Yuan nodded and looked at Jun Xia. "I'm fine, but your son just scolded Jun Sunshao. As long as third young master doesn't blame him, you can leave." Jun Sunshao? Qin, who suddenly thought of Jun Xia's name. Tang Yuan had displayed such an attitude towards the third young master Jun. Apart from the infamous Jun Xia, there didn't seem to be a second one in the entire capital. Not only did his son offend Tang Dashao, but he also scolded Jun Sunshao, who was even more difficult to deal with. At that moment, Qin, who suddenly felt the urge to strangle his son to death. If this kid was not his only bloodline, Jun Xia looked at Qin, who, a flash of light flashed through his eyes before disappearing. He had already made up his mind. Qin Hu and his son Qin Xiaobao, one was arrogant and domineering while the other was arrogant and protective. Jun Xia could imagine just how much sin this father and son duo had committed. Let's not talk about anything else. Today, if not for him and Tang Yuan, an ordinary person would not have survived. Qin Hu, Qin Xiaobao, scum like them must be killed. Northern City clan must be eliminated. Jun Xia's killing intent was stirred. However, he still had some misgivings. The main reason was that he could sense that there was someone spying on him within this restaurant, observing his every move. Lazily leaning against the back of the chair, he habitually crossed his legs and pointed his finger at Qin Hu's forehead. "Qin Hu, originally this young master wanted to teach you a lesson for those words you said earlier. However, seeing that your attitude is still respectful, I will let this matter go. I heard that your Northern City clan has opened up quite a number of casinos in the northern part of the city? I heard that Northern City clan is rolling in mountains of gold and silver every day? Hee, you have truly struck it rich." Glaring at him, he sneered twice and said, "Qin Hu, this young master will be waiting to see your attitude. Haha, if you do not satisfy me, this young master will guarantee that not a single person from your Northern City clan will live to see the sun rise the day after tomorrow." After saying that, he suddenly straightened his body and bent down. Moving closer to Qin Hu's ear, he let out a strange laugh. "However, if you satisfy me, there will be benefits for you, haha. Why don't you just say the more the better? What's the point of beating around the bush like that?" Qin Hu cursed in his heart, but there was nothing he could do about the situation. As the leader of a gang, he was pointed at his nose and scolded by a teenage child in front of him, with spittle sprayed all over his face. It was truly humiliating. However, Qin Hu dared not show any signs of dissatisfaction. That was because this person said that he wanted to destroy Northern City clan. It did not seem to be a difficult task. With a smile on his face, Qin Hu swore that he would satisfy Jun Sunshao. After saying all sorts of good things, Jun Xia finally waved his hand and he picked up his son and left. What a disappointment. Tang Yuan spat at Qin Hu's back. "Third young master, tomorrow night at the Luoyu Lake's Golden Scholar Banquet, are you coming? I heard that there will be a lot of new stuff." According to tradition, the Tianxiang Kingdom would hold a Golden Scholar Banquet on the evening of the Autumn Festival in the center of the Moon Lake in Tianxiang City. The emperor would appoint several ministers to invite the top 10 scholars of the Wenxing Heavenly Literature Institute. In fact, these 10 scholars were about to graduate and enter the imperial court. The emperor would take this opportunity to evaluate these scholars, and then arrange corresponding positions for them. Therefore, this Golden Scholar Banquet was equivalent to a platform for scholars to leap into the Dragon's Gate. There were only 10 places for the thousands of scholars. Naturally, there were too many monks and not enough gruel for the thousands of scholars. This naturally caused the competition between the scholars of the Wenxing Institute to become even more intense. At the same time, such an occasion would naturally attract the attention of many people. Each of the great families would also send their representatives to see if they could pull these scholars to their side. Moreover, most of these scholars were single men. Moreover, they were all golden bachelors with boundless prospects. Therefore, some of the noble ladies would also want to choose their ideal husbands from among them. Naturally, many women would also come to take a look. With so many noble young ladies gathered in one place, a debauchee like Tang Yuan and Jun Moxie would naturally not let go of this opportunity to hunt for beauties. In order to compete with the scholars for the attention of the beauties, they would also compete with each other. However, each time the debauchee would lose miserably. Nevertheless, they would never get tired of it every year. At this moment, Tang Yuan had asked this question. His fat was trembling with excitement. It was obvious that he was determined to go. Of course, it was hard to say whether or not he was determined to win. In any case, it wasn't very optimistic. Golden Scholar Banquet? Tang Dashao, look at the two of us. Do we look like scholars? Jun Moxie rolled his eyes. Vegetable seeds, more like it. Jun Dashao had a few words in his heart that he was too embarrassed to say. This young master has delicate features. Naturally, I look like a scholar. But your elder brother, it's not appropriate to say that you look like a vegetable seed. It's more like a fat seed. Nonsense. What scholar? Isn't it just a group of greedy sour fellows? Just like that Zhao Qing song from last year. He made me lose face at the Golden Scholar Banquet. He made me lose face in front of Miss Li. He acted as if he was a nobody. This young master immediately ordered for him to be brought into the Tang family. Then I promised him a high position and a generous salary. Didn't that guy still eagerly come over? Do you know what official position he's holding now? Tang Yuan was immensely proud of himself. Chapter 50. What official? Jun Xie was very interested in this interesting matter. After searching through his memories, he found out that Zhao Qingsong's family background was ordinary. Although he was indeed very talented, he was extremely snobbish. He was simply a piece of trash who looked aloof on the surface but was actually servile and servile. The last time he had gone against Tang Yuan, he had also hoped to obtain the favor of a young lady from Grand Preceptor Li's clan. However, in the end, none of the young ladies from the great clans had taken a fancy to him. Instead, it was Tang Yuan who had magnanimously accepted this person as his subordinate. This was not something that Tang Yuan would do. I arranged for him to work in the Ministry of Revenue. Then I asked my uncle to find fault with him and transfer him away. Then I transferred him away a few more times. His only job now is to scrub my back when I bathe. He also washes my underwear and socks every day. He also washes the clothes of my concubines. He doesn't have any other job. Tang Yuan smiled ferociously. If he was stubborn and virtuous to the end, I wouldn't be able to do anything to him. I would be embarrassed to continue tormenting him. But this fellow is a spineless coward, yet he still wants to pretend to be virtuous and virtuous. What do you mean by a distinguished scholar? Bah! Didn't he want to pull the skirt of Grand Preceptor Li's family? Then I will make him wash the skirt every day. Tang Yuan's uncle was the Minister of Revenue. Naturally, it was easy for him to trip up a newcomer. Pfft. Jun Xie sprayed a mouthful of tea on Tang Yuan's face and coughed. Your uncle really listens to you? Tang Dashao, aren't you insulting him too much? No matter what, that person is a gifted scholar. He is also a graduate of the Wenxing Institute. He has some ability. Isn't this a little too disgraceful? Disgraceful? Third young master, I don't dare to agree with you. What kind of plaything are those people? They're just a bunch of bookworms. Even if they learned from books the ability to rule the world and bring peace to the country, so what? They are only armchair strategists. They don't know how to use it. They can only keep it in their stomachs. Being knowledgeable did not equate to being capable, nor did it equate to having a good character. What kind of talent was a mere mouth? Moreover, it didn't represent anything at all. The Wenxing Heavenly Institute had such a great reputation. But how many high-ranking and influential figures of Qinxiang Kingdom had ever come out from the Wenxing Heavenly Book Institute? Oh. Tang Yuan laughed and patted Jun Xie's shoulder. Third young master, neither of us are good people? Stop. What do you mean by, neither of us is a good person? Jun Xie had initially agreed with her and secretly applauded her. He deeply agreed with this point of view. It was just like how the so-called top students who scored full marks in an exam-oriented education were nothing compared to the well-trained elites of society once they abandoned their words. Just like a baby who had just been weaned off his mother's milk. It seemed that no matter which plane it was, this was the same. It's just that I didn't expect Tang Yuan to have such insight. It was really unexpected. Just as he was having a great time listening to Zhang Xian's words, he didn't expect the brat to suddenly change the topic. The difference between heaven and earth, north and south, was simply too shocking. Ah, I'm saying that neither of us are good people. Tang Yuan laughed and said, but third young master, no matter how bad we are in this big capital city, even if we harm people every day, how many people can we harm? Thousands of people are already amazing. But for a spineless person like Zhao Qingsong with a belly full of evil tricks, if he were to really be released as an official, he would harm countless people. Furthermore, after he is done, he can go to other places to cause more trouble. As long as the imperial court doesn't behead him, he can continue to cause trouble. But by the time he is beheaded, who knows how many people he has harmed. Comparing us to him, who is more of a plaything. At this point, Tang Yuan suddenly became somewhat indignant. That's why I want to humiliate these shameless things to death. What gifted scholars? Go fuck yourself. As long as they call themselves gifted scholars in front of me, I will beat them up. Every single one of them will die. As long as they fall into my hands, those hypocrites will never be able to get out of this predicament. Junxia laughed heartily. Not bad, not bad. Fatty Tang, this is the first time I've heard you speak so happily. Well said. Just based on these words, I propose a toast to you. This toast was a sincere toast from Junxia. Fatty's words had deeply touched Junxia's heart. Looking at Junxia's 2 lives, there were at most 2 or 3 people who could receive a toast from Junxia. For Fatty to be able to drink such a toast, it was really a great fortune. To receive a toast from Junxia in this world, Tang Yuan was the first person. After this toast, it meant that Junxia had already recognized Tang Yuan as a person. Although this person was a silk pants, he was a true villain with a true temperament. Junxia had always done things as he pleased. If he found someone pleasing to the eye, even if that person was condemned by 1,000 people, Junxia would still share a toast with him. If he found someone displeasing to the eye, the whole world would call him a saint. Even Junxia would not spare him a glance. At this moment, Fatty Tang was completely unaware of the value of this toast. Naturally, he would not have thought that because of Junxia's toast, he was able to escape several calamities. In several life and death situations he was saved by Junxia. But this was a story for another time. Tang Yuan raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. His small eyes were round. This young master knows himself well. I don't look likable. I like to gamble and fight. I bully people to relieve my boredom. When I see a pretty girl, I will flirt a few times to relieve my boredom. I have the heart and the guts to do so. I am a bad person, but I am bad in the open. As the saying goes, everyone loves beauty. Everyone is willing to take a second look at a pretty girl. Why the fuck wouldn't I let them see my pretty face? If a fucking good girl saw me looking at her like that, she would definitely hide. If I met such a person, I would naturally not go up and look for trouble. After being looked at by me, she would still stand there waiting for me to take liberties with her. How could she be a good person? But as the rumor spread, I actually became a heinous criminal. As for those hypocrites, they would immediately lower their heads when they see a pretty girl. They would put on a dignified and refined demeanor. But when the girl turned around, they would immediately stare at the girl's butt and drool. They would secretly use their nefarious methods. Bah! This is a gifted scholar. A gifted scholar on a bird. This kind of gifted scholar, I can't wait to kill them all one by one. After a round of discussion, Fatty Tang was in a depressed mood. He raised his cup again and again, his mouth gushing unceasingly. His hands also did not stop drinking. Even though the alcohol was light, it was a pity that when the alcohol entered his stomach, the change in quantity led to a change in quality. In the end he was drunk. His eyes became misty and his huge head swayed back and forth. He could no longer support himself and fell into the fish soup bowl in front of him with a bang. He was scalded to the point that he cried out, but he also sobered up because of the scalding. Junxia looked at Tang Yuan, whose face was covered in fish soup, and cut a sorry figure. Suddenly he had a thought. Since I want to get rid of this pair of heartless father and son, why don't I just let the Tang family handle this matter? With old Master Tang's gloominess from losing his precious treasure, he would rather kill 1,000 wrongly than let one wrongly go. And moreover, my current strength is not good enough. The people that I trained are temporarily not of use. If I let my grandfather take action, it would cause too much of a commotion. That's right. I'll do it this way. As long as I do this, I'll succeed. Killing a bunch of trash is not a big deal. The reason why I did not let the Jun family take action was because Junxia had another concern. The Xiandan had already become a big maelstrom. Although Jianghu's expression could not be certain that it was because of the Xiandan's panic, but if it was related to the Xiandan, then the Jun family's action of exterminating the Northern City clan would be the same as revealing that they were hiding something. They would become the target of public criticism. On the other hand, the Tang family was the exact opposite. They did not have any such concerns. Fatty Tang, since you have eaten and drunk your fill, let us find a quiet place to talk to your brother. I think the Red Joy House is a very quiet place. What do you think? Junxia was obviously a lecherous devil, but he still wanted to put on a sanctimonious act. Red Joy House? It really is a quiet and good place, wahahaha. Tang Yuan's eyes lit up and his drunkenness disappeared by half. His face was filled with an unbearable itch. Ha ha ha, third young master, you really are my bosom friend. Let's go, let's hurry up. It just so happens that I have been in a bad mood for the past few days. I need to find a quiet place. After saying that, he stood up impatiently, causing his fat belly to drop down onto his thighs. Junxia looked at Tang Yuan with a straight face, his heart feeling somewhat puzzled. It was hard to imagine what would happen to this fellow once he arrived at the Red Joy house. Could it be that he would have to lift his belly up with both hands? Otherwise it would be quite difficult to handle. What a pain in the ass. Chapter 51. The two of them swaggered down the stairs. It was not that Junxia did not want to explain himself. Rather, Junxia's senses had been telling him that someone was spying on him in the restaurant. That aura made Junxia feel very uncomfortable. That was why he suggested going to Red Joy House, the quiet place. After Junxia and Tang Yuan had gone down the stairs, a voice came out from the private room of the restaurant. "Brotherly, they have left. What do you think?" A gentle voice replied in a calm tone. Tang Yuan is someone with some experience. However, that is all there is to it. He is too much of a debauchee. Even if this kind of person has bad intentions, he will only jump out in the open to go against us. So, we do not need to consider him. However, that Jun Moxie, his recent behavior seems to be different from what the rumors say. There was a thick sense of doubt in his voice. Oh, brotherly means to say, there is something wrong with that Jun-san kid? The first person asked in a puzzled tone. But this fellow is still as frivolous and greedy as ever. Didn't you see him extorting Jianghu just now? This fellow's appetite is too big. He actually wants Jianghu to hand over the gambling house of Northern City Clan to him. Ha, what a fool's dream. Is he not afraid of choking to death? There are some things that you do not know. These few days Jun Moxie has been acting strangely. That is not all. There is indeed something strange about this matter. Let Li Yin pay attention to this. Let him tell Jianghu to go to Jun Moxie's place tomorrow afternoon. Do not forget a single word that Jun Moxie said. After that, immediately sort out the information and give it to me. Do not miss out on anything. I need to think about it carefully. The second person was deep in thought as he tapped his fingers on the table. Thinking back to Junxia's behavior earlier, he finally shook his head. From his words to his actions, he had the face of a typical debauchee. Why did I feel that something was wrong? Am I being too sensitive? No, it is better to be safe than sorry. For the next few days, try to find a way to meet up with Jun Moxie. That brotherly slowly said, "There's news that this kid has been training at home as if he doesn't care about his life, and he's very good at talking. I keep feeling that something's not right. I want to see if it's true." Meet Jun Moxie? That person immediately spoke in a reluctant tone, as if asking him to see Jun Moxie was a very embarrassing thing, and he was ashamed to sit in the same room as that foppish young master. You're still so arrogant and conceited. This arrogance will kill you. That brotherly raised his head. He had delicate features. It was Li Yuran. He said this indifferently, but the person on the other side suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. "Yes, I'll arrange it when we get back. Yes, I'll be watching from the sidelines. Let's see what Jun Moxie is up to," Li Yuran said faintly. "By the way, Brother Li, I've received news that second brother might make a move in the next few days. He can't wait any longer. But I don't know if his target is third brother or Raimu. They're very cautious and there's no more news." "Oh." Li Yuran's gentle voice snorted. He slowly lowered his voice and said, "Second brother is really stupid. At this time, whoever makes a move first will be unlucky. We can just wait and see for now. Don't worry about it. It's better to wait and see." "But that girl Raimu is your favorite." The person who spoke first seemed to be afraid to continue. "It's okay. She's just a woman. If we can borrow that girl Raimu to let big brother, second brother, and third brother fight until blood flows like a river, that's what I'm looking for." Li Yuran's gentle voice was calm and natural, but it revealed indifference and indifference. He slowly said, "As for women, they're not worth mentioning." The private room became quiet. On the way in the carriage, Junxia sat far away from Tang Yuan. He was trying his best to restrain himself, enduring the greasy smell of Fatty Tang's body. Even with the endurance of the king of assassins, he couldn't resist it anymore. Junxia opened the curtains of the carriage and took a breath. He said, "Fatty Tang, from what you said, you're suffering at home, aren't you?" Tang Yuan, who was originally in high spirits, suddenly became depressed. He waved his hand and said weakly, "Third young master, let's not talk about this if we're brothers. Every time I mention this, I want to hang myself. Tell me, why am I so unlucky? Others don't encounter this kind of thing, but I keep coming. Third young master, I'm really, fuck. Then do you want to get rid of this situation?" Junxia laughed evilly and tempted him. "Of course, why wouldn't I want to? Whoever doesn't want to is a bastard. However, this matter is not something that can be easily solved. Tang Yuan scratched his head, his face revealing an old-fashioned look. What do you mean by easy, or difficult? I'm just asking if you want to get rid of this sea of suffering. Junxia narrowed his eyes, looking like he was trying to lure a fish into the bait. He stared at Fatty Tang with interest. I really want to. Tang Yuan became excited. Third young master, could it be that you have a way? A way? Although I don't have many, I do have 2 or 3 ingenious plans. However, any one of my ingenious plans can help you get rid of this predicament. Do you want to know? Junxia laughed and crossed his legs. I want to. Third young master, my blood brother. Brother Jun, Uncle Jun, ancestor. Hurry up and tell me I have had enough. Tang Yuan suddenly grasped onto a life-saving straw and became excited. He gasped for breath and tears nearly filled his eyes. Did you see the arrogance of the Northern City clan today? You must be pissed off by them today, right? Junxia casually hinted. But I am unhappy. Damn it, this father and son pair is a pair of trash, so annoying. If not for the fact that there are so many bad things happening at home, I would really want to kill him. Tomorrow, when he comes to give me money, I will not even meet him. Tang Yuan shook his head. Third young master, hurry up and tell me the plan. Why are you bringing up these 2 pieces of trash? Isn't this the plan? Tang Yuan, not many people know about the burglary in your house, right? Junxia smiled. There must be quite a number of people who know about this. The burglary is not a big deal. However, no one knows exactly what was lost. If news of a level 9 Shen Dan being burgled in one's own house were to spread out, wouldn't our Tang family become the laughingstock? To the outside world, we are just chasing after escaped slaves and searching for enemies, Tang Yuan mumbled. He was getting more and more confused as to what medicine Junxia was trying to pull. But, according to my speculation, Jianghu knows about this. Junxia swayed his crossed legs. Just now, did you notice? When you said that the Tang family was burgled, Jianghu's expression was one of panic. It would appear that he was sweating profusely. Truth be told, Jianghu's expression had only changed slightly. There was no reaction on his face. As for the sweating, that was all but non-existent. However, Fatty Tang was not a meticulous person. He could not hear it, let alone remember it. You mean to say, Jianghu is related to this matter? Tang Yuan suddenly sat up straight. His small eyes were perfectly round as he stared at Jun Wuxia. The matter that the young Master Jun was talking about was of great importance. Therefore he couldn't help but feel suspicious. In fact, the young Master Tang would have believed Jun Wuxia if he had said that there was such a thing. Fatty, how could you take things so hard? Regardless of whether he is related to this matter or not, as long as you feel that he is related to this matter, it will be fine. You just need to go back and tell your grandfather that Jianghu's Northern City clan might be related to this matter. That way, regardless of the result of the investigation whether Northern City clan is related to this matter or not, the pressure on you will be greatly reduced, no? Junxia gave an evil smile. Besides, we are not wrongly accusing him. The panic on Jianghu's face back then cannot be faked. If there is nothing to feel guilty about, why would he panic? However, if my grandfather investigates, what if Jianghu is not the one who did it? Wouldn't that be self-defeating? Tang Yuan hesitated. Chapter 52. Even if that's the case, didn't you do your best for this matter? Seeing that you're willing to admit your mistakes and even help with the investigation, I believe that the old man won't be so harsh on you anymore, right? Besides, as long as you insist on it, Jianghu may be a major suspect. With the old man's current urgency, he will definitely make a move to get to the bottom of this matter. As long as the old man makes a move, it will be like a thunderbolt. At that time, it won't matter whether Jianghu did it or not. Moreover, the Tang family will also gain the reputation of getting rid of evil for the people. So why not? Continue to tempt. You're right, my grandfather really values that thing. As long as he knows a little bit of information, I'm afraid that he will immediately make a move. Tang Yuan pondered. However, this matter still requires a surefire follow-up plan. Otherwise, my days will still be very difficult. Good. Let's do it this way. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this plan was wonderful. Tang Yuan couldn't wait any longer. Third young master, how about I ask them to send you to Red Joy Brothel to have some peace and quiet? Otherwise, if the old man finds out that I went to a brothel after hearing such news, I will definitely be in a worse state. Indeed, there's no time to lose. You go about your business and your brother is busy. How can I still have the mood to go to a brothel? I'll just have some fun. Junxia smiled. Fatty Tang, congratulations, you're about to regain your freedom. Tang Yuan grinned like a Maitreya Buddha. Same to you, brother. It's all thanks to your guidance. After declining Tang Yuan's good intentions of escorting him back to his mansion, Junxia immediately got off the carriage and the two went their separate ways. Watching Fatty Tang's carriage roll away, Junxia's mouth curled into a smile. If the Tang family really makes a move, what should I do next? The Xiandan is in my hands but I don't know how to use it. How can I solve this problem? Should I consider spreading the news of this matter to attract a few top-notch experts to the Tianxiang city? The world was so big and there were so many talented people. There would definitely be someone who knew about it, right? However, it was better to hide this matter from Grandpa and Third Uncle. If they knew, with Grandpa's integrity and Third Uncle's integrity, what if they proposed to send them back to the Tang family? Or, if he spilled the beans or something, he would be in big trouble. It was better to give the Xiandan to the Third Uncle or Grandpa without anyone knowing, and then explain it to them. Well, what was done could not be undone. In that case, everyone would be able to make a fortune silently, right? With Junxia's current miraculous art of unlocking heaven's fortune, as well as a cultivation method that was completely different from this world's profound qi, Junxia did not believe that this Xiandan, which every profound practitioner in the world yearned for even in their dreams, would be of any use to him. And this was indeed the case. However, although the Xiandan in this world was useless to Junxia's cultivation of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, there was still something that could assist him in his cultivation. It was just that this rookie did not know. There was also the Golden Scholar Feast tomorrow. Should he go or not? After pondering for an unknown period of time, he finally made up his mind. Regaining his composure, he touched the flying dagger in his bosom and sighed. Ever since the last time, Junxia knew that the flying dagger he had made with his primitive method was not very effective against the high-level Shen practitioners of this world. The former had only killed a silver Shen expert, but the flying dagger had actually been damaged. What if it was a gold Shen or Yu Shen level expert? Thinking of this, Junxia inexplicably broke out in a cold sweat. The only thing that could be imagined was that this kind of iron flying dagger would not be very effective against those super experts. At the very least, it would not be able to achieve the desired effect of a single fatal blow. Therefore, before Junxia's strength had truly become formidable, it was better for him to first forge a few self-defense weapons for himself. At the very least, with his current strength, the hidden weapon would be able to break through Yu Shen's Shenqi protection. This was already the lowest standard in Junxia's mind. But to reach this standard, ordinary iron would definitely not be enough. Junxia kept his head lowered as he walked towards the Divine Arms List. In the entire Tianxiang city, the Divine Arms List was probably the only place where he could find the best materials to forge flying daggers. In Junxia's mind, the most ideal material was black iron, or even cold iron. If there was none, then he would have to use steel essence. After parting ways with Junxia, Tang Yuan and Tang Dashao excitedly returned home and impatiently requested to see Old Master Tang. For the past few days, Old Master Tang had been extremely vexed. His precious Shen core had been stolen, and there had been no news of it at all. This made the already fiery old man even angrier, and he was thinking about Tang Yuan. If it weren't for that scoundrel's hedonistic prodigal son going out to gamble and fool around, how could so many things have happened? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He was about to summon Tang Yuan to give him a beating. Just as he was about to call for someone, a servant suddenly came in to report that Master Dashao was requesting an audience. He was momentarily stunned. Not to mention at this critical juncture, it was rare to see this fellow on a normal day. Right now he probably can't wait to avoid me, but he actually has the guts to come to me. Could it be that I've scolded him so much that he's gone mad? He said, "Tell him to come in immediately." After thinking for a while, he said, "Bring the iron abacus here." As soon as Tang Yuan entered the room, he saw the huge iron abacus lying horizontally in front of him. Immediately his face turned bitter. What filthy matter is it now? Old Master Tang was furious. He asked, at the same time pointing his chin at the iron abacus, indicating for Tang Yuan to kneel on it before replying. He understood his grandson's character very well. If it wasn't something that he couldn't solve, he would never dare to disturb him. Tang Yuan's face turned bitter, and he knelt on the ground in grievance. His belly hit the ground with a loud and clear sound. What's the matter? Old Master Tang looked at his grandson's belly, which was hanging on the ground, and became even angrier. Can't you lose some weight? Do you really think that you're a pig? Tang Yuan had come back in high spirits to hand in his contribution, but he didn't expect to be treated like this. He immediately drooped his head, looked at his belly and mumbled, "I don't want to be so fat." After being scolded by you guys for the past few days, I can't even eat. I only drink water, but I still put on weight. Hurry up and tell me about your matter. Old Master Tang was both angry and happy. Don't talk about such useless things. Did you get into trouble again? Grandfather, Tang Yuan was excited. Thinking about how he was going to follow Jun Moxie's instructions and escape from this painful life, he couldn't help but stand up. Ignoring Old Master Tang's angry expression, he said, Grandfather, I think I found a clue to the Xian Dan that our family lost. Oh. Old Master Tang was just about to get angry and have this kid kneel down again when he heard those words. His eyes lit up and he no longer cared. Hurry up and tell me, what is the clue? Ever since the Xian Dan was stolen, your grandson has been worried day and night, blaming myself endlessly. These past few days I have racked my brains, poured my heart and soul into it, pondered over it and worked hard. Tang Yuan's expression was one of sincerity, as though he had turned over a new leaf. Stop. Old Master Tang felt a headache coming on. Do you want to kneel on that thing before you are willing to talk seriously? Hurry up. He pointed at the iron abacus. Old Master Tang was immediately shocked. Today I went out to search for clues, only to encounter the Northern City Clan's clan leader, Qin Hu, his son, Qin Xiaobao, who was using his power to bully the innocent people. Your grandson could not help but feel indignant at the injustice. According to your teachings, your grandson's chivalrous heart cannot bear to see such filthy things. Thus, with my heart soaring to the clouds, my feet dancing with the east wind, I acted righteously, helping the weak. Seeing injustice on the road, I pulled out my sword to help, chivalrous and righteous for the country and the people. And not long after that Qin Hu actually dared to bring his men over to find trouble. He truly did not know the difference between life and death. When he discovered that it was me, he actually panicked to the extreme. Fatty Tang's ability to blow his own trumpet is truly extraordinary. The words that come out of his mouth come out one after another. Nonsense. Who does that Qin Hu think he is? After provoking our Tang family, how could he not panic? That is the clue you were talking about? Old Master Tang snorted. What kind of bullshit clue is that? To think that I would actually put so much hope in the words of this bastard grandson, I am really... Listening to this series of boasting, Old Master Tang felt a headache coming on and his face filled with black lines. Grandfather, if Qin Hu had been nervous right from the start, it would naturally be reasonable. However, in the beginning he did not show any signs of panic. However, when I mentioned the matter of our family being robbed, Qin Hu's face changed greatly, as though he had encountered a ghost. Tang Yuan had the appearance of a wise man as he carefully analyzed the situation. The outside world only knows that our Tang family has had their gold, silver and jewels stolen. Due to the issue of face, they chased after the thieves. However, this matter has nothing to do with Qin Hu. Why would he be so shocked? Your grandson feels that there is something fishy about this. Who knows, it might have been done by this bastard. Chapter 53. And? Old Master Tang narrowed his eyes, a glint flashed within them. Continue. That's all, Tang Yuan panicked. That's all? Bastard. You are missing the crucial point? Do you want to die? Old Master Tang flew into a rage and kicked Tang Yuan's buttocks. With such a small matter, how could you be so sure that Qin Hu's Northern City clan is related to the theft? What exactly happened? Tell me everything that happened in detail once more. If there is even the slightest bit of ambiguity, I will flay your fat skin. Tang Yuan felt helpless. Seeing that he could not deceive Old Master Tang, he began to narrate the entire story. Old Master Tang narrowed his eyes as he listened. When he heard Jun Moxie say that Northern City clan was a major suspect, he interrupted and asked. Could that bastard Jun Moxie have a grudge against Northern City clan? No. If he really had a grudge against Northern City clan, given his temperament, Northern City clan would have been destroyed by him several times over. How could they have survived until now? Tang Yuan hastily denied. If that is the case, then Jun Moxie is probably not deliberately trying to frame me. Considering the Jun family's strength, there is no need for them to push the blame onto my side. However, I do not really trust that kid Jun Moxie. Clearly, that kid would not be able to come up with such a brilliant scheme to harm others. Old Master Tang stroked his beard and pondered. But, Grandpa, the Shen core is extremely important to our Tang family. At this critical moment, we would rather believe that we have it than not. Tang Yuan saw that his plan was about to fail, and hastily and firmly said, That is right. It is better to believe it than not. Besides, it is just an underground gang. Making a move against them is not a big deal. Just treat it as doing the people a favor. Old Master Tang abruptly stood up. Just based on this point alone, it would be too far-fetched to say that the Northern City clan is involved in this matter. However, in recent times, the major gangs within the capital have been stirring up quite a bit of trouble. Especially this Northern City clan, I have heard that they have committed quite a bit of evil deeds. As for the matter of the Shen Corps, I have really missed out on these gangs. Let's first interrogate the Northern City clan, that would be a good way to go. Old Master Tang thought about it, but in reality he did not have much hope. However, there was really no other way. Even if there was such a glimmer of hope, he had to check it out. Pass down my orders. All the upper 9th level Shen cultivators in the manor are to gather immediately. Tonight we will catch them off guard. Remember, before the matter is concluded, no one is to kill anyone. We can talk after the interrogation. Yes. Tang Yuan was overjoyed. Jun Sunshao's method is indeed effective. Grandpa's opinion of me has changed. The reason why Jun Xia planned this matter was because he could not stand the sight of the Northern City clan. Since the evil prince could not stand it, he would naturally not let them off easy. However, he had to do it himself. Thus he pushed the blame onto the Tang family. Tang Yuan accepted this matter for the sake of living a more comfortable life. He did not want to be like a mouse in his own house. Old Master Tang accepted this matter only because he was holding on to a sliver of hope. However, a sliver of hope was better than none. At the same time, he could also use the name of doing the people a favor. Regardless of the outcome, as long as the crimes committed by the Northern City clan were made public, the reputation of the Tang family would rise to another level. At the very least, there would be many voices of support from the people. Besides, the Northern City clan was the weakest of the 6 great clans. They did not have any support from the upper echelons. Making a move against them would be a great surprise. Of course, if there was any news, it would be a pleasant surprise. However, regardless of whether it was Jun Xia, Tang Yuan or Old Master Tang, none of them knew that this operation was truly a lucky hit. Additionally, it was a surprise attack that caught them off guard. All the consequences would depend on tonight. As for Li Yuren's plan to have Jianghu send gifts to test Jun Xia, it had only just reached Jianghu's ears. However, after this thunderous operation by Old Master Tang, he reckoned that he would once again meet with an inexplicable and unfathomable end. Moreover, it would be a head-on blow without any warning. Moreover, the reason for this was because of 2 debauches. One of them wanted to mess with someone, while the other wanted to get rid of his own awkward situation. These 2 selfish debauches had coincidentally foiled Li Yuren's plan, which had always been flawless. Could this be heaven's will? Jun Xia slowly walked along the road. The shop of the Divine Arms collection was already before him. However, a luxurious horse carriage with embroidered curtains and tassels was parked before the main entrance. The emblem on the horse carriage was that of 2 crossed swords. This was the exclusive emblem of the Dugu family. This was a member of the Dugu family. Jun Xia was slightly surprised. However, he did not mind it and continued to walk in. If it was the debauchee Jun Moxie, he might fear the Dugu family. However, why would Jun Xia care about the Dugu family? Young master, may I ask what kind of weapon you are looking for? Just as he entered the shop, a middle-aged man came forward to greet him. There were many young masters like Jun Xia in the capital city. Young masters like these would usually bring along a magnificent sword. However, those were only for decorative purposes and could not be used in combat. Thus, the practicality of such a weapon would be greatly reduced. I'm not looking for a ready-made weapon. I just want to ask, do you have any winter iron here? The price is not a problem. Jun Xia smiled and said with a look of wealth. The man's eyes lit up. He thought that this person had the air of a debauchee. Could it be that he was an expert? He looked at Jun Xia for a while and said, Young master, so you are an expert. However, our shop does not have any winter iron at the moment. That thing is too rare. I wonder if 100-tempered steel will do? Jun Xia laughed and said, If it is really 100-tempered, it is possible. However, the 100-tempered steel that you speak of, is it really 100-tempered steel? The middle-aged man looked embarrassed and said, Young master is indeed an expert. I naturally do not dare to deceive you. Although most of the 100-tempered steel in our shop is only around 10-tempered steel, the quality of the steel is not bad. In the entire world it is one of the best. Only 10-tempered steel. I understand. Then do you have mysterious iron? Jun Xia sighed. How unlucky. Was this place 10,000 years behind Earth? There was no hope in relying on their forging skills. Let's see if there were any special metals. But when it came to metals, mysterious iron was the best choice. We don't have any. The middle-aged man wiped his sweat. Why was this guy asking about things that could only be found by chance? He suddenly thought of something and said, "However, a piece of meteoric iron just arrived a few days ago. I wonder if young master is interested?" Meteoric iron. Junxia's eyes lit up. "Take me to see it." Originally, when he asked about mysterious iron, he was just hoping for the best. Although there was no such thing, now he unexpectedly received news about meteoric iron. Although mysterious iron was rare, meteoric iron was even more difficult to find. His luck was still very good. Following behind the middle-aged man, Junxia passed through the shop and walked towards the warehouse at the back. Before he reached the warehouse, he heard a clear voice coming from inside. "Okay, I want this meteoric iron." The owner of that voice was one of the few people that Jun Moxie avoided the most in this world, the Dugu family Dugu Xiaoi. Why did he have to run into this girl everywhere? How strange. Anxious, Junxia stepped through the door. Without waiting for anyone to speak, he said first, "Ha! Miss Dugu, we are really fated to meet here." "It's you? Jun Moxie?" Dugu Xiaoi turned her head, her beautiful eyes sparkling, and she puffed out her chest. "Jun Moxie, aren't you too strange? Why do I have to meet a prodigal like you here? You're just like a ghost. How strange." Suddenly, she jumped over and asked fiercely, "Jun Moxie, are you purposely following me? It's time to rush up the rankings again. Brothers and sisters of the evil monarch, please stand up for our evil monarch. Rush up the new books list. Rush up the click list. Rush up the recommendation list. Brothers and sisters, rush up. Recommendation votes, throw them over. Thank you everyone." Chapter 54. "Miss Dugu, don't you think too highly of yourself?" Junxia couldn't help but poke at her and continued to fight back. "If I want to find someone, I'll go to the Rouge Brothel. There are so many beautiful girls there and they're so gentle." This. Dugu Xiaoi's pretty face turned pale with anger, and her slender jade-like hand twisted his arm. Her pretty eyes were wide open and she gritted her teeth. "What did you say? What?" "A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists," Junxia said righteously, and then his face turned bitter. "Big sister, be gentle, your slender jade-like hands don't get tired." "Speak. What evil intentions do you have by following me? Speak quickly or else I can't guarantee that you'll be able to keep your ears." Dugu Xiaoi's hand didn't loosen the slightest and she didn't want to let him off. Junxia knew that this girl was someone who would do what she said, and was never afraid of causing trouble. His eyes turned and he laughed. "Miss Dugu, don't you want to buy some iron? How about, let this little brother pay for you?" "You." Dugu Xiaoi suddenly remembered that this guy had won so many good things last time, but he wasn't willing to share a single one with her. Her heart suddenly felt unbalanced and she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows and angrily said, "You should be the one paying. You still haven't given me the money we won together. Last time, without this misluck, you won so many good things, so use this to make up for it." After saying that, he suddenly chuckled and gestured with his hands, revealing a pair of cute little canine teeth. "I want to use it to make a short knife, something like this, thin, the kind that can be hidden in the sleeves." Not bad, right? Junxia's heart broke out in cold sweat. This girl is too good at bullsh**. All she did was ask you to be her witness. Not only did she win 20,000 taels of silver, she even snatched away 100,000 taels worth of banknotes from him. Now she had unexpectedly become his partner. And all because of her luck. She only needed to forge a small blade, yet she wanted to occupy such a large piece of meteoric iron. What is called recklessly wasting God's gift? This girl is the perfect example. The piece of meteoric iron was approximately the size of 2 basketballs. Its entire body exuded a peculiar color, similar to the special color of aluminium alloys from Junxia's past life. However, it appeared to be purer, and there were also irregular marks on its surface. With one look, Junxia was sure that the quality of this iron was definitely better than black iron. At this moment, Junxia had already made up his mind. Regardless of whether it was swindling, kidnapping, or rape, he had to get his hands on this iron. Such a good thing, only in the hands of this young master can it be put to full use. "Boss, this piece of iron, how many taels of silver is it?" Junxia carelessly kicked the basketball-sized iron in the middle of the room with the tip of his foot, and asked with a crooked mouth and slanted eyes. This made the middle-aged man who brought him in dumbfounded. This young master looked like an expert just now, and his speech and behavior were considered calm and proper. Why did he suddenly change into such a disgusting and unlucky appearance when he saw this beautiful lady? What was he playing at? Could it be that he was blinded by lust? What a femme fatale. Beauty really does harm to people. Haha, young master, this piece is from outer space. The boss was an old man and his body was slightly hunched. Without waiting for him to say anything, Junxia interrupted him impatiently. Don't spout nonsense, just tell me how much it is. This young master has plenty of money. Anything that I like, even if it's scrap iron, is still a treasure. Just name your price for this piece of iron. Yes, yes. The boss was able to open a shop in the capital, so naturally he was quite knowledgeable. He knew that this young master in front of him was very likely to be one of the few extremely famous super-rich playboys in the capital, so how could he dare to slight such a devil incarnate? He hurriedly said, "This iron has an extraordinary origin, and my humble shop values it at 80,000 taels of silver. Moreover, if young master and young mistress want to use my humble shop to make a specific object, the cost will be increased by another 5,000 taels of silver." Oh? 80,000 taels? So cheap? I'll buy it. Junxia acted as if he didn't care about money in his pocket, and kicked another piece with the tip of his foot. What about this piece of junk? He looked arrogant and despotic, but the item he pointed at was really not an ordinary item. It was a large piece of refined steel, much bigger than the meteoric iron, and its entire body faintly emitted a dark red luster. This is also a piece of refined steel, although it can't be compared to the meteoric iron, but it still costs 2,000 taels of silver. The old man answered quickly. It could be seen that this powerful young master in front of him did not have the slightest bit of patience. 2,000 taels of silver was enough for a family of 3 to live a carefree life. This price could not be said to be cheap. As for the 80,000 taels from before, it was an astronomical figure to ordinary people, but to super-rich playboys, it was only a drop in the bucket. It's not expensive at all, it's quite cheap. Junxia waved his hand. I'll buy it all. He took out a stack of banknotes. These were naturally his spoils of war that day. He held it in his hand, spat out a mouthful of saliva, put his finger on his lips, and counted out 90,000 taels of banknotes. He swung it in his hand and said arrogantly, "Here's 90,000 taels, keep the change." Dugu Xiaoyi watched from the side, and her expression slowly changed from one of amusement to one of disappointment, and then gradually became cold, and finally, a look of disgust appeared on her face. She suddenly had an indescribable feeling in her heart. That day I thought that he had changed, but now it seems that he is still that rich playboy. So, one handed over the money, and the other handed over the goods. Junxia decisively completed the transaction of the 2 large pieces of iron. Now these 2 valuable pieces of iron were Junxia's. Dugu Xiaoyi's face was cold, and she said coldly, "Jun Sunxiao, you've paid the money, shouldn't you give me the iron now?" She really regretted it. If she had known that he would still be like this, why did she ask him to pay? He would not have made her unhappy. If she wanted to find someone to pay the bill, from the princes to the sons of the officials, the line would be a few miles long. When would it be Jun Moxie's turn? What a disgrace. But the meteoric iron is hard to come by, so I'll just waste a few more words with him. Good. That's how it should be. Junxia laughed. "Miss Dugu, look at these 2 pieces of iron. You want the big one and I want the small one. What do you think? To be able to pay for Miss Dugu, it's my honor, ha." "What did you say?" Dugu Xiaoyi was just about to take the meteoric iron and leave when she suddenly felt something was wrong. She couldn't help but widen her pretty eyes, and she couldn't believe her ears. "I want the big one? You want the small one?" Is he stupid? The small one is the meteoric iron. The big one is the refined steel. Although the quality is good, it's far worse than the meteoric iron. What do I want that ordinary refined steel for? Yes. Junxia said matter-of-factly, "You see, I'll buy these 2 pieces of scrap iron. I don't need much, just the small one is enough. But the big one is too wasteful for me. As the saying goes, the rouge should be given to the beauty, and the big iron should be given to the beauty. Hee, of course it's for you, Miss Dugu." "Of course, if Miss Dugu thinks it's not enough, then I'll buy another one. It's a few thousand taels, very cheap. I brought a lot of money with me today, why don't I buy a few dozen pieces and hire a carriage to send it to your residence?" Dugu Xiaoyi was so angry that her whole body started to tremble. She finally understood that Jun Mosie's original target was that piece of meteoric iron. However, he was afraid that she would strike first. So he had offered to pay the bill for her. Now that the money had been settled, he wanted to give her that ordinary piece of refined steel? Chapter 55. Dugu Xiaoyi finally understood that Jun Moxie's target was that piece of meteoric iron. He was afraid that she would strike first, so he offered to pay for her. Now that the transaction was over, he actually wanted to give her that ordinary piece of refined steel? Scrap iron. Find me a few pieces of this scrap iron. Damn you, Jun Moxie. He actually used the excuse of paying for me to try and take that piece of meteoric iron for himself. But I was muddle-headed and didn't make myself clear. Jun Moxie. Dugu Xiaoyi screamed, her pretty eyes opened wide. Do you want to die? I'm innocent. Jun Moxie's face was innocent and rascally. He shrugged and spread out his hands. Miss Dugu, what are you talking about? There are only 2 pieces and I've already given you the big one. What else do you want? I've already paid for what you wanted to buy and you're saying that I want to die. I'm innocent. Good. Jun Moxie, you've got guts. Don't ever fall into my hands. I'm not done with you. Dugu Xiaoyi's chest was heaving up and down violently. She was so angry that she almost cried. She bit her plump lips and trembled all over. Tears were rolling in her eyes and finally they fell like a waterfall. Jun Moxie was a little embarrassed. After all, Dugu Xiaoyi had taken a fancy to it first. He used the excuse of paying for her to act like a rascal and take it for himself. He really felt bad for using such an underhanded method to take advantage of a little girl. He frowned and comforted her. Why are you crying? At most, when I'm making something, I'll make a special knife for you and send it to your house. Is that okay? You call this comforting? Who wants your knife? Dugu Xiaoyi did not know that Junxia's words were equivalent to a promise, and thought that Junxia was deliberately mocking her. She was so angry that she stamped her feet and finally started sobbing. She felt wronged and said, This iron is mine. Speaking of which, Dugu Xiaoyi wasn't crying because of that piece of meteoric iron. After all, meteoric iron was precious, but with the Dugu family's strength, it wouldn't be too difficult for them to find it as long as they deliberately searched for it. The real reason Xiaoyi was crying was because of that hateful fellow, Jun Moxie. He had acted like a debauchee, and hadn't even let her finish speaking before he had decisively bought the 2 pieces of meteoric iron. He purposely made the whole thing muddle-headed. Now that the thing was in his hands, he immediately gave it to that piece of trash. He actually made it sound so sanctimonious. You want the big one, I want the small one? Is this something that can be judged by size? Of course, the most infuriating thing was that she had once again misjudged him. She had once again been deceived by his pretense. Tears fell down like pearls from a broken necklace. Dugu Xiaoyi was very heartbroken. This guy is just standing there like a block of wood. He doesn't even come over to comfort me. Dugu Xiaoyi became even more bitter. She opened her small mouth and started to sob. Hey, don't cry. You're crying so much that your face is ruined. It's very ugly. Junxia frowned. He squinted at her and consoled her. I want to cry. It's none of your business. You. Who are you calling ugly? The word ugly was a taboo for girls. It was really unbearable. Dugu Xiaoyi suddenly stopped crying. She glared fiercely at Junxia. Anger rose in her heart. She suddenly grabbed Junxia's arm. She opened her small mouth and bit down on it. She threw it away and started to cry even louder. Oh woo. Junxia's face twitched. He clenched his teeth and hissed, fuck. Dugu Xiaoyi stared at him with tears in her eyes. She sobbed, You. What did you say? She didn't hear it clearly. Junxia spread out his hands. It hurt. Dugu Xiaoyi started to cry again. Junxia scratched his head. He shrugged his shoulders. He spread out his hands. He was at his wit's end. In his past life, Junxia was an assassin. He had rarely come into contact with love affairs. Even if he had a need, it would be for real money. After the deed was done, they would just stare at each other. You and I have nothing to do with one another. He didn't understand a girl's thoughts at all. He didn't know how to coax a girl. So, even though Dugu Xiaoyi was crying, he didn't know how to comfort her. He simply gave up and ignored her. Cry if you want. He squatted on the ground and carefully examined the meteorite. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was. He lifted it with his hands. It was only slightly bigger than a basketball, but it actually weighed more than 200 pounds. He clicked his tongue in satisfaction. If he used this meteorite to make a flying knife, it would definitely be invincible. He really picked up a treasure this time. Although the method was a bit shady. Just as he was reveling in it, he suddenly felt a pain on his butt. He almost bumped into the meteorite. He heard Dugu Xiaoyi crying as she ran away, leaving a trail of tears on the ground. It turned out that when Dugu Xiaoyi saw that Junxia completely ignored her and turned his head to look at the meteorite, she felt even more wronged. She kicked his butt and ran away crying. Rubbing his butt, Junxia was a bit annoyed. Dugu Xiaoyi had already disappeared. Junxia let out a long sigh and cursed under his breath. Motherfucker. If you fall into my hands, I will do that first, then that, humph. In fact, although Junxia's martial arts were not as profound as Dugu Xiaoi's, if they were to really fight with their lives on the line, Dugu Xiaoi, who had little combat experience, would definitely not be a match for Junxia. However, this was where the problem lay. In his past life, Junxia had practiced all sorts of techniques that were fast and ruthless, killing with a single strike. And now, those who were familiarizing themselves with them were no exception. If it was a normal spar, Junxia would not be able to display his true strength, so it was not optimistic. In his previous life, when Junxia's martial brothers asked him for pointers, he said, "Don't come to me for pointers or spars. I only know how to kill, I don't know how to fight." But against Dugu Xiaoi, how could he really fight with his life on the line? Regardless of family status or personal temper, Junxia would not allow him to kill Dugu Xiaoi. Moreover, Dugu Xiaoi was known as the nemesis of fops. She was also a kind-hearted girl who abhorred evil. Moreover, the original Jun Moxie was too much of a bastard. He stood up and looked at the shopkeeper. "Boss, if this meteoric iron is made into a weapon here, how many times can it be refined?" The old man pondered for a while and said, "This meteoric iron has been refined once before to remove the impurities. If we continue to refine it, it can be refined 3 times at most, and it will reach the point where it will be surrounded by cloud patterns. If it is made into a weapon, it will definitely be extremely sharp." "Can it cut through iron like mud?" Junxia muttered. "No." The old man grinned and answered straightforwardly. "Cut through iron like mud? Little guy, you've heard too many legends, haven't you? Then why do you call it the Book of Godly Weapons? If it can't cut through iron like mud, what kind of divine weapon is it?" Junxia stared, feeling as if he had been deceived. The old man suddenly felt wronged and cried out, "Young master, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. The so-called cutting through iron like mud, that's basically a legendary characteristic of divine weapons. Besides, even if it's a first-class divine weapon, it still needs to be in the right hands to be able to cut through iron like mud. Young master, you said that even an ordinary person can cut through iron like mud. Not to mention this shop, even if you look at the whole world, there is no such thing." "That makes sense." Junxia suddenly thought of a saying, "Wherever true chi reaches, grass and trees will become sharp swords." He couldn't help but shake his head, thinking, "Bullshit, what's the point of having a sharp sword at that level? You need a sharp sword because you don't have enough martial arts." "Forget it, I'll think of a way myself." Junxia sighed. "Ask the waiter to send it to the Jun residence." "So it's that guy from the Jun family. No wonder he's such a prodigal." The old man repeatedly complied, wiping away his sweat. "Although this debauchee young master is a debauchee, he didn't pester me endlessly today. It's good that you're willing to think of a way yourself, but it's a pity that this big piece of meteoric iron is wasted. However, such a legendary divine weapon had yet to be seen in this world. It's really hard for me to forge it for you." Looking at Junxia's back as he left, the old man cursed in his heart, "You're just a debauchee and you want to forge your own blade. If you can really forge it, this old man won't need to walk anymore." Recommended work by Jin Sha Lu Shui, The Legend of Interstellar Pirates. Jin Sha has written a book called I'm a Little Devil. It's very well written, everyone can read it if they're interested. Chapter 56. Turning around, Junxia walked out of the shop. It was not that the Jun family did not have a carriage. Moreover, the carriage was extremely luxurious. However, Junxia always preferred to walk on 2 legs. As an assassin in his previous life, he subconsciously believed that walking on the ground was the safest way. Whether it was by car or by boat, there would always be a sense of crisis where one's fate was not in one's own hands. Junxia was very concerned about this feeling. It made him very uncomfortable. Junxia's habit was to always be in control of his own destiny. The bodyguards that Grandpa Jun arranged for him had long been sent away by him with various reasons. This was because Junxia knew that the guards by his side were merely decorations at best. No matter where he went, there would always be someone following him in the dark. That person in the dark was a first-class expert. Although Junxia had never seen this person before, and with Junxia's current level of cultivation, he was unable to sense it. However, ever since Grandpa Jun arranged for this person to follow him, Junxia could clearly sense it. This feeling came from the instinctive touch of a top assassin. Although there was no reason, Junxia firmly believed that his judgment was not wrong. Junxia was now very interested in the person in the dark. Although his current martial arts was far from being as sharp as it was in his previous life, his spiritual touch had improved several times compared to his previous life. Moreover, he had tried many times to get rid of that person's tracking. Under such circumstances, this person was still able to follow him like a shadow. This was quite rare. Junxia appeared to be strolling around aimlessly. However, his mental state was firmly controlling everything around him. Could be said to be like quicksilver spilling all over the ground, pervasive and pervasive. Although Junxia's movement speed was not fast, only an expert tracker would be able to detect it. Every time he changed direction, every time he moved forward or backward, all of them were abrupt and unexpected. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been left in the dust long ago. However, the person behind Junxia was not left behind, not even once. In fact, the person following Junxia was already complaining in his heart. Grandpa Jun had asked him to protect his grandson without letting him find out about it. Thus he agreed without hesitation. In his mind, he was merely protecting an idle debauchee. This task was not difficult at all. With his means, even if he were to follow him for a lifetime, this guy would only feel like he was dreaming and wouldn't know anything. Who knew that after following him for 2 days, this super tracking expert's head would be swollen? The kid in front did not act according to common sense at all. When you thought he was going east, he changed direction. When you turned around and chased him west, you found that he was already heading south. This person could be considered as one of the top tracking experts in this world. Within these 2 days, he had actually gone in the wrong direction several times. If not for the fact that Junxia's cultivation level was too low, he would have been able to shake this person off on the first day. After making a few mistakes, he was so depressed that he nearly went crazy. He even pulled out a few strands of his beard. There were several times when he wanted to jump out and grab this brat's collar to ask him, "What the fuck are you doing wandering around in the middle of nowhere every day? Can't you be a little more honest? Could it be that this debauchee found me?" Just as he thought of this, he denied it. Looking at this debauchee, how could he find me? It's all because of this kid's actions. As he was thinking about it, he suddenly noticed that Junxia, who was in front of him, had quickened his pace and entered a cosmetics shop. He could not help but spit out in disgust. He thought to himself that this was truly a debauchee, to actually barge into a shop owned by a woman. After waiting for a while, he did not see Junxia coming out. Finally, he could not hold it in any longer and rushed over. Sneaking a glance, he did not see Junxia's shadow. He could not help but feel depressed. It turns out that this kid went out through the back door. How could I be so stupid? Why did I not think of this? He searched in the direction of the back door like the wind. By the time he was far away, Junxia had finally ascertained that the aura that had been paying attention to him had completely disappeared. Only then did he leisurely walk out of the rouge and face powder shop. After politely thanking him, he walked back the way he came, swaggering off. Only a few female employees in the shop stared with their big round eyes. They were speechless. This handsome young master looked quite healthy. Why did he suddenly have diarrhea the moment he entered our shop? And why did he occupy the toilet for so long? We sisters almost couldn't hold it in anymore. The sky gradually darkened and the sun slowly set. It was already dusk. The curtain of night had already opened up its ferocious mouth. Once the afterglow on the horizon disappeared, it would swallow the entire Jianghu earth in one gulp. Junxia walked 2 steps and suddenly turned back. He changed to another path and went in the direction of the cosmetics shop's back door. At the same time, he could not help but laugh secretly in his heart. That guy is probably going to be confused by me today. As the king of assassins and a hunter of the jungle, this is what I am best at. If I can't deal with this idiot from another world, then it would be strange. Kid, compared to me you are still too inexperienced. Junxia's guess was right. After that person chased for several tens of feet, he did not find any trace of Junxia. He instantly knew that he had been tricked and came back like a gust of wind. He searched in all directions and then stood in front of the cosmetics shop in a daze. He looked at the people coming and going on the street. His face turned green and red as if he had opened a dye shop. He only felt weak all over. He had roamed the world for tens of years and his tracking skills had never failed. But today he actually fell into the hands of a young kid. Moreover, it was such an ignorant and incompetent hedonistic prodigal. This was simply the biggest joke in the world. The feeling in his heart clearly told him. This time he really lost him. How shameful. A big boat capsized in the gutter. Ah, Junjian Tian, what kind of grandson did you raise? Why is it so strange? Junxia chuckled, feeling incomparably satisfied. Although he knew that the person had no ill intentions towards him, he was used to being alone. Having a person following him like a stalker always made him feel uncomfortable. He was just not in a good mood. Now that he had finally gotten rid of him, he immediately felt relaxed. Suddenly, the muscles of Junxia's walking body stiffened and then relaxed. With a shake of his shoulder muscles, the flying dagger appeared in his palm without anyone noticing. Several chilling auras rushed over from various directions, Their target was none other than the small street that Junxia was currently in. The auras of the same kind. Assassins. It can't be so coincidental, right? I just got rid of the people protecting me and now I encounter an assassination? If I really die, then I will really become a joke. Digging my own grave. Junxia smiled bitterly in his heart. However, he could not deny that a feeling of excitement that he had not felt for a long time rose within his heart. It carried a faint scent of blood. Finally, I can meet my peers in this world. I hope they will not disappoint me. Orderly footsteps could be heard in front of him as a group of people walked over. In the middle of the group was a sedan chair with a bright yellow surface. There were several strings of pearls hanging on both sides of the sedan chair. Below the pearls were small golden bells that gently swayed and emitted crisp sounds that were very pleasing to the ears. This was the imperial carriage of the imperial court's Princess Raimu. Could it be that these people are not after me? It's actually Princess Raimu? Junxia calculated in his heart, and suddenly felt that it was highly possible. He came here on a whim. If they wanted to assassinate him, there was a better place than here. He did not know how many times he had walked by just now. There was no reason for the assassin to follow him all the way here. However, who would have the guts to assassinate Princess Raimu in broad daylight on the official road close to the imperial city? Today I will talk nonsense. To be honest, I am too excited. At present, I am temporarily at the top of the rankings. Ah, brothers, please forgive me this time. Thank you, brothers. Thank you, sisters. It was you who took on the role of the evil prince. Feng Ling is sincerely grateful. I am proud to have such powerful brothers and sisters. You are the best. Thank you. Chapter 57. Princess Ling Meng was the emperor's most beloved pearl. If she wanted a star, she would not give him the moon. She treated him like a treasure. If Princess Ling Meng were to be assassinated, who knows how angry and heartbroken the emperor would be. How could these people withstand the emperor's wrath? Junxia didn't have time to think. Princess Raimu's carriage was already in front of him. When the two palace maids saw Jun Moxie standing in front of them, they couldn't help but look disgusted. They whispered something to the person in the carriage. The person in the carriage said something and suddenly stopped. The curtains of the palanquin were opened, and a beautiful girl dressed in a light yellow palace dress appeared. She looked a little impatient, but she still restrained her temper and asked, Junxia, why are you blocking my way today? Blocking your way? Junxia was stunned. He looked to his left and right and realized that he was standing in the middle of the road. It was impossible for such a big group to make a detour for him. Moreover, this was the princess's carriage. If that was the case, then he was really blocking her way. What the hell? Junxia only knew of the existence of Princess Raimu from Jun Moxie's memory. It was his first time seeing her in person. Now that he saw her, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It was no wonder that Junxia could not forget her. This Princess Ling Meng was truly a heavenly beauty, a beauty that could topple the world. Her skin was fair and tender, her eyebrows were curved, and her eyes were like two pools of limpid autumn water. She had an oval face and her black hair was like a waterfall. She exuded a noble and holy aura, but at the same time she seemed to be above the mortal world. She was fresh and refined, like a lotus flower that had just emerged from the water. Where is Her Royal Highness going? At this moment, Junxia realized that the majestic pavilion in front of him was the imperial city. Princess Raimu had just come out from the imperial city, but she was followed by a group of assassins? What did this mean? It seemed a little too strange. After figuring this out, Junxia had an urge to run away. With the Jun family's current situation, it was not suitable for them to get involved in the affairs of the imperial family. But looking at the strength of Princess Raimu and her entourage, Junxia felt that the possibility of protecting Princess Raimu's life was very small. Such a beauty would probably die in the hands of the assassins soon. Although Junxia felt that it was a pity, he didn't feel too reluctant. After all, the most important thing now was to protect himself and his family. Oh, I want to go to the Dugu residence to look for Xiao Yi. Third young Master Jun, please let me pass. Princess Ling Meng's face was calm. It turned out that Dugu Xiao Yi had been cheated out of a piece of meteoric iron by Junxia. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she became. She ran all the way to her best friend, Princess Ling Meng, to complain. But at that time, Princess Raimu was in the Empress's bedroom and did not see it. When Princess Ling Meng returned, she heard that her best sister had come and left in tears. She immediately became nervous, thinking that something big had happened. So, she hastily made arrangements to go to the Dugu family to see what had happened. She wanted to find out what had caused her unruly, adorable and intelligent sister to be so heartbroken. But as luck would have it, she met the culprit, Wuxia. Of course, Princess Raimu was not aware of this. Otherwise she would have tied this guy up and sent him to the Dugu family. Wuxia felt a little strange. From this princess, Wuxia did not feel the slightest bit of a condescending and overbearing royal aura. Instead he felt very peaceful. It was unusual for a princess of the royal family to have such a peaceful temperament. Yes. In that case, Wuxia will not disturb you any further. Your Highness, please go ahead. Wuxia made up his mind to avoid trouble and left. But in the end, he still inadvertently reminded her. He stared at her and said in a deep voice, "Be careful." In fact, Wuxia felt very strange. Normally, when a princess, especially one who was as pampered as Princess Raimu, was traveling, how could there be so few guards around her? Moreover, there were no experts in the entourage. And at this moment, when she was at her weakest, an assassin came? Could there be such a coincidence in this world? The more he thought about it, the more Wuxia felt that there was a huge conspiracy hidden in this. A gentleman would not stand under a collapsing wall. An excellent assassin would stay away from trouble. Wuxia was not a person who had tender feelings for the fairer sex, not to mention risking his life. Of course, he would resolutely refuse, especially when it was a woman who was full of disgust for him. Even if this woman was as beautiful as a fairy, so what? Princess Ling Meng looked at Wuxia in astonishment. Based on her understanding of this third young Master Jun, whenever he sees her, he will inevitably pester her with the words elder sister, younger sister. So, why is he being so easy to talk to today? This is truly a rare occurrence. However, he has retreated. Saving the two of them from falling out is a good thing. The princess shrunk back into the sedan chair and the pearl curtain was lowered again. Looking at it now, a hazy and infinitely beautiful figure was faintly discernible, like a dream. In the shadows, someone was speaking hurriedly. "Boss, that debauchee of the Jun family, Jun Moxie, has suddenly appeared here. What should we do? Should we wait for him to go over before we act, or—" A masked man was leaning on the roof, his eyes flashing with a golden light. "He came at the right time, we can't miss this opportunity. We might as well kill him together. Let that old brat Jun Tian go crazy together. That's good too." Yes. Wuxia retreated to the side, muttering in his heart. Even a fragrant and stunning beauty will stink after death. Then she will still be a pile of bones, a pile of dirt. Wuxia, you must not be soft-hearted. You will only implicate yourself if you stand up for him. Finally, he shook his head and was about to leave this place. Unexpectedly at this moment, several cold auras locked onto Wuxia. Fuck. I can't leave now even if I wanted to. Wuxia could feel the murderous auras locking onto him becoming more and more intense. How could he not know that these people had also included him in their kill list? Who did I offend? This is really an undeserved calamity. Even if you eat, you can't eat like this. I'm just a passerby. Following the command of raise the sedan chair, the convoy continued to move forward slowly. The several bodyguards at the front of the procession were quite courteous and they bowed to Wuxia before urging their horses to lead the way. At this moment, Princess Raimu in the sedan chair was thinking about Jun Moxie's last words. "Be careful on the way." This sentence was somewhat inappropriate. Suddenly her heart trembled. Could it be that Jun Moxie knows something? Is he trying to subtly remind me? Thinking of this, Princess Raimu's heart trembled. She immediately ordered the carriage to stop so that she could interrogate him. At this moment, the clear sky suddenly darkened. The boundless night finally descended upon the earth. Following the descent of the night, several masked men in black descended from the sky like huge crows. Before they landed, dozens of black arrows were shot into the sedan chair. In mid-air, the light of swords and blades flickered with the light of gold and silver shenqi as they pounced down. Continuous screams rang out. The dozens of guards accompanying the carriage had already fallen the moment the men in black appeared. A few of them reacted quickly and shouted in unison, "Protect the princess!" One by one they stood around the sedan chair with their swords in hand. The sound of swords clashing rang out incessantly. The pedestrians on the street screamed and ran for their lives. Another two masked men in black descended from the roof and went straight for Wuxia. Looking at the light of shenqi on their bodies, they were two silver-level Shen practitioners. These two people were high-level Shen practitioners that the current Wuxia could not handle. Furthermore, they were assassins. Recommend a book for girls, Golden Vase. It's very good. I'm also reading it. Brothers and sisters who are lacking in books can go read it. I believe it won't disappoint you. Chapter 58. Dispatching two silver-leveled Shen experts to deal with me? They really think highly of me. Xia laughed bitterly in his heart. To dispatch such experts to deal with a debauchee, the mastermind behind this assassination was really generous. 2 gold-leveled experts, 7 silver-leveled experts, a total of 9 high-leveled Shen practitioners moving together. Dealing with a convoy that was defenseless and did not have any experts accompanying them, it was as easy as striking an egg with a rock. 2 long swords flashed with silver light as they fiercely stabbed down. The 2 pairs of eyes behind the mask were filled with cruelty and bloodlust. 1 strike for 1 kill. Facing the 2 thrusting swords, Xia's mind flashed with dozens of ways to deal with them. But on second thought, these were just a few methods, and no matter which one he chose, he would expose himself. The emperor was completely at ease with the current Jun family. Although the Jun family had declined, Jun Wui's lower body was paralyzed, and Jun Moxie's debauchee was useless. This meant that they had no descendants. This meant that the old Jun Zhantian had no ambitions. That was why the emperor handed over the entire country's army to him. But if he discovered that Jun Moxie was a dragon among men, then the trust he had now would immediately turn into a huge suspicion. After all, Jun Zhantian's position in the army was too frightening. And now, if Xia were to expose his strength to the princess's bodyguards from a certain point of view, it would be equivalent to forcing the emperor to act against the Jun family. So he couldn't. Xia made a decision in a split second. Xia's face was filled with panic as he hastily retreated. Suddenly, his feet seemed to have tripped over something, causing him to stumble backwards. Unintentionally or unintentionally, one of the swords brushed past his scalp. At the same time, he secretly circulated the art of unlocking heaven's fortune to protect his internal organs. With a forceful twist, the other sword pierced into his chest. It looked serious, but not even his bones were injured. The art of unlocking heaven's fortune circulated at full force. A thick white mist instantly filled Xia's limbs and every meridian, rapidly repairing his body. It was at this moment that the other person's legs flew out, landing 2 kicks on Xia's chest. Xia grunted and spat out a mouthful of blood, falling down with his back facing the sky. He rolled on the ground, causing his white robes to become stained with blood. Then he turned his body upside down and fell silently. The 2 assassins looked at each other, their expressions unchanged. Without a word, they rushed towards the besieged Princess Raimu. In their minds, Jun Moxie, the capital's most famous debauchee, had been stabbed in the chest with a sword, and then suffered a kick from a silver-leveled Shenqi practitioner. His internal organs must have been destroyed, and there was no hope for him to survive. Therefore, the 2 of them did not even bother to look at him and turned around. The 2 of them did not notice that when the 2 kicks landed on Xia's body, the clothes in front of Xia's chest suddenly bulged strangely. Following that, the 2 kicks landed on his chest, and his clothes actually fluttered 5 to 6 times, dissipating most of the force. At present, Princess Ling Ming's imperial bodyguards were the most ordinary of the palace guards. Only the 2 leading them were strong, but they were only silver-leveled Shen experts. Caught off guard, they had to deal with the surprise attack of 2 gold-leveled experts and 7 silver-leveled experts. Thus, they were thrown into confusion. Although the rest of them had the advantage in numbers, they were not of much use. The strange thing was, ever since the black arrow was shot into the carriage, there was no sound from inside. It was unknown whether Princess Raimu was dead or alive. The guards in front of the carriage fell one by one. The 2 black-clothed masked men looked at each other, and at the same time, they stood up and flew into the air. Their bodies shone with a golden light, like eagles swooping down on a rabbit, and pounced towards the carriage. The guards turned pale with fright. They shouted and rushed forward without a care for their own safety. They wanted to risk their lives to stop them. But how could they stop 2 gold-level experts with their low Shenqi cultivation? The difference in strength between the 2 sides was too great. Like a wave, they retreated to the sides, and the 2 black-clothed men quickly pounced on the roof of the carriage. 4 hands struck out, sword light flashed, and a burst of golden light exploded. The luxurious carriage was already torn into pieces, and the beautiful cloth fluttered in the air. Under the night sky, the golden and silver light shone, and there was a kind of sorrowful beauty. A black light flashed, and the black arrow that was shot into the carriage suddenly shot out from the carriage like a poisonous dragon, biting towards the bodies of the 2 black-clothed men who were still in midair. Sword light flashed and ka-ka sounds rang out as the arrows were cut down. At this moment, a graceful figure wrapped in a brilliant silver light suddenly flew out from the fluttering cloth in the sky. Princess Ling Ming's eyes were filled with resentment and unwillingness. She held a short sword in each hand, which shone with a cold light. Silver light shone brightly as she fiercely stabbed towards the 2 men in black. Princess Ling Meng's eyes were filled with hatred and unwillingness. This seemingly weak and slender princess was actually a silver-level Shenqi cultivator. Unexpectedly, the princess was a martial arts genius at such a young age. In terms of personal cultivation, she might even be stronger than the other martial arts genius, Dugu Xiaoyi. The two black-clothed men let out a muffled groan at the same time, and drew their swords to block. Two peng-peng sounds were heard, and the three of them fell in three different directions. Princess Raimu's delicate body landed on the ground and swayed for a while. Her pretty face suddenly showed a captivating red, and instantly turned pale. It was obvious that she had suffered internal injuries. Even though she was brimming with talent, she was still a beginner silver-level Shenqi cultivator. Facing two gold-level Shenqi cultivators at the same time, even if the other party's strength was like an arrow at the end of its flight, and Princess Raimu's sudden attack, she would still suffer from the recoil. There was a fundamental difference between the silver and gold level, and there was no way to compare them. The two black-clothed masked men retreated, and with a stomp of their feet, two small pits appeared on the ground with a loud boom. Their figures flashed across the space of 30 feet like lightning, and two long swords glowed with a golden radiance. Without the slightest bit of tenderness for the fairer sex, they stabbed fiercely towards Princess Raimu's delicate body. Princess Raimu had suffered serious internal injuries in that fight just now, and before she could adjust her breathing, she had no choice but to use all the strength in her body to dodge backwards. However, she was still unable to escape from the two men's deadly swords. As she forcefully raised her qi, the Shen qi in her body became even more chaotic and was completely out of control. It was a mess, and the pain was as if a knife was being twisted, and she could not use any strength in her body at all. In a split second she could not help but be disheartened. Am I going to die just like this? A trace of melancholy appeared on her pretty face, and she stood quietly on the spot, looking at the two long swords stabbing towards her body, and actually did not dodge anymore. She no longer had any strength to dodge. A silver-level Shenqi cultivator against a gold-level Shenqi cultivator, and there were two of them. Even if she was not injured and even if she had superb dodging skills, it would all be in vain. The long swords were already very close, and Princess Raimu could clearly see the cruel and joyful look in the eyes of the two men behind their masks, as if they were extremely satisfied with the fact that they could kill such an outstanding beauty with their own hands. Your Royal Highness. Several guards cried out in alarm, and rushed forward without a care for their own safety. But it was already too late. Is everything already too late? As long as we kill this beautiful woman in front of us, our mission will be complete, and there will be nothing left for us to do in the future. Naturally, we will enjoy endless glory and splendor. But now all we have to do is to thrust our swords forward and everything will be over. Even if she is the daughter of the Emperor of Tianxiang, even if she is a genius in martial arts, as long as she is not alive, everything will be over. Although the two black-robed men were well-trained assassins and were gold Shen experts, and were usually vicious and cruel, killing people like scything flax, but at this moment the person they were killing was a princess, and their eyes could not help but reveal a look of wild joy. At this moment, almost everyone's eyes were focused on Princess Raimu, and no one noticed that at this moment Wuxia, who was already a dead man in everyone's hearts, suddenly moved slightly, and a cold light shot out from his fingertips. It flew up to half a zhang and made a half circle, before suddenly turning into a dazzling blue light that whizzed towards the space between the assassins and Princess Raimu. Chapter 59. Seeing that the assassin was in a hurry, the lad had already thought of a way to escape. Although he fell backwards, he seemed to be in a sorry state, but all his internal energy was gathered in front of his chest. Under the agitation of his internal energy, his outer robe and undergarments bulged outwards, forming two very subtle layers of protection. The most amazing thing was that the big foot of the assassin seemed to have landed heavily on Junxia's chest, but when it touched the outer robe fluttered, dissipating most of the force. Then the undergarments bulged again, dissipating another layer. Therefore, the actual force that Junxia's body received was less than a third of the strength. By the time the foot landed on his body, it was already an arrow at the end of its flight, with only a little force left. Even so, one sword and two kicks were not something that the current Junxia could easily endure. It was an extremely unbearable experience. However, while his internal organs were shaken, Junxia had already activated the mysterious creation art to transform the wounds he received into a clump of blood, which he spat out. Although the amount of blood he spat out was terrifying, it was not a big deal. That sword was wrapped by the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. With the miraculous power of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, it was only a flesh wound. Instead, it was the two kicks that made him feel very uncomfortable. If these people had waited for Junxia to leave before dealing with Princess Raimu, or if they had not directly attacked Junxia, then naturally, Junxia would have left as if nothing had happened. Princess Raimu was at most Jun Moxie's dream lover but not Junxia's. Therefore this old man did not care at all. The so-called heroes saving the beauty and having tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex all required strength, but this kind of strength was what Jun Dashao currently lacked the most. However, these assassins had also listed him as a must-kill target. This caused the evil monarch's rage to soar. Not to mention whether similar situations would happen again in the future, just this time alone, Junxia would not let them go. Those who harm me or those who attempt to harm me always strike first. Since you want to kill me, very good. I can't kill you now, but I can first destroy your plan this time. Even if it meant harming others without benefiting himself, he had to do it at least once. Therefore Junxia did not leave even though he should have. Seeing that Princess Raimu was in danger, Junxia used all the meridians in his body to imitate Tianxian's Qijin and concentrated it on the flying knife. Then he used the roundhouse technique and threw the flying knife out. The two assassin leaders were about to raise their swords to kill Princess Ling Meng when they suddenly felt something strange. A blue light flashed before their eyes, causing them to be unable to open their eyes. However, it was a dazzling sight to behold. Deep blue. A small flying dagger seemingly appeared out of thin air. It landed between the two men's swords and Princess Ling Meng's delicate body. This small flying dagger seemed to have brought down all the blue in the sky. The blue color made everyone who saw it feel a throbbing in their souls. This azure blue was so dazzling and beautiful in the dark gray night. This is a Tianxian expert. The two black-robed masked men cried out in a strange manner. Their eyes flashed with extreme horror and they no longer cared about harming Princess Ling Meng. They hastily put away their swords and retreated in a sorry state. The way they looked at the flying dagger was as though they were looking at a deadly poisonous snake. That was a strength that they could not resist. It was true that in the face of a silver Xian expert like Princess Ling Meng, the two of them could act as if they were adults dealing with a child. However, in the face of a sky Xian expert, even if a gold Xian expert was not an ant, he was at most a baby. I haven't heard of any sky Xian experts in the entire Qinxiang kingdom. How could one suddenly appear at this critical juncture? Although the flying dagger was imbued with a refreshing blue color, it seemed to have no strength at all. It fell down softly and stuck between the two black-robed assassins and Princess Raimu. The thin body of the dagger was as light as a willow leaf, swaying gently. The blue light on the dagger did not dissipate for a long time. After a while, the dagger gradually returned to its original luster. Everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning and stopped fighting. Dozens of pairs of eyes looked at the small flying dagger on the ground, their eyes filled with shock. That small flying dagger had become an insurmountable moat. The flying dagger was filled with a mysterious blue color. Even after it was thrown out and stopped, the blue light was still condensed and did not dissipate. From this, it could be seen that the cultivation of this Tianxian expert had obviously reached the pinnacle of Tianxian. He was probably only half a step away from the higher realm of Master Xinxian. Moreover, this flying dagger did not make any sound when it was thrown out. Although it seemed to be powerless, the strength of the flying dagger was controlled perfectly. This also showed that this Tianxian expert's attack was only to intimidate and did not have any intention of harming anyone. But the more it was so, the calmer he appeared, as if he did not put the 9 assassins in his eyes at all. It was obvious that he had absolute confidence that if they attacked Princess Raimu again, he would kill all of them in an instant. For a Tianxian expert, killing these 9 people was as easy as flipping his hand, and it was not an exaggeration to say that it was not an exaggeration. Everyone present was an experienced and knowledgeable high-level Xian expert, who could not see the intention of the invisible expert. At the moment when the 2 assassins in black attacked Princess Ling Meng, a figure dressed in blue opened his eyes from behind a dark eave on the other side of the street. His entire body flashed with a blue radiance as he was about to reveal himself. However, upon seeing the appearance of the flying daggers, his body suddenly trembled. Just as he was about to fly out, he suddenly stopped, his eyes filled with shock. The eyes of this blue-clothed person, however, were a faint blue color. That was the sign of a profound sky realm initial stage expert. Although he also belonged to a peak expert that stood above all living beings, when compared to the profound sky realm expert that shot out the flying dagger, he was still more than a little inferior. Behind their masks, the eyes of the 9 assassins were filled with terror. They were in a dilemma. Although they were assassins, they also cherished their lives. If there was a chance to fight, they would try their best. However, when faced with a situation where there was absolutely no chance of success, anyone would choose to retreat. On the other hand, the guards of Princess Raimu were all overjoyed and relieved. With these legendary figures protecting Princess Raimu, the princess was as stable as Mount Tai and would not be in danger. If the princess was really assassinated, even if they were lucky enough to keep their lives in the hands of these assassins, they would not be able to escape the investigation of the imperial family. The moment Princess Ling Meng opened her eyes, she saw this scene. Looking at the small flying dagger on the ground, her eyes could not help but reveal a look of gratitude. If not for the miraculous appearance of this flying dagger, she would have been dead by now. Which senior is here? What instructions do you have for me? Please show yourself. The leader of the black-robed masked man straightened his body and cupped his hands towards the sky. His tone was respectful, but in reality he was just playing dumb. He pretended not to understand the intentions of the person in the dark and tried to sound him out. After all, if this assassination was fruitless, they might not have a good ending when they returned. Holding on to the possibility of success, they still had to try. If it was confirmed that the Tianxian expert in the dark really wanted to protect Princess Raimu, they would not have any hope of completing their mission even if they were to be buried here. At that time, the only option left was to retreat. However, even if Raimu was the princess of a country and the most beloved daughter of the Emperor of Tianxiang, she did not seem to be worthy of having a Tianxian expert as her bodyguard. Such a bodyguard was more than enough even for the Emperor of Tianxiang. The long street was silent and there was not a single sound. The mysterious Tianxian expert was naturally disdainful of this puny gold-leveled Xian expert. I've been chopped 4 times in a row from the first time till now, it's made me dizzy and impotent. Fortunately, my little dick wasn't chopped off, I'm heaving a sigh of relief here. How lucky. Chapter 60. In the distance, the sound of hoofbeats was like muffled thunder. It seemed that the assassination attempt here had attracted their attention. After a long while, the leader of the black-clothed masked men's eyes turned cold. With a wave of his hand, he charged towards Princess Raimu with his sword. Since you're not speaking, then I'll try again. If you continue to attack, then we'll retreat immediately. If you don't attack, then Raimu will certainly die. Our mission can still be completed. But as he advanced, he was still very careful to avoid the flying dagger under his feet, not daring to touch it. Only God knows what kind of strange temper this expert has. Perhaps touching that flying dagger will bring about a fatal disaster. Suddenly, a blue light flashed in midair. Another flying dagger with a blue luster was inserted in front of the black-clothed man with a schwa sound. This time, the momentum was obviously much faster. It was obvious that the mysterious expert was somewhat angry at the Gold Xian assassin's indiscretion. The 2 flying daggers were inserted into the ground, trembling. They were small and exquisite, resembling a precious work of art that would shatter at the slightest touch. It seemed as though a gust of wind could blow them away. However, in the eyes of the 9 assassins, these 2 flying daggers had become a huge mountain between them and Princess Ling Meng. A huge mountain that was difficult to surmount. Attempting to surmount it would only bring about one's own destruction. If they were to insist on killing Raimu, then they must first kill the person who had sent the flying daggers. But that person was an expert at the peak of Tianxian realm. Not to mention killing him, even if the 9 assassins were to join forces to besiege him, they would still be killed cleanly by the other party. This time, the Tianxian expert who was hiding on the rooftop had already activated all of his spiritual senses. He devoutly closed his eyes, not letting go of any powerful divine sense in his surroundings. Under this kind of spiritual sense search, even if it was an expert at the peak of Tianxian realm or the initial stage of Supreme Master Xinxian realm, he was confident that he would be able to detect them in an instant. But, after a round of spiritual sense search, this Tianxian expert opened his eyes wide in shock. Beads of sweat fell from his forehead, and the shock in his eyes had reached a terrifying level. Who is it that is helping Princess Ling Meng? This Tianxian expert thought to himself, but he no longer dared to probe the mysterious expert's aura. Because he had exhausted all his efforts to search with rapt attention just now, but he actually couldn't find anything. There was no profound energy fluctuation in the air at all, and there was not even the slightest bit of divine sense fluctuation. The person who attacked had completely restrained himself. What did this mean? What kind of cultivation did he need? At least according to the knowledge of this Tianxian expert, not to mention himself, even those at the peak of Tianxian or even those at the middle level of supreme martial artist Xinxian might not be able to do it. Could it be that this mysterious expert was actually so brilliant? Could it be that he was actually a peak expert like the supreme martial artist Xinxian? Wouldn't that make him invincible? That was a figure that belonged to myths and legends. Oh my God. Thinking of how he, a mere junior Tianxian expert, had rashly tried to probe such a powerful existence, this Tianxian expert couldn't help but sweat profusely. Although he couldn't detect the other party, this godlike existence must have found him. If the other party had released his divine sense just now and attacked his probing divine sense head-on, then it wouldn't have been difficult for him to crush all his thoughts. In that case, there was no doubt that he would have been an idiot now. Fear, how long had it been since he had felt this way? But at this moment, this Tianxian expert couldn't help but feel a heartfelt fear in his heart. His eyes were filled with gratitude, and he silently bowed to the sky with a respectful attitude, as if he had seen the last disciple of his ancestor. He knew that the other party must have sensed it and seen it. How could he know that the existence of the supreme martial artist Xian expert, who had already risen to the level of the supreme martial artist, was now lying on the ground like a dead dog, not moving at all? As for the fact that he couldn't sense the powerful divine sense, this was also reasonable. This supreme martial artist Xian expert, who was like a dead dog right now, had a Xianqi divine sense that was not even comparable to a silver-level Xianqi expert. It seemed to be really too insignificant. Although that Tianxian expert had sensed it, he had completely ignored it. It was really too weak. Of course, why did this supreme martial artist Xian expert want to use Tianxian's cultivation to intimidate these killers? This was also something that could be easily explained. After reaching the level of supreme martial artist Xian expert, the light of Xianqi would return to its original state, completely concealing itself without any color. If he used his true level to attack, these killers might not be able to recognize it, and wouldn't that be bad? At that time he would definitely need to take action personally to kill those ants, and that would be too shameful of his identity. And the azure sea sky of Tianxian's peak was the highest cultivation that could be externally reflected by the light of Xianqi. Even ordinary people who had not practiced Xianqi could see it at a glance. From this, it could be seen that this senior was really careful and compassionate, and his intentions were really too good. That Tianxian expert sighed, and he sincerely admired him. No wonder he could reach such a high level. Just look at his cultivation, this temperament, it was incomparably stronger than him. Senior Master. If his thoughts were to be heard by the supreme martial artist Xian expert Wuxia, who was lying on the ground, he believed that he would spit out a mouthful of blood and pass out from joy. This senior thinks too highly of me. At the street corner below, the eyes of the leading killer in black shot out a strong unwillingness. The expression in his eyes changed several times, and finally he raised his head and shouted, "Since Senior doesn't allow us to be presumptuous, then we will leave now." After waiting for a while, no one responded, knowing that this Tianxian expert had no intention of showing up, and the sound of the horse's hooves was about to reach the street corner. Finally he sighed, waved his hand and said, "Retreat." The 9 men in black retreated at the same time, and in a flash, golden and silver light flashed. Just as they were about to fly away, they suddenly heard Lengling say, "After killing so many people, you want to leave just like that? Isn't that too easy?" Along with this sentence, a figure in blue suddenly appeared at the street corner, blocking the way of the 9 men in black. This person's body flashed with blue light, and his eyes were like 2 light blue pearls. His body was thin and slender, and he stood in the night, but everyone who saw him couldn't help but feel a sense of loneliness in their hearts. Desolation, loneliness, desolation. On this person, all these negative emotions that made people feel endless sorrow. Even the slender long sword in his hand, seemed especially lonely. Princess Raimu's face was suddenly full of joy, and she shouted, "Uncle Yi, it's really you. Meng'er is so happy." The eyes of the 2 leading assassins in black suddenly changed, and their pupils contracted at the same time. Lengling said, "Yi Gahan, the lonely star in the world? So it's you. Don't you use a sword? When did you start to use flying knives to play tricks?" "No matter what I use, it's more than enough to kill you, trash." Yi Gahan. Lengling looked at the 9 assassins in front of him, and then looked at Princess Raimu, and in the depths of his eyes showed a touch of rare warmth and love. Little Meng'er is not obedient again, and secretly left the palace. Did something big happen? Are you frightened? With Uncle Yi here, Meng'er is the safest. Princess Raimu smiled cutely. In front of the world's famous lonely star in the world, Yi Gahan, Princess Raimu didn't look like a royal princess at all. Instead, she looked like a little girl who saw her uncle, holding the corner of his clothes with incomparable dependence and admiration. Recommend a friend's book, The World of Rebirth, thanks to the Mountain and River chapter. The teacher of one word. Milk has been changed sweat. Chapter 61. Yi Gahan was a solitary expert, a Tianxian master. Everyone knew that he never got close to anyone, was eccentric, cruel, and merciless. Once he took out his sword, no one would survive. But what people didn't know was that this eccentric swordsman used to be a handsome, elegant, and affectionate young man. No one knew that Yi Gahan and the current empress, Murong Xiao, used to be a pair of childhood sweethearts. But for some reason Yi Gahan's family declined overnight and was removed from the capital. Yi Gahan also became a penniless nobody. The powerful Murong family naturally wouldn't let their daughter marry a poor person who was only a silver-level Xianqi practitioner. The Murong family's obstruction finally separated the pair of lovers. Yi Gahan left sadly and Murong Xiao was devastated. She tried to kill herself several times, but was saved every time. Until the news of Yi Gahan's death came, Murong Xiao was completely disheartened. Under the persuasion of her parents, she finally obeyed the family's arrangement and entered the palace to marry the current emperor. A few years later she became the empress of the country. Yi Gahan was gone for 10 years. His swordsmanship was successful, and his qi cultivation had also reached the Tianxian realm. He felt that he was enough to match Murong Xiao. When he returned excitedly, he didn't know that the world had changed and the beauty was gone. His former lover had become the empress, and Princess Raimu was already 7 years old. The two of them looked at each other with tears in their eyes. They both felt heartbroken. Once they entered the palace, it was as deep as the sea. From then on, Yilang was just a passerby. Heaven's will was unpredictable. Yesterday was now and today was not. Fate played tricks on people. Yi Gahan was disheartened. His hair turned white overnight and his temperament changed greatly. He became lonely, ruthless, and inhuman. However, towards his former lover's daughter, Princess Raimu, he treated her as his own and doted on her. Although he swore to never see Murong Xiao again, he often played with little Raimu. It was only when he was with Princess Raimu that Yi Gahan's ice-cold heart would melt. In fact, Yi Gahan had become the guardian of Princess Raimu. No matter who it was, even if the emperor wanted to punish Princess Raimu, Yi Gahan would dare to draw his sword. Princess Raimu was the only thing Yi Gahan could rely on in this world. She was also the cold-blooded and eccentric swordsman's biggest weakness. This matter was a secret of the royal family and very few people knew about it. Therefore, the mastermind behind these assassins did not know. Otherwise, they would not have sent only 2 gold-leveled Xianqi practitioners to assassinate her, and there might not even be this assassination. Even if they really wanted to assassinate her, they would need at least 2 Tianxian experts. Yi Gahan was now sure that the mysterious expert hiding in the dark would not make a move. However, he would not let these assassins leave, so he showed himself. Anyone who wanted to hurt Princess Raimu, no matter who they were, would be killed without mercy in Yi Gahan's eyes. He slowly turned around and drew his sword. The slender body of the sword shook like a snake, and the blue sword light rippled. The tip of the sword was slowly raised, pointing at the 9 assassins. Yi Gahan's face was cold. Die. The 9 assassins were speechless. Previously we kept asking Senior if he had any other instructions just to test you. However, you did not say anything, and when we were about to leave, you came out to stop us. Isn't it obvious that you're playing with us? Of course, they didn't know that everything was wrong because the targets were 2 different people. Yi Gahan. If you want to kill someone, you need to use your sword, not your mouth. The more the 2 assassins thought about it, the angrier they got. Even if your martial arts is much higher than ours, you shouldn't play with us like this. Knowing that they were doomed, they became more courageous and actually mocked him. Yi Gahan's expression did not change. He was still as cold as ice, and his gaze was as dense as an arrow. His body was as straight as a pine tree. His heart was ruthless, and the sword light became even colder. Suddenly, a light blue sword light exploded like fireworks, enveloping the surroundings and spreading out. He had actually agreed to the assassin's request to use his sword to kill. There was no need to waste his breath. Talking nonsense with someone who was about to die was undoubtedly a very stupid move. The sword light was splendid. It had a beautiful pale blue luster to it. The sword was brandished and gave off a dreamlike feeling. However, this wonderful luster was mixed with a strong feeling of heartbreak. The awe-inspiring sword light was as desolate and bleak as Yi Gahan's face at this moment. Yi Gahan turned around, leaned forward, and swung his sword. The throat of the silver Xian assassin closest to him had an astonishingly fresh cut. Blood spurted out like a mist, merging with the pale blue sword shadows that filled the air. Red and blue contrasted with each other, creating a heart-wrenching beauty in this scene of slaughter. Once the sword strikes, where can one find a bosom friend? Lonely, the assassin's corpse slowly fell to the ground. Yi Gohan's lonely figure had already appeared between the other two assassins. These assassins, who had been insufferably awe-inspiring just a moment ago, were now like clay chickens and pottery dogs in front of him, unable to withstand a single blow. Just like how a silver-level expert could view a 9th-level expert as an ant, a Tianxian expert could also view a gold and silver-level expert as child's play. 2 streaks of blood shot out one after the other. Yi Gohan's expression was cold, without the slightest change. Amidst the bloody light that filled the sky, he carried a dreamy blue color, like a ghost or a demon, like the wind or fog. For a gold and silver-level expert to face a Tianxian expert head-on, this was simply like striking a rock with an egg. There was not even the slightest bit of hope in this battle. Moreover, they were facing a cold-blooded madman like Yi Gohan, who was famous for his ruthlessness. The situation is tense. Scatter, go. The leader of the assassins let out a shrill cry. The last bit of hope in his heart disappeared without a trace. He was the first to leap up and shoot into the distance like a sharp arrow. The remaining 5 assassins were like a bomb exploding as they scattered in all directions, every one of them escaping. There was no suspense in the outcome. The only thing left to ponder was whether or not any of these 9 assassins would be able to escape by a fluke. Yi Gohan let out a long howl, his voice carrying a strong sense of desolation and desolation. A dense murderous aura filled the air as the pale blue sword light expanded, resembling a huge sapphire flying through the air at lightning speed. As the pale blue sword light flickered, an assassin screamed as he fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the 4 silver-level assassins who were trying to escape had all been killed. Before their corpses had even landed on the ground, Yi Gohan had already stopped one of the gold-level assassins. These 2 assassin leaders were the 2 with the highest level of martial arts in the group. Moreover, one was fleeing to the south and the other to the north. Even with Yi Gohan's strength alone, he could only stop one of the 4 silver-level assassins. As for the other one, he was powerless to stop him. Wuxia lay on the ground, his eyes opened a slit to watch the show. Seeing Yi Gohan's divine might, he could not help but be fascinated. With Yi Gohan's strength, even Wuxia from his previous life would not be a match for him if they were to fight face to face. This caused Wuxia to have a higher evaluation of this world's Xian Qi. Of course, this was under the premise that they were to fight face to face. Based on the assassin's methods, Wuxia was confident that he had an infinite number of ways to kill Yi Gohan. But after all, fighting face to face was not Wuxia's forte. Pale blue, he was probably only at the beginner level of Tianxian, yet he already had such power. What about the peak of Tianxian? What about the supreme Xinxian? Wuxia's heart was filled with a strong sense of eagerness. Only fighting with the strong was the fastest way to improve oneself. Unfortunately, the current Wuxia was far from having the strength to challenge the strong. If not for this guy would have jumped up and challenged Yi Gohan to a fight. Strength. Wuxia's heart was boiling like a pot of boiling oil, filled with an incomparable thirst. At this moment, he discovered that the escaping leader of the assassins was coincidentally flying towards him in a sorry state. Wuxia's heart was filled with killing intent. Motherfucker, you brought people to make me look like this and you want to just walk away like that? How could there be such a good thing? With a flick of his wrist, a flying dagger appeared in his hand. Wuxia hid his face under his body and laughed sinisterly, "Go to hell, kid." Chapter 62. Seeing that Yi Gohan did not have the energy to chase after him, the leader of the killers heaved a huge sigh of relief. As he ran, he looked around. Looking down, he saw Jun Moxie lying on the ground with his face facing the sky. His eyes seemed to be slightly open. The leader of the killers was stunned. Could it be that this brat was not dead yet? Looking back, Yi Gohan had already forced his companion into a dead end. From the looks of it, Yi Gohan wanted to capture him alive and did not have the time to care about him. The leader of the killers had a change of heart and could not help but become bold. Even if he could not kill Princess Raimu, if Jun Moxie were to die, the capital would be in chaos, right? Suddenly, he stopped moving and was about to land another blow on this brat's body. Just as he was thinking about this, he suddenly saw the brat's eyes blinking at him. He stuck out his tongue and made a face, cursing in a low voice, "Fuck your mother." His voice was extremely low and the surrounding area was in chaos. The sound of the horse's hooves could be heard from afar, and the people closest to them were several zhang away. They couldn't hear anything and no one would pay special attention to what was happening here. Everyone was focused on Yi Gohan's attack. Only the leader of the assassins was running away with all his strength, and he was relatively close so he could hear everything clearly. He was so angry that his eyes turned blue. I can't do anything to a strong person like Tian Xin, but can't I kill a brat like you? You dare to scold me? With a loud boom, the long sword stabbed out fiercely. He cursed in his heart, I'll kill you. At this moment, a blue color suddenly appeared in front of him, as if the blue sky and the sea had appeared in front of him. An azure flying knife, so mysterious and beautiful, appeared in front of him like a dream. Its target was his throat. Tian Xin. Ugh. The assassin leader was startled, his limbs turning icy cold. Under extreme fright, in addition to the fact that he was originally charging downwards, he lost his breath and instantly fell down. Before he landed, that azure flying dagger had already pierced into his throat, 3 inches deep. Pata. The leader of the killers was still confused until his death. Why did the flying dagger appear here when Yi Guhan was clearly 300 feet away? What kind of logic was this? This question made the aggrieved gold-rank assassin widen his eyes in bewilderment even at death's door. He looked like he was eager to learn. Jun Xie's previous injuries were not light, and his movements were a little inflexible. Although the sword wound had been wrapped up, there was still the kick of a silver Shen expert. He could only stare blankly as the gold-rank assassin fell towards him with a face full of confusion. The worst thing was that even though this guy was dead, his long sword was still in his hand. Fucking unrepentant even in death. Jun Xie cursed in his heart. He desperately moved his body and leaped forward, narrowly avoiding a vital point. The corpse of the assassin leader accurately fell on top of Jun Xie's small body. With a chi sound, the sword in his hand was still pierced into Jun Xie's thigh where there was the most meat. If the sword had been slightly more to the left, Jun Xie would have gloriously become a professional in the imperial palace. Hoo, hiss. Jun Xie had already let out a hoo sound from the collision, almost unable to breathe. Next, the long sword stabbed into his leg, causing him to hiss out in pain. The last word he uttered out was the young Master Jun cursing out. Who would have thought that a dead person could actually wield a sword to injure others? This world is really too fucking strange. The sword had penetrated deep into Jun Xie's flesh, and had pierced deep into the soil. Any movement would cause a bigger wound, and it might even cut his tendons. Under such circumstances, Jun Xie naturally could not move, and since the assassin leader was already dead, it was even more impossible for him to move. The two of them were stacked on top of each other like a human pyramid. The assassin's hand was still holding onto the hilt of the sword, and the blade was still stuck in Jun Xie's body. Such a position was indescribably strange. Fucking hell. Jun Xie wanted to cry but had no tears. This is the second time I've been pressed down by a man since I came to this world. The first time, although that damn fatty was disgusting, he was still a living person. This time he was pressed down by a dead man and could not move, a living man and a dead man. The two faces were stuck together and the 4 eyes actually met. Only then did Jun Xie realize that this guy actually died with his eyes wide open. Out of curiosity, Jun Xie observed carefully. The more he looked, the stranger he felt. This guy's eyes were not filled with hatred, nor was it resentment. Instead, it seemed to be doubt and confusion. Fucking hell, can't you find the way to the Yellow Springs? Don't look at me like that, I don't know either. Jun Xie cursed angrily. If an ordinary person was pressed down by a dead man and stared at, even the most courageous person would be frightened out of his wits and tremble with fear. However, this freak Jun Xie actually dared to chat with a dead man. One could not help but say that he was powerful. With a clap, Yi Guhan knocked the sword out of the other assassin leader's hand. With a flash of light blue light, the sword was already on the assassin leader's neck. Who sent you? Yi Guhan was furious. If he did not uncover the mastermind behind the scenes, who knew if this kind of thing would happen again in the future? He could protect Raimo once or twice, but he might not be able to protect Raimo for the rest of his life. If there was a Tian Shen expert in the next assassination, what would happen then? That assassin leader Lengling looked at Yi Guhan with despair in his eyes. Suddenly he laughed out loud and said, Yi Guhan, do you think I will say it? Ah, what a joke. I never thought that the famous lone star in the horizon, the dignified Tian Shen expert, would actually be so childish. As he spoke, black blood suddenly flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His breathing stopped and he looked at Yi Guhan with a mocking look in his eyes. At the moment he was captured, he had actually bitten open the poison sac in his mouth. Sealing the throat upon contact, what a poisonous poison. Yi Guhan stomped his feet and let out a long sigh. His eyes revealed a trace of admiration as he murmured, At least you are a man. I won't make things difficult for your corpse. The assassins who came to attack this time were all dead, and the scene instantly became quiet. Although the volume of Yi Gehan's words seemed to be very low, it was clearly transmitted to Junxia's ears. At this moment, Junxia suddenly had an urge to laugh out loud. What a shameful statement. How could such an act be called a man? Then the good men in this world are really worthless. If he didn't commit suicide, would you let him go? Even if you let him go because he was a good man, would the assassin organization behind him let him go? Would the mastermind let him go? I've seen stupid people, but I've never seen such a stupid person. You are a Tianxian expert. Idiot Tianxian expert. Junxia couldn't help but feel contempt in his heart. This kind of person, if you want to capture him alive, then the first thing you should do is knock out all his teeth while he still has the ability to move. That was the bare minimum. As for sealing his acupoints, cutting off his breathing and so on, I shouldn't be the one to explain it, right? Nuba. This is really too unprofessional. Junxia, the professional assassin, sighed. The scene was full of blood. Princess Raimu slightly frowned as if she couldn't stand the strong smell of blood. She came forward and asked, Uncle Yi, when did you practice such a superb skill with throwing knives? Can you teach me when we get back? As soon as the throwing knives were mentioned, Yi Gehan suddenly came to his senses. He cupped his hands and bowed to the sky and said in a clear voice, Many thanks to the senior for saving me today, this he can't thank you enough. Raimu's knowledge and experience is shallow. If I have offended the senior in any way, then I ask the senior to be magnanimous and forgive me. If the senior has any orders, then just say a few words. This junior will go through water and tread on fire without hesitation to repay the senior's kindness. In his heart, Princess Raimu was like his own daughter. She had become his only hope in life. The mysterious expert who had saved Raimu had saved him. Therefore, he didn't mention who he had saved when he expressed his gratitude. No matter who it was, everyone would feel the same way. Chapter 63. Moreover, Raimu's strength was too weak to distinguish the profound realm above Tianxian. What she said just now had actually offended the mysterious master. Even if the mysterious master was open-minded and didn't care about it, it was still not a good thing. Once such a master got angry, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yi Gehan understood the importance of this matter, so he naturally wanted to remedy it for Raimu. Of course, with Yi Gehan's temper, if it wasn't for Raimu, he would never say these words even if he was grateful. The sky was silent, as if the mysterious, supreme Xinxian Peak Master had already left. Yi Gehan let out a long sigh. He had already expected this result. How could such an otherworldly master lower himself to accept the gratitude of a junior, a mere princess of a country? Uncle Yi? What are you talking about? Princess Raimu opened her eyes wide curiously. Meng, your unintentional words have greatly offended the person who saved you. The senior who saved you is really someone else. Moreover, this senior's cultivation is far above mine. No, we can't be compared at all. Yi Gehan looked solemn. That saber is already at the peak of the human world. It's not something I can do. Ah! Princess Ling Meng cried out in surprise, her slender jade-like hands covering her small mouth. There is such a thing? Uncle is already a master of Tianxian Peak. Isn't that senior even more brilliant? It's absolutely true. Yi Gehan nodded in a serious manner. Princess Ling Meng composed herself and put on a solemn expression. She faced the sky and bowed deeply. Ling Meng thanks senior for saving me. Earlier, I had insulted senior with my words. I am even more grateful for senior's magnanimity in forgiving this Ling Meng. I wonder if senior would be willing to show yourself so that this Ling Meng can personally thank senior for saving my life? Of course, the sky was still completely silent. There was no news at all. If it was a true Tianxian master or an even higher existence, why would he care about the gratitude of a mere princess? If it was a true supreme Xinxian master, even if the emperor of Tianxiang was here, he might not be willing to show himself. It wasn't that Princess Raimu didn't understand this, but out of gratitude, regardless of whether that person was still alive or not, she still had to thank him. Since Uncle Yi said so, this matter was absolutely true and could not be doubted. It's a pity that I didn't get the chance to meet you. Yi Gehan heaved a sigh. His face regained its cold arrogance. He stood desolately on the side and said, Little Meng, Uncle Yi will leave first. You should return to the palace as soon as possible. The imperial city's garrison is about to arrive. In the distance, the thunderous sound of horse hooves was getting closer and closer. Princess Raimu looked at Yi Gehan expectantly and begged, Uncle Yi, when will you come to see Menger again? Silly Meng, Uncle Yi will always be by your side. Yi Gehan deeply sighed in his heart and softly said, I will come to see little Menger. An assassin escaped before, so there might be some trouble in the future. So little Meng'er must be careful in the near future. Princess Raimu softly uttered an in sound. Her expression showed that she was very reluctant to part with him. The sound of horse hooves had already reached the end of the street. Yi Gahan's body rose up and he rushed out. But he suddenly exclaimed in midair and changed his direction. He rushed over from Junxia's side. His sharp eyes swept around, and he saw the small throwing knife in the throat of the assassin who had fallen on Junxia's body. He couldn't help but feel grateful in his heart. It turns out that this senior has already taken care of this trouble for me. I'm really ashamed. He didn't stay any longer and lightly flew up to the eaves. With a flash of blue light, he suddenly disappeared. At the end of the street, a strong horse galloped in, and a young officer in blue rushed over with an anxious face. Seeing that Princess Raimu was standing there, he breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly saluted, "Your Highness, are you all right?" The concern in his words was obvious. Princess Raimu looked at him blankly. She slightly bent down and picked up the 2 throwing knives on the ground. She carefully looked at them. The throwing knives were as thin as cicadas' wings, small and exquisite, with a subtle arc and beautiful lines. Princess Raimu fell in love with them at first sight. Her jade-like face couldn't help but show a slight excitement. This is the magical weapon used by the master that even Uncle Yi is ashamed of his inferiority. What a lovely knife. This knife? The young man asked in a low voice. Princess, you still need to be careful of such a lethal weapon. If it wasn't for the master who released the throwing knives, I would have already died in the hands of the assassins. How could I wait until now for you to come and rescue me? Naturally, the existence of Yi Gohan couldn't be known by unrelated people. Princess Ling Meng gave him an indifferent look, a trace of weariness and a touch of sadness appearing on her pretty face. In the past, when she left the palace, she would at least have a jade-level master by her side, and that was personally arranged by her father, the emperor. Why was she sent out to do something this time? And a few elite gold-level masters in the guards were also transferred for some reason, and it was at such a time when she came out that she encountered the assassins. All of this, what does it mean? It goes without saying. Princess Raimu was extremely intelligent and she already knew it, but she tried hard not to think about it. She really didn't want to think about it, and she also didn't dare to think about it, because the result would really make her heart ache. It was really painful, it was heart-wrenching. It's fine if you guys fight for the throne, but why do you also treat me as a tool of war? Is just a mere throne, is it really that important? Could it be that in your eyes, I can only be a tool to frame others for your own benefit? Although we are not siblings, we are still the same father, and the blood is thicker than water. What? Could it be that there are no blood relatives in the royal family? Princess Ling Meng could feel the cold aura emanating from the 2 flying daggers as they made contact with her skin. However, Princess Ling Meng felt a great sense of warmth and security. This mysterious Sky Xian expert had saved his life. And he had almost wasted that man's help. But he hadn't punished him in the slightest, even though he was a top-notch expert. Princess Ling Meng couldn't help but yearn for his open-mindedness. Although Yi Gahan knew that the strength of this mysterious person was far beyond Tianxian's cultivation, Raimu still didn't know. She only saw the elegant light that was as blue as the sea and sky. Invisibly he saved people's lives, came floating and left floating. Before and after, there was no trace to be found, and he didn't care about other people's repayment. He didn't even care about the ignorance of the people who were saved. What a broad-mindedness. This was a true expert and refined scholar. The heartbroken Princess Raimu developed a strong dependence on this mysterious Tianxian master at the most frustrating moment. In her heart, she suddenly felt that this mysterious person, like Uncle Yi, was also worthy of her trust. With the throwing knives in her arms, Princess Raimu suddenly felt full of courage. Yes, no matter who it was, with the protection of such a top master of Tianxian level and the lonely star Yi Gahan, she could sleep at ease. When she came back to her senses, she found that the young man was still looking at her blankly. A trace of anger flashed on Princess Raimu's face. She angrily glared at him, feeling extremely vexed. This person was the eldest son of the Murong family in the city, Murong Qianjun. He was also the rising star of the Murong family, the mother of her mother. In terms of kinship, he could be considered as Princess Raimu's cousin. He was also a very famous young talent in the city. Ever since he met Princess Raimu, he was immediately infatuated with her. He begged his family to get him a position as the leader of the Imperial Guards, hoping that he would be able to enjoy the moonlight first. Thus, he began to crazily pursue Princess Raimu. Ever since Jun Moxie quietly withdrew in the past 2 months, Murong Qianjun was one of the 2 most promising suitors of Princess Raimu. As for the other one, It was the eldest grandson of the imperial tutor, Li Yuran. Last night strong wind blew and cut the optical fiber. We can't get online in this area. We are now in an internet cafe in the city, so the update is late. Brothers and sisters, please don't take offense. Chapter 64. Anyone who looked at him would feel that this young master Murong was extraordinary in both literature and martial arts. His appearance was elegant, his demeanor was elegant, and his martial arts were high. He was indeed an excellent match for a woman. However, Princess Ling Meng felt that this person was very hypocritical. In front of her, he would always put on a mask of deep affection. She had been living in the palace for a long time, yet she was unable to judge how much of this deep affection he had for her was real. How much of it was fake? What was this man's true face and true temperament? Princess Raimu felt that she really didn't have the slightest bit of confidence. As for the other suitor, Li Yuran, the first heir of the Li family, and also the #1 scholar of the Tianxiang Empire, Princess Raimu couldn't fathom him. Li Yuran's character was elegant, and he had a natural and unrestrained temperament. Countless young ladies in the capital were infatuated with him. However, he had walked among thousands of flowers, and not a single leaf had landed on his body. He had the reputation of being the most refined gentleman in the Tianxiang Empire. Li Yuran was always cultured and refined. He was neither hurried nor slow, neither hurried nor slow. It was as if everything in the world was within his expectations and under his control. He was good at using money and power and had an elegant demeanor. However, Princess Raimu always felt that there couldn't be such a perfect person in this world. If this person's external appearance was all a disguise, then wouldn't he be even more frightening? Wouldn't he be even more unfathomable? Because no one would be able to understand his true thoughts. When she was with Li Yuran, Princess Raimu often felt an inexplicable fear in her heart. She felt that this gentle young man in front of her was extremely dangerous. In contrast, the original Jun Moxie, although he had a slippery appearance and didn't conceal his intentions in the slightest. He was obviously a hooligan, and I'm not afraid that you can see through me. Although his character was indeed a bit unbearable, but he was also bad in the open. Even if he was a bad guy, he was open and above board. At least there was no need to worry about him secretly playing dirty tricks. When he thought of Jun Moxie, he suddenly remembered that this hedonistic playboy was here just a moment ago. He seemed to have reminded him. Whether it was intentional or not, it was still out of kindness. However, the assassin seemed to have killed him as soon as he appeared. Thinking of this, he hastily said, "You guys quickly look for the third young Master Jun. See how he is." His heart could not help but feel anxious. Although he was lucky enough to be saved, Jun Moxie might have already been killed. If Grandpa Jun were to fly into a rage because of this, the consequences would be no better than if he were to be killed by an assassin. It seems that the capital is going to be troubled again. She hoped that her 3 brothers would not take advantage of the old Duke Jun's display of power and cause chaos in the world. Although she didn't see it clearly in Princess Raimu's heart, Jun Moxie was most likely hopeless. After all, 2 of the assassins had come from his side, and at that time he had already fallen to the ground. If he wasn't dead, how could the assassins have let him go? Several imperial bodyguards looked all over the place. After searching for a while, they found that Jun Moxie's body was buried under the assassin's corpse. There was no gap between the 2 bodies. A burly imperial bodyguard ran over and reported, "Princess, we didn't find the third young Master Jun's corpse. We don't know if he stood up and ran away." Hearing his words, Princess Ling Meng's vision turned black and she almost vomited blood. "What are you talking about? If we didn't find the corpse, could he have stood up and ran away? Can a corpse stand up and run away?" Murong Qianjuan's face sank. "What are you saying?" The imperial bodyguard panicked and stammered, I mean, we really didn't find the third young Master Jun's corpse. He might have left." No. Enough. You don't have to say any more." Murong Qianjuan's face turned black. "If we didn't see the corpse, we can't say that he is dead. We can't say that it's a corpse. We should say that the third young Master Jun's corpse has disappeared. Do you understand?" The imperial bodyguards nodded and cursed in their hearts. "Didn't you say that he was dead? You still have the face to lecture us. I despise you." Princess Raimu felt helpless and said, "Search around carefully. If you find the third young Master Jun's body, send it back to the Jun family as soon as possible." Influenced by them, Princess Raimu almost blurted out the word corpse. After searching around again, they still didn't find anything. Princess Raimu then arranged for an imperial bodyguard to rush to the Jun family to report the news. That imperial bodyguard had just mounted his horse and left when he saw a gray silhouette coming towards them. In the blink of an eye he arrived before them. It was a skinny and withered old man. Murong Qianjun drew his sword. "Who are you?" His voice was stern. "I'm looking for someone." That old man's face was full of anxiety and depression. He was frantically searching everywhere. His face was full of anxiousness and he turned a deaf ear to Murong Qianjun's question. Murong Qianjun was furious and shouted, "Arrest him!" The princess had just been attacked by an assassin. Now such a strange person had appeared. This was very suspicious. The soldiers around him complied and were about to step forward. However, that old man shouted excitedly, "I found you. Ah, I'll let you run. Damn it, you little bastard. You've been pierced by a sword, haven't you? Let's see if you can run again next time." Unexpectedly, he had a tone of schadenfreude. He was lying in front of the corpse of a black-clothed assassin and was drawing his sword. "So he's with the assassins. Arrest him." Murong Qianjun was overjoyed. He thought to himself, "There's still such an idiot in this world. His men are all dead, yet he's still looking for corpses while surrounded by an army. What an idiot." However, that old man threw out a long sword with a schwa sound. Then he picked up the black-clothed assassin's corpse and casually tossed it aside. It was as if he was throwing a sack. He bent down and picked up a blood-stained body. Princess Raimu hastily stopped Murong Qianjun. After looking carefully, she realized that the person was actually Jun Moxie. His head and face were covered in blood. He looked as if he could die at any moment. She immediately jumped in fright. However, when she saw that Jun Moxie's eyes were rolling around, she couldn't help but feel happy. "So, this guy is still alive. May I ask who this old man is?" Princess Raimu asked. "I don't have time to talk to a little girl like you. This old man needs to quickly treat his injuries. Otherwise this brat will really die." The old man picked up Jun Moxie's body. With a shake of his head, he leaped in front of Murong Qianjun. He glared at him and scolded, "Little bastard. In the future pay attention to what you say." Then he withdrew his head and disappeared like a wisp of smoke. Murong Qianjun was about to explode in anger, but he had already lost sight of that old man. He couldn't help but seethe with anger. However, in front of Princess Raimu, he still had to maintain his composure. He could only grit his teeth so hard that they made cracking sounds. In his heart, he had already cursed that old man's 18 generations of ancestors. This is bad. Princess Raimu's complexion changed. "I just sent someone to inform Senior Jun that Jun Moxie has been taken away. If Senior Jun Moxie were to fly into a rage, wouldn't that be bad?" Murong Qianjun comforted her. "Princess can be at ease and return to the palace. I will immediately arrange for someone to go to the Jun family and report that Jun Moxie, that scoundrel, that guy is still alive." Princess Raimu let out a long sigh of relief. That would be for the best. Turning her eyes, she discovered the flying dagger on the assassin leader's throat. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. So, this senior had already dealt with this trouble. It's laughable that I didn't know about it. Walking over, she bent down and pulled out the flying dagger. Sure enough, it was of the same style as the other two. She couldn't help but feel fascinated. Such an expert, I wonder when I will be able to meet him and thank him in person? Princess Raimu turned her head and looked at the battered and exhausted convoy. She sighed. How am I supposed to go to the Dugu family in this state? Recalling the words that Uncle Yi had said to her, she opened her mouth and said, "Let's return to the palace. Record the names of all the imperial guards who died in battle and report them to the inner palace. They will be compensated generously." Looking at the scene with pity, Princess Raimu closed her eyes and 2 drops of tears flowed down her cheeks. These people, all died for me? Chapter 65. Since the carriage had been completely destroyed, Princess Ling Meng naturally could not be bothered to talk about it. She leapt onto a horse brought over by her bodyguard and slowly returned home. However, her mood was exceptionally heavy. Murong Qianjun hastily commanded the imperial guards to catch up with Princess Ling Meng, protecting her in the middle. Riding on his horse, he turned his head to look back and thought to himself, "That Jun Moxie fellow looks like he is seriously injured. I wonder if he will die? If he's dead, that would be for the best. I want to beat him up whenever I see him. He's asking for a beating. He actually wants to woo Princess Raimu with that kind of conduct. He really doesn't know his own worth." He snorted as he looked at Princess Ling Meng's graceful figure from atop his horse. He could not help but be dazzled by her beauty. His mind was captivated by her, and his mind was in a state of limitless ecstasy. For a moment, he had completely forgotten to send someone to inform the Jun family. I say, old man, you've been following me like a ghost for 3 days. Don't tell me you've taken a fancy to me because I'm handsome? Junxia was held in the bosom of the old man as though he was a baby. This old man was like a dried-up chicken, his entire body seemingly devoid of flesh. Junxia felt an indescribable discomfort throughout his body, as though he was lying on a cobblestone. Knowing that this old man would definitely not harm him, there was no need for him to be courteous and ridiculed him. Do you think I want to follow a prodigal like you? You've been running around all day. I don't know what kind of dirty tricks you've used to escape from my sight. What do you think? Is this retribution? If it wasn't for your grandfather spending a lot of money? How did you know I've been following you for 3 days? The old man's face was full of resentment. He felt that following this debauchee was degrading him. He was about to complain when he suddenly realized something was wrong. This was no small matter. How did this useless brat know that I've been following him for 3 days? Could it be that my invisible tracking skills have deteriorated to this extent? In his shock, he immediately stopped in his tracks. He did not even mind Junxia's disrespectful way of addressing him as an old man. Idiot. Why are you asking such a simple question? Of course someone told me. Junxia thought for a moment and casually said. Although this old man's tracking method was not as good as Junxia's, but even in his previous life it was still first-rate. Based on the original Jun Moxi's skills, even if he trained for another 100 or 80 years he would not be able to detect it, not to mention escaping from this old man's sight. You're the idiot. Of course, an idiot like you wouldn't be able to sense me. Chem? Who told you that? Did that person help you escape from my sight? The old man was shocked. With his tracking skills he was actually being tracked by someone else and he didn't even know? Moreover, that person had the ability to make a trash kid like Jun Moxi escape his tracking. This was too terrifying. What kind of strength did that require? If this person was an enemy, how would I know who that person is? Junxia continued to bluff. I've never seen him before. Of course. How could a trash like you be able to meet such an expert? So, it was that man's idea to get rid of me? Did he give you the idea? The old man's first impression was the strongest, and he was even more certain that this debauchee definitely did not discover his ability. However, there was still a glimmer of hope in his heart. After all, he was extremely confident in his tracking and anti-tracking skills. He was bewildered. Could it be that the Supreme Shinshen had his eyes on me? No, could it be? The more he thought about it, the more he panicked. In fact, this old man's methods were indeed impressive. Otherwise, with the abilities of the King of Assassins, Junxia, how could he have spent 3 days dealing with him? Of course. I say, old man, are you done yet? Why are you always talking about these things? Where are you going to take me? Hurry up and send me home. Junxia felt a little uncomfortable. He cursed in his heart. Hurry up and send me home. I need to use the Hongjun Pagoda to heal my injuries. What if I get exposed somewhere else? T. You're injured to this extent. If I don't treat you now, you'll be dead before we get home. The old man was a little unhappy. With my skills, I was actually tracked. Motherfucker. If I go straight back to the Jun family, your old man will complain and be depressed to death. If I don't take care of this kid, how can I go back at such a shameful time? As they were talking, the two of them arrived at a small house. The old man crouched down and carried Junxia into the house. He placed Junxia on the ground and began carefully inspecting the wounds on Junxia's body. After inspecting them from top to bottom, he could not help but click his tongue in wonder. On Junxia's chest, a sword had seemingly pierced through his chest. Additionally, there were also 2 distinct purplish-black bruises on his chest. It was obvious that 2 kicks had landed on his chest at the same time. Considering the skills of those silver-level assassins, any one of them would be enough to take his life. Yet this kid had been stabbed in his vital areas and kicked twice, yet he was still alive and could even speak. This was not the most shocking part. What was truly outrageous was that not even one of his ribs was broken. The old man carefully used his Shen Qi to examine his meridians. There was no damage to his internal organs. His eyes could not help but widen. Wasn't this stab a little too coincidental? It actually stabbed into the crevice. This kid's luck was a little too good. Brat, you didn't hire that bunch of killers, did you? Why did they take care of you so much? Looking at your injuries, I highly suspect that you two must have colluded. You want to play the hero and save the damsel in distress. The old man stroked his beard and squinted his eyes. His appearance was as wretched as one could imagine. Almost choking on the old man's sudden words, Junxia did not know whether to laugh or cry. Old man, you really dare to think too much. This young master almost lost his life. Is there such a thing as a hero saving the damsel in distress? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and help me with my thigh. Can't you see that it's still bleeding? Junxia was somewhat speechless. This old man is already so old, why does he seem to have no sense of propriety when doing things? Is there anything wrong with this? Why did his grandfather hire such a person to follow him? Bah, bastard kid. Do I need you to teach me how to do things? The old man blew his beard. Kid, you're lucky. You won't die. You won't be crippled either. As he said that, he patted his thigh in revenge. It's fine now. Junxia's thigh had just been stabbed by a sword. Although the bone was not injured, the muscle was pierced through. It was a real knife with 2 holes. Now that he was patted by the old man, he immediately felt 100 sorrows and pain. He gritted his teeth and took a few breaths. Beads of sweat had already seeped out of his forehead. He hissed and asked through his teeth, "Old man, do you have a granddaughter?" The old man immediately became vigilant. He glared at him. What do you want? But he forgot why this kid asked him to treat his thigh. The sword on his chest was much more important than his thigh. If you have a granddaughter, I will rape her first and then kill her. My heart will ache to death, you heartless old man. Junxia scolded in his heart. Can't you see that I'm seriously injured? And you're still patting my wound. Oh, what I mean is, it's more attentive to let a woman do this kind of work. How can a man not lower his head when he's under the eaves? That won't do. The old man shook his head. You're a pervert. Who in the entire Tianxiang city doesn't know that? Junxia was completely speechless. Who said I'm a pervert? The pervert is obviously Jun Moxie, not me. By the time the old man finished treating Junxia's wounds, it was already late at night. Of the two, one was impatient. He wanted to use the Hongjun Pagoda to heal his wounds as quickly as possible. But he didn't have the opportunity to do so. So he was extremely annoyed. The other one was thinking, who is the expert who discovered me and tracked me? These 2 heartless fellows didn't even think of sending a message to their families first. Murong Qianjun, who had solemnly promised Princess Ling Meng that he would report to the Jun family, immediately threw this small matter out of his mind. But what the 2 of them didn't expect was that Princess Raimu had already sent a letter to the Jun family before the old man arrived. She had informed them that Jun Moxie had gone missing. They didn't expect that because of this delay, Jun Zhantian's anger would soar to the 9th heaven, and he would almost massacre the entire capital. The Tang family's courtyard was also in a state of mutual hostility when the assassins attacked Princess Raimu's convoy at nightfall. Chapter 66. Old Master Tang's face was gloomy as he stood on the doorstep. His eyes flickered with a faint trace of desire. After much difficulty, Grandfather Tang finally managed to find a clue that might or might not even be considered a clue. Grandfather Tang could not wait any longer. Making a move during the day would cause too much of a commotion, but Grandfather Tang did not intend to wait any longer. Night had just fallen and all the experts of the Tang family had already gathered. 246 people. 2 mid-level Earth Shen level experts, 4 Jade-leveled Shen level experts, 12 Gold-leveled Shen level experts, 36 Silver-leveled Shen level experts. The rest were all experts at the peak of 9th level Shen Qi. For this operation, Old Master Tang Wanli had gathered all the experts of the Tang family inside and outside the capital. In less than an afternoon, this was the strongest force that Old Master Tang could muster. It was also the foundation of the Tang family. There was absolutely no room for failure in this operation. Today's operation, our target is the Northern City clan. Tang Wanli looked around with a gloomy expression. Attention! All members of the Northern City clan, you must. Do not let a single one of them escape. Especially the high-ranking members of the Northern City clan. Do not kill, do not indulge, capture them alive. Do all of you understand? Understood. Everyone replied in unison. Although they did not know why they had to deal with the Northern City clan, they also felt that using such a large force to deal with a mere Northern City clan was making a mountain out of a molehill. However, seeing the gloomy expression on Tang Wanli's face, none of them dared to say a word. This operation will be personally commanded by this old man. If any one of the Northern City clan manages to escape, then bring your head to me. Old Master Tang gave the harshest command. He slowly looked around and saw that everyone's expression had changed from the casual attitude they had when they first heard about the Northern City clan to a cautious one. Old Master Tang waved his hand. Move out. 246 people dressed in black robes walked out of the door without a sound. Old Master Tang's black cloak fluttered in the night wind as he strode down the doorstep. Although he was old, he was still hale and hearty. It could be seen that the strength of each step represented the old man's indomitable determination for tonight's operation. Wait, I'll go too. Following the voice, a big meatball wrapped in black cloth rushed out of the inner courtyard. Tang Yuan's figure was not suitable for night travel, so he did not have any clothes for night travel. However, he still wanted to join in the fun. Unfortunately, his figure was a little too that. In the end, he simply wrapped himself in a black cloth and rushed out just like that. Get lost. In the darkness of the night in a large house. This was the headquarters of the Northern City clan. Old Master Tang's white beard fluttered in the wind as he calmly arranged his men. More than 100 high-level cultivators surrounded the mansion so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Everyone held their breaths, not daring to make even the slightest sound. They quietly waited for Old Master Tang's command. As for the other 100-plus cultivators, Old Master Tang had already divided them into 4 groups. They were to charge towards the 4 halls of the Northern City clan, the gambling dens and other places that belonged to the Northern City clan, and even the homes of the Northern City clan's leaders. Old Master Tang's intention was to simply take action. They would attack from outside to inside, leaving no one alive. They would capture them all in one fell swoop. Only at the last moment would they deal with the headquarters of the Northern City clan. At present, there were more than 100 high-level cultivators surrounding the mansion. The people inside were like turtles in a jar. There was absolutely no hope of escape. Capture whoever comes out. In addition, they could use this method of killing with a blunt knife to probe the attitude of the Northern City clan. If the Northern City clan remained unmoved and allowed themselves to be dealt with, then it would mean that the Northern City clan had nothing to do with the Tang residence robbery. Even if they were related, it would only be a trivial matter. However, if they were to put up a desperate struggle, then Old Master Tang would believe that he had caught a big fish. Even now, Old Master Tang was still skeptical about the information provided by Tang Yuan. In fact, he was very skeptical about it. The young debauchee Jun Moxie had discovered a clue, and the young debauchee Tang had returned to report it. No matter how you look at it, the credibility of this information was too low. Who would believe it? This old man was muddle-headed and desperate to find a doctor. Let's just consider it as getting rid of the scourge for the people. However, if I were to find out that this matter was actually a plot by these 2 debauches to take revenge, even if Jun Zhantian were to stop me, this old man would still capture Jun Moxie and Tang Yuan and give them a good beating. I will beat Jun Moxie into a fatty man and beat Tang Yuan into a skinny man. Let's swap their bodies. Old Master Tang's face turned gloomy as he secretly gritted his teeth. Looking at the gradually increasing number of bundled-up captives, Old Master Tang sighed inwardly. He had already made up his mind to go back and teach these 2 debauches a lesson. These 2 fellows had too much courage. It had been half an hour since they had surrounded this big mansion. They had captured every single person who came out of the mansion, sealed their internal energy, bound their hands and feet, gagged their mouths and piled them up here. The number of people there was already quite a lot. Logically speaking, there should have been some sort of reaction from the inside. However, up until now there had not been the slightest bit of movement from the inside. All of them were so obedient. It seems that the Northern City clan could not possibly be the ones who stole the Shandan. True, what kind of joke is the Northern City clan? They dared to provoke the tiger's whiskers of my Tang family? In the distance, figures could be seen everywhere. The experts of the Tang family returned one by one. Each of them carried a few people in their hands, all of them tightly bound up. The mopping up of the Northern City clan's periphery had ended. Old Master Tang's heart was filled with disappointment. His face twitched and he cursed in his heart, Tang Yuan, Jun Moxie. This old man will never forgive you 2 bastards. To think that you would gang up and use this old man as a spear. This old man must. Old Master Tang did not have the time to think about what to do. At that moment, countless black-colored human heads suddenly emerged from the walls of the Northern City clan's mansion. Each of them had their bows knocked and a hail of arrows shot towards the experts of the Tang family who were lying in ambush outside. At the same time, a shout came from within and people rushed out from the front door, back door, side door and the top of the wall. It was as though a bomb had gone off and they were scattering in all directions. They actually dared to start a war without a declaration. They did not even have the attitude to negotiate with Old Master Tang. Moreover, they were all scrambling to escape, all of them hating their parents for not giving them 2 more legs. What does this mean? Damn it. Such an intense reaction. How is this any different from a rebellion? Old Master Tang stared with wide eyes, his eyeballs seemingly about to pop out from their sockets. This sudden change in situation caused the old man to be unable to comprehend it. After a long time he slapped his thigh fiercely. Bah! It was so painful that he sucked in a breath of cold air. However, his heart was filled with excitement. There's hope. Several muffled groans rang out. The experts of the Tang family were all experts with different levels of skill. Moreover, the situation was too abrupt. In an instant, several of them were hit by arrows and sustained serious injuries. As for the rest of the men, they charged towards the Northern City clan members. The sounds of swords clashing against each other rang out in rapid succession. In an instant, the two sides were locked in a fierce battle. Purple, black, silver and gold flashed out at the same time. The entire area appeared incomparably dazzling. From the moment the Northern City clan members fired their arrows to the moment they charged out to fight, it was a long story. However, the time interval between them was very short. It was as though everything had happened at the same time. Chapter 67. Old Master Tang's eyes widened in surprise. His originally gloomy face suddenly turned into an inexplicable excitement. His hands trembled in excitement. His eyes shone with a look of relief. The old Marquis Tang, who had been calm for half his life, finally let out a string of expletives as his white beard trembled. Fuck. There is actually a connection. It might even be the main character. Motherfucker. Who would have thought that this brat, Tang Yuan, would make such a great contribution? Who said that a blind cat could not find a dead mouse? This old man will definitely reward him well when I return. Thinking of this, old Master Tang's face suddenly turned awkward. He looked around like a thief. Tang Yuan's mother, I cannot scold him like that. That is my daughter-in-law. For Northern City clan to react in such a manner, it must be related to the robbery of the Tang family. Otherwise, how could a mere Northern City clan dare to attack the family of the Marquis of the Empire and the Minister of Revenue, a first-rate family in the entire Qinxiang kingdom? This was simply eating a bear's heart and a leopard's gall, a cat licking the tiger's nose. This was a classic case of seeking death and extermination. Seeing the members of Northern City clan coming out one after another, being thrown to the ground and tied up, old Master Tang coughed a few times and stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes were like an eagle's and his face was as calm as still water. His beard fluttered in the wind as he stood there motionless, a dignified air about him. Bang! One of the Northern City clan members was sent flying. Before he could fall to the ground, a rope was wrapped around his waist. The rope quickly circled him a few times before he fell to the ground, turning him into a big dumpling. Pung! A punch landed on his face, causing his teeth to fall out. Before he could even scream out in pain, a smelly cloth was stuffed into his mouth. Next he was tossed into the air, flying several zhang away. The whole process was as smooth as moving clouds and flowing water. Bang! When he landed, he found that he was surrounded by familiar faces. Bang! Another one. Bang! The 240-plus experts of the Tang family slowly advanced from outside to inside. Not a single drop of water could escape, not a single drop of water could escape. The Northern City clan's clan leader, Jianghu, was being besieged by 3 gold-leveled Xianqi practitioners. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to escape. His face was filled with despair. Not too far away, there was an Earth Xian expert with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at him indifferently. He couldn't charge out, he couldn't retreat, and he didn't even have the chance to commit suicide. If it weren't for the fact that the 3 of them wanted to capture Jianghu alive, he would have long since stepped into the netherworld. Great Sect Master Qin was about to go crazy. The surroundings were gradually cleaned up. One by one, the experts of the Tang family gathered around. Some of them even rushed into the mansion with a swoosh and started a carpet search. They were almost as meticulous as tearing down a house. They did not miss a single spot. They even dug 3 feet into the ground to check the color of the soil in the places that might or might not have a secret passage. Not long after, there was a burst of jubilation. Found it. Old Master Tang's face lit up and he walked forward. He saw a few experts of the Tang family carrying a person out. It was Jianghu's son, Qin Xiaobao, and a few gorgeously dressed women. Jianghu had hidden them in the most secret chamber of the clan. Originally he wanted to rush out alone. Even if he couldn't survive, he hoped that he would be lucky enough to save his son. He didn't expect that the Tang family would be so good at raiding houses. The secret chamber was nearly 1 zhang underground and the exit was very well hidden. Yet they were still able to find it. Seeing his son being captured, Jianghu was completely disheartened. He had completely lost the courage to resist. He was already in a difficult situation. If not for the fear that he would risk his life to fight, he would have been captured alive long ago. At this moment he had completely lost his will to fight. His attacks were no longer methodical. The three gold-leveled experts moved forward at the same time. Pa, Jianghu fell down like a lump of soft mud. His body's senses were still functioning normally. Only the control of his body or the authority to control his life and death no longer belonged to him. It was a complete victory. Old Master Tang slowly walked in front of Jianghu. He lowered his head and looked at Jianghu's dejected face. He waved his hand and the people around him tactfully retreated to the side. They left a large empty space in the middle. "Where is that thing?" Old Master Tang said in a low voice. His eyes were like sharp arrows as he looked at Jianghu's eyes. He went straight to the point the moment he opened his mouth. He wouldn't give Jianghu a chance to deny it. This sentence could easily give Jianghu an illusion, which was, "I already know that you are the one who stole the Shendan. I already have absolute evidence in my hands. It all depends on whether you want to cooperate or not." As long as Jianghu was one of the people involved in this matter, when he suddenly heard this sentence, and when he was a prisoner, there was a 90% chance that he would break down. As expected, Jianghu was tongue-tied. His eyes revealed complete despair. Old Master Tang, who was closely observing his every reaction, was overjoyed. His heart that had been hanging in suspense for a long time was finally at ease. As expected, it was the mastermind. Tang Yuan, oh Tang Yuan. This grandson has finally done something proper. Moreover, it's a very serious matter. He's promising. Wait, this matter seems to have been reminded by that debauchee of the Jun family, Jun Moxie. Old Master Tang immediately sighed in his heart. It seems that having a group of debauches isn't necessarily a bad thing. At the very least, they are still useful at crucial times. Take this old man for example. Didn't everyone call me a debauchee in the past? Isn't it still the same now? Cough cough. Realizing that he was thinking too far, Old Master Tang immediately came back to his senses. He had already decided in his heart that regardless of whether or not the Shendan was found, the Tang family would at least owe Jun Moxie a huge favor this time. It seems that I have to get closer to the Jun family in the future. How would I know anything about the Shendan? Old Master, I don't know why you suddenly treat us like this? Jianghu answered in a flustered manner. His eyes flickered as he tried to deny it, hoping for a fluke. You brat, you really don't know how to talk big. Did this senior say that it was the Shendan? It doesn't matter if you don't know. I will let you know soon enough. Old Master Tang smiled kindly. With a wave of his hand, an expert from the Tang residence carried the mud-like Qin Xiaobao over. Throwing him on the ground, he turned around and walked away. Jianghu, I heard that this is your only son. No matter what happens to the Northern City clan, as long as you tell me what you know, I can guarantee that your son will be fine. I will also protect the last remaining descendant of the Qin family from harm. Old Master Tang wanly chuckled, his attitude extremely amiable. Of course, if you can't remember it no matter what, I believe you will soon see what will happen to your son. But in that case it won't be very pleasant for everyone. You know what I mean, right? Father, save me. Qin Xiaobao cried out miserably. For this typical spoiled second generation, this year was simply a year of disaster for him. With great difficulty, he finally saw a beautiful woman on the streets, but before he could do anything, he had only said a few flirtatious words when he was captured and brought in, breaking his dantian and crippling his profound energy. With great difficulty, he had finally recovered and was able to move freely, but when he went to a restaurant, a ball of snot was thrown on his face. He had only cursed a few words when he was beaten up and even had his leg broken. He had just returned home crying for his father and mother and was currently recuperating when such a thing happened. With his broken leg he was carried out and thrown on the ground. He was scared, flustered and in pain. Old Master Tang slowly reached out with his hand. His dry palm gently patted Qin Xiaobao's neck, as if he was comforting a frightened puppy. However, no one would doubt that if Jianghu's answer made Old Master Tang even the slightest bit dissatisfied, that dry palm would immediately turn into the token of the King of Hell's soul-chasing token. Jianghu sighed dejectedly, hung his head and said, "You win." Old Master Tang smiled proudly. Jianghu, as expected of a clan leader. You know how to judge the situation. Not bad. The sharp sarcasm entered Jianghu's ears, causing his face to turn red. This extreme humiliation caused his face to turn incomparably ugly to behold. He stammered a few times before saying with much difficulty, "I believe old Marquis also understands that I was instructed to do so. Otherwise, even if I had the courage to do so, how would I dare to steal something from Tang Manor? Isn't that courting death? Even if I had the heart, I do not have the ability to do so. However, as the saying goes, a knife is placed on our necks. We have no other choice. Continue. Old Master Tang's eyes flashed. Chapter 68. Old Master Tang was a man of the ways of the world. He knew that Jianghu's Northern City clan would not dare to behave atrociously in front of the Tai Sui clan. At this juncture, it was even more impossible for him to utter such a lie. If what he said was true, then there must be more to it. Seeing that Old Master Tang seemed to believe his words, Jianghu could not help but feel hopeful. Even if he was unable to escape, at least his son would still have a chance to live. He quickly continued. I do not know the background of the person who ordered me to do this. I only know that this person has eyes and ears everywhere. Even the layout of the old Marquis's residence, the location of the hidden treasures, and even the timing of the attack were all planned by that person. I believe that he should be from the capital. As Jianghu spoke up to this point, his eyes suddenly bulged out in anger. His eyes were filled with fear and he shouted in panic. Old Marquis, save me. At this moment, a sharp whistle suddenly sounded in the sky. Yellow light surged and a huge pressure came crashing down from all directions. Without any warning, the entire sky seemed to suddenly have a few small suns, and a thick earthy yellow light filled the entire sky. Earth Shen experts. 3 vigorous figures descended with lightning speed, forming a triangular formation as they charged towards Old Master Tang. All of them were dressed in black and their faces were covered, revealing only a pair of bright yellow eyes. The experts of the Tang family cried out in alarm. One by one they rushed forward without a care for their own safety. Unfortunately, they were limited by their own strength and were unable to stop the advance of the Earth Shen experts. Old Master Tang sneered and shouted. Scoundrels, you dare. His white beard fluttered in the wind and his entire body emitted a thick yellow light. He brazenly rushed forward, shielding Jianghu behind him. The other party's intentions were very clear. They were clearly here to silence him. However, Jianghu was Old Master Tang's only lead to retrieve the Xian Dan. How could he let them succeed? No matter what, he must stop them. He must not let them harm Jianghu's life. As long as Jianghu was here, there would be a chance to find the mastermind. Find the mastermind and retrieve the Xian Dan. Only by retrieving the Xian Dan could the Tang family build a foundation that would last for 100 years. Old Master Tang's eyes turned red. Boom boom boom. Tang Wanli moved back and forth. With his own strength, he forcefully blocked 3 experts of the same level as him. His movements were bold and unrestrained, and he attacked without defending. He was like a mad tiger. It was naturally not a big problem for these people to kill a mere Jianghu. However, if they were to kill Old Master Tang here, then they would be going against the entire Tianxiang Empire. This was not a consequence that just anyone could bear. Therefore, Old Master Tang was fearless. In a short period of time, he had single-handedly held up 3 Earth Shen experts of the same level. The 4 of them formed a circle and started to fight. The entire place was filled with shadows of people and dust was rising everywhere. The other 2 Earth Shen experts of the Tang family were afraid that their master would be killed. So they quickly joined in the fight. These 6 experts were fighting in pairs and no one below the Earth Shen level could get involved. Take Jianghu away first. Old Master Tang shouted. It was at this moment that a faint blue light flashed gracefully. A masked man in white suddenly appeared. He floated over like the floating clouds and flowing water. In the darkness of the night, his white robes were particularly conspicuous. His movements were confident as though he was taking a stroll in the park. However, his speed was extremely fast. Along the way, the blue light flashed a few times and 4 miserable screams rang out simultaneously. The heads of the 4 hall leaders of the Northern City clan burst open and their corpses slowly fell to the ground. Tianxian beginner level. Tianxian expert. 200 experts of the Tang family swarmed forward and formed a heavy defensive line. However, that man completely ignored them. It was as though he was walking into an uninhabited land. His body floated up and flew 30 feet forward. A blue light flashed and Qin Xiaobao, who was lying on the ground, could only let out a muffled groan. His chest and abdomen had already been smashed into pieces. Old Master Tang Wanli let out a roar and turned around to face the man in white. The man in white's eyes flashed with disdain. A blue light flashed and a pair of palms collided with Old Master Tang's. Old Master Tang let out a muffled groan and his white beard trembled as he retreated a few steps. The man in white spun and floated away. Along the way, the experts of the Tang family were all blocked by his tyrannical Shen Qi. Without turning his head, he sent out a palm strike. Behind him was already Jianghu. Jianghu's eyes widened and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He screamed. So, ruthless. Old Marquis Tang, he is that. As he said that, he suddenly let out a miserable cry. His entire body fell to the ground. Not a single bone in his body was left intact. Hee. The man in white laughed softly and shouted, "Let's go." With a flash of blue light, he took the lead and rushed out. Several banging sounds could be heard as the people of the Tang family staggered backwards. In a flash they had already reached the wall. With a flash of yellow and blue light, 4 people leapt onto the high wall. The 3 Earth-level Shen Qi experts leapt off the wall and disappeared. The man in white remained standing on top of the wall, his white robes fluttering in the wind. He cupped his hands and said in an elegant voice, "Old Marquis Tang, I have no choice but to offend you today. The mountains are high and the rivers are long, we shall meet again in the future." With a long laugh, he leapt up and with a flash of blue light, the sky returned to darkness. Grandfather Tang clutched at his chest and let out a few muffled coughs. He could sense that this man in white was truly powerful. He had indeed gone easy on him. Otherwise, that palm strike alone would have left him with internal injuries. Even so, Grandfather Tang was so angry that his entire body was trembling. Looking at the wretched corpses of Jianghu and his son from Northern City Clan, as well as the 4 hall chiefs with their brains burst open, old Master Tang's hands and feet turned cold. Such a powerful Tianxian expert should have appeared in his own family. He was truly unwilling to accept this. It was not easy for him to find such an important clue. Yet, just as he was about to succeed, he was silenced. The 200+ people who represented the strongest members of the Tang family were gathered here. Yet they could only watch helplessly. They even had to bear the humiliation of being merciful. How could they endure this? Seeing old Master Tang gasping for breath, everyone around him lowered their heads in shame. It was at that moment that a heavy, deep and majestic sound rang out from afar, resounding through the heavens. It was like a tidal wave rolling in from the horizon. Yet it was also like muffled thunder in the sky. The sound was slow yet endless. It carried with it an unparalleled aura that could sweep through the heavens and shatter the clouds as it slowly approached. As the sound rang out, the entire heaven and earth seemed to become filled with endless killing intent in an instant. Even the darkness of the night seemed to become exceptionally heavy. The sudden sound did not slow down because of the passage of time. Instead, it grew louder and louder. In the end, it rang out from all directions of Tianxiang City. Following the initial dull rhythm, it slowly caught up to the rhythm. Then, it converged into a huge torrent that resounded throughout the entire heaven and earth. This was the Thunder God's war drum. This was the prelude to a massacre. This earth-shattering sound of the drum was the spark for a large-scale war. The general's gathering drum. After 10 years of silence, the highest command of the Xinjiang Kingdom's military rang out again in the silence of the night without any warning. Once the general's gathering drum rang out, it would signify mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The slaughter of thousands of soldiers and thousands of soldiers, the death of countless lives. This also meant that there would be a group of brave warriors who would close their eyes for eternity. There would also be a small group of survivors who would tread on mountains of corpses and seas of blood to reach a higher position. In all directions, countless soldiers were startled awake from their sleep. Turning over, they quickly put on their clothes. Everyone's eyes shone with a crazed and bloodthirsty light. It's Marshal Jun's general's gathering drum. An Earth Shen expert from the Tang family cried out in shock. Everyone looked at each other in shock. Chapter 69. Today is the last day this book will be on the list of new books. There is no need to say unnecessary words. Brothers and sisters, please give me some face. Tang Wanli's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape. The sudden sound of the war drums made him forget all the shame and displeasure he felt earlier. His mind was filled with only one thought. Jun Tian has gone mad. This old man, why did he go mad? Why did he go mad when the Jun family is at its weakest? Everyone return to the Tang family immediately. Those who hold a military position, quickly change your attire and report. The rest of you, without my orders, are not allowed to take a step out of the house. Old Master Tang made a prompt decision and issued a series of orders. Immediately, dozens of people bowed, turned around and hurriedly ran away, their speed even exceeding the maximum speed they could muster. At this time, the beating of the general's assembly drum indicated that the situation had reached a very dangerous point. No one doubted that if any officer dared to be late tonight, their heads would roll. Jun Tian's military discipline was second to none in the entire Xinjiang kingdom. Anyone who disobeyed his orders, regardless of whether they were nobles, aristocrats or descendants of dragons, would all be killed without mercy. The sound of galloping horses could be heard from all directions. rushing like a tide towards the center of the city. Everyone wore bright armor, their faces anxious. The whips in their hands continuously lashed on the war horses they loved more than their lives. All of them galloped as if they were rushing 800 li at top speed. "Marquis, what should we do with the rest of the trash?" An expert from the Tang family pointed at the remaining members of the Northern City clan and asked. "Bring them back and interrogate them one by one." Although Old Master Tang knew that this would not be effective, he still held on to that last bit of hope. As the warhorses galloped past in batches, all the barracks within and outside the city simultaneously sounded the loud sound of bugles. All troops were urgently assembled and maintained the highest state of combat readiness, awaiting the return of the commanding officer from the General Assembly platform. Then they would immediately move out. Grandpa Jun was going mad. This was not a lie. By the time Princess Ling Meng sent 2 men to the Jun residence, half an hour had already passed since the assassination attempt. Grandpa Jun was reading a book in his study, a smile on his old face, a look of satisfaction on his face. My grandson turned over a new leaf and turned over a new leaf. Looking at his vigor and perseverance, none of the nobles in the entire Tianxiang city could compare to my grandson. How could Grandpa Jun's heart not be filled with relief when he saw the Jun family at such a withering moment, when such a great hope and opportunity had appeared? Just as his mood was at its best, the housekeeper, Old Pang, gently knocked on the door and walked in with a heavy expression on his face. He informed him that Princess Ling Meng had sent someone to report something to the old master. Jun Tian immediately summoned the guard. However, when he saw the guard's body covered in blood, Grandpa Jun's heart skipped a beat. The guard's stammering and evasive words made Grandpa Jun feel that something was amiss. His face turned uglier and uglier. Old Pang stood behind Jun Tian with a worried look on his face. This made Jun Tian feel something. After a series of interrogation, the bodyguard finally said, "The third young Master Jun's body has disappeared." It was just this short sentence. When Jun Tian heard this, it was as if thousands of thunderbolts had simultaneously exploded in his head. His tall and sturdy body swayed a few times. Suddenly, his face turned deathly pale and he fell backward without a sound. In an instant he was no longer breathing. The old man was shocked. Fortunately, he had made preparations beforehand. He pinched Grandpa Jun's acupoint and pounded on his chest. Finally, Grandpa Jun regained consciousness. The bodyguard trembled as he knelt on the ground, not daring to move an inch. Everyone knew how important this debauchee young Master Jun Moxie was in Grandpa Jun's heart. If he did not respond appropriately, he would be met with a fatal disaster. The moment Grandpa Jun woke up, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His complexion instantly turned ashen and his eyes dimmed. However, the words that came out of his mouth were still clear and deep. "What exactly happened? Slowly, without missing a single word, tell me everything." Although his voice was low, the heaviness in his words was like a towering mountain, pressing down heavily. The bodyguard's face had long since turned pale from fear as he slowly described what happened. Throughout the entire process, Grandpa Jun's face remained calm and he did not utter a single word. Finally, when the bodyguard finished speaking, Jun Tian powerlessly waved his hand and said, "You may leave." The bodyguard felt as if he had just been granted amnesty. He trembled as he retreated, only to find that his entire body was soaked in sweat. In the study, Jun Tian closed his eyes and raised his head towards the sky. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down as a single tear flowed out from the corner of his wrinkled eyes. If Jun Moxie was still the debauchee Jun Moxie of the past, committing all sorts of outrages, Grandpa Jun would not have felt so bad. That was because he had long been disappointed. Turning this into despair was not a big deal. The Jun family's decline was already a foregone conclusion. Even if this day came early, it would not be a big deal. However, the problem was that Jun Tian had just witnessed the astonishing changes in his grandson. He had just seen the dawn of hope. He was filled with excitement and endless fantasies about the Jun family's future. However, this sudden news had instantly sent Grandpa Jun into an abyss of eternal damnation. With such a huge contrast, Grandpa Jun did not go crazy on the spot. It was already a testament to his self-control. Wuxia died because he was trying to send a message to Princess Raimu. This was Grandpa Jun's first deduction. The assassin's target was Princess Raimu. Other than the 3 princes, the only ones who would have the guts to do so were the hostile forces of other countries. At present, the crown prince's position was still undecided. With the 3 princes vying for the throne, the other countries could not wait for them to fight each other. Therefore, at this time, the hostile countries would not do something so extreme. Therefore, the 3 princes were the most suspicious. This was the second deduction. Third, the princess was the main target of the assassin. However, Wuxia had died but the princess did not. There was something fishy about this. Could it be that Wuxia's enemies, the Li family and the Meng family, had hired an assassin to do this? Was the assassination of the princess just a smokescreen? The third deduction. The messenger Wuxia had died, but the assassinated princess was unharmed. This meant that although Wuxia had sent a message to the princess did not send any bodyguards to protect him. All the military forces were focused on protecting the princess. As for Wuxia, he was killed so easily. This was the fourth deduction. The more Jun Zhantian thought about it, the colder his face became. His eyes became sharper. In the end, his expression became even more ferocious. Why did my grandson, who sent a message out of goodwill, die just like that? But that damned woman did not die. I, Jun Zhantian, joined the army when I was young, and have fought thousands of battles in my life. A Grand Duke emerged from millions of corpses and made great contributions to the empire. No one in the entire empire could compare to him. I, Jun Zhantian, have 3 sons and 3 grandsons. 2 of my sons sacrificed their lives for the empire. My youngest son was crippled for life. My 2 grandsons fought on the battlefield and died an unknown death. Now, my only flesh and blood has sacrificed his life to protect the princess of the imperial family. The Jun family, full of valiant warriors, has been cut off just like that. If that's the case, what's there for me to miss? It's all over anyway. Why don't I let all the enemies of the Jun family die with me? Jun Zhantian laughed mournfully. The more he laughed, the louder his voice became. He laughed until his face was full of tears. Suddenly he stood up. His eyes were bloodshot like lightning. Lengling looked at the night sky outside the window. Then she turned around and slowly walked to the portrait of her deceased wife. She stood straight and stared at it for a long time. Her lips opened as if she wanted to say something. However, in the end she did not say anything. She stretched out her palm and made a gesture in the air. It was as if she was feeling something, or as if she was saying her final farewell. Grandpa Jun narrowed his eyes slightly. It was as if he was holding back something. Then he suddenly turned around and picked up the sword that had been dusty for many years. His tall and sturdy body strode out of the room. His white hair floated in the air and he did not look back. The moment he turned around, 2 drops of tears fell onto the ground, shattering into sparkling pieces. The portrait on the wall was of a benevolent old woman. She still had the same eternal smile on her face. Her eyes seemed to have penetrated through the portrait and extended into the distance. The night wind blew in through the window, causing the portrait to flutter. It was as if the portrait was powerless to stay. Chapter 70. The housekeeper, Old Pang, stretched out his hand and pulled on a thread behind Jun Zhantian's armchair. An ear-piercing bell rang throughout the Jun family's courtyard. Then he silently followed behind Jun Zhantian, his face cold and resolute. He had already guessed what Jun Zhantian was going to do next, but he would not stop him. Not only would he not stop him, he would also follow. No complaints, no regrets. Downstairs, a wheelchair quietly sat there. Jun Wui sat upright on it, his 2 sword-like eyebrows emitting a murderous aura. Seeing his father coming down, Jun Wui's face was expressionless. He met his father's eyes and turned their heads, not saying a word. At this time there was no need to say anything. Dozens of dark figures rushed over from all directions and stood quietly in 3 rows in the courtyard. They looked at Jun Zhantian calmly. No matter what Jun Zhantian wanted to do, these people would follow him until the end of time. Amidst the layers of shadows, there were countless people gathered like ghosts, quietly waiting for orders. The Jun family's hidden forces were mobilized without reservation. Grandpa Jun stepped forward and spoke a few words in a low voice. Then, the hands hidden in the shadows suddenly receded like a receding tide, disappearing without a trace in an instant. It was as though the sky was filled with the stench of blood and the howling of the wind in the middle of the sky had become even more intense. After standing silently for a while, Jun Zhantian faced the fresh night wind and took a deep breath. He felt as if he had inhaled a thick stench of blood, choking his lungs. Turning over, Jun Zhantian mounted his horse. His blood-red cloak fluttered in the night wind, fusing with the color of blood. The rest of the people silently mounted their horses and followed him. Jun Wui patted the armrests of his wheelchair, and his body soared into the air, and steadily landed on the back of a horse. He shook the reins and followed the horse. The sound of hoofbeats gradually faded away and eventually disappeared. In a flash, the military headquarters was brightly lit. Jun Zhantian, dressed in his military uniform, sat upright in the main hall. Outside, 40 drums sounded at the same time. As the drums sounded, a continuous stream of people dressed in military uniforms, helmets and armors, galloped over. When they reached the platform, they dismounted from their horses and stood as straight as javelins. More and more people came, but none of them said a word. They only looked at Jun Zhantian, who was sitting high up in the commander's seat. Their eyes were filled with incomparable fanaticism. "Old Marshal. It's been a long time since I last beat the General Assembly drum. Those years when the flames of war raged through the skies, how nostalgic." The drum stopped. Below the stage, many generals stood solemnly. On both sides, dozens of large flags fluttered in the night wind, as if 1,000 people were crying at the same time. Jun Zhantian got up from his seat and walked to the stage. His sharp eyes swept across the crowd as he asked, "Is there anyone who hasn't arrived yet?" "We are all here. We await the old marshal's orders." Hundreds of people shouted in unison. "All right. Let this old man do something earth-shattering tonight." Jun Zhantian's sharp eyes emitted an unconcealable killing intent. "Listen up, generals. Here. Qinzhonan. Here. I order you to lead your troops and guard the west gate. Without my order, no one is allowed to leave the city. If there is any disturbance, immediately send troops to suppress it." Jun Zhantian emphasized the word, anyone. "Yes. Jun Yanfeng. Here. You are in charge of the east gate." "Yes." "Zhan Tingtian. Here. North gate." "Yes." "Shan Linyu. Here. South gate. The rest of you follow me." A series of orders were issued. Everyone stepped forward to receive the token and turned to leave. No one asked why. These were all Jun Zhantian's former subordinates. They were also the backbone of the Jun family's military. They had always followed Jun Zhantian's orders without any questions, even if it meant death. Especially Qinzhonan, Zhan Tingtian, Chan Linyu, and Jun Yanfeng. They were Grandpa Jun's 4 most capable generals. They were also unruly and iron-blooded war maniacs. They only obeyed Jun Zhantian's orders, regardless of whether they were right or wrong. They were also the backbone of the Jun family's military. One by one, the generals received their orders and left. Jun Zhantian's eyes grew colder and colder. "Wuxia, your grandfather will avenge you. Anyone who has ever gone against you, anyone who is suspicious, will be buried with you tonight." Just as the war drums started, late at night in the imperial palace, the emperor of Qianxiang Kingdom, Yang Huayu, jumped up in shock and shouted, "What is that sound?" This emperor, who was once in the prime of his life, felt an inexplicable sense of danger. It was as if something earth-shattering was happening. Outside the bedchamber, a feminine voice said, "Your Majesty, it seems like the sound of war drums." The sound of war drums? The emperor frowned and was suddenly shocked. War drums? The general's gathering drum. His expression changed. He got off the bed and draped a cloak over his body. Wearing only his undergarments, he quickly walked out and listened for a while. His expression gradually became solemn. Jun Zhantian. The emperor could immediately tell that it was Jun Zhantian's war drums. Apart from Jun Zhantian's general's gathering drum, there was no other sound in the capital that was as majestic and tragic as this. Only Jun Zhantian's war drums could display such power, enough to shake the entire Qianxiang city. What the hell happened today? This emperor does not know. The emperor's face darkened as he slowly asked. At this moment, anything could be done, but he could not be anxious. Only by knowing what had happened could he understand why Jun Zhantian would beat the general's gathering drum at this time. Only then could he adopt a targeted strategy to resolve the situation. This servant does not know. The 6 servants beside him knelt down at the same time, none of them able to answer. Investigate. Reporting to your Majesty, this servant remembers that Princess Ling Meng had requested an audience with your Majesty 2 hours ago. I do not know what the matter is. A middle-aged eunuch cautiously stepped forward from behind the emperor and replied in a feminine voice. Raimo? What happened to her? Raimo has always been well behaved. If there was nothing important, she would not disturb me at this time. Why didn't she report it to me? Who dares to be so bold as to interfere in this matter? The emperor immediately realized that something was wrong. The eunuch stammered, unable to speak. His eyes kept drifting towards the bedroom. Quickly summon Raimo. Yes. Concubine Meng. Come out. The emperor roared angrily, and a beautiful woman covered in fine muslin walked out and knelt on the ground. Let me ask you, why did Raimo come to see me? Why did you stop me? The emperor's eyes were as cold as ice, without the slightest bit of warmth. The princess, she said that she was assassinated, but this concubine saw that she was unharmed, and her mannerisms were the same as usual. I only knew that it was a child's mischief. Besides, your majesty had already fallen asleep at that time, so this concubine did not dare to disturb you. Concubine Meng replied, trembling with fear. My daughter was assassinated, and you still stopped her from seeing me, her father. You actually dared to cause trouble? Ah! You are truly my beloved concubine. The emperor's tone was gentle, as if he did not take it seriously at all. However, concubine Meng, who was kneeling on the ground, was already trembling. She knew that once the emperor spoke in such a tone, someone's head would definitely fall to the ground. The emperor gently moved closer to her ear and whispered, I think you don't have the guts to do it yourself. However, the matter that eldest brother promised you is definitely not going to be fulfilled. I will not let him do it either. Concubine Meng immediately widened her eyes in fear, and her whole body collapsed to the ground. Take concubine Meng away, banish her to the cold palace and await punishment. No one is allowed to come into contact with her. The emperor was very calm, but he announced the fate of concubine Meng, who was once above tens of thousands of people. Father. Princess Raimu hurried over, her hair a little messy. Don't be anxious. What happened today? Come, tell Imperial Father everything. Tell me in detail. The emperor looked at his daughter and smiled benevolently as if nothing had happened. The coldness in his eyes was subtly hidden. Chapter 71. Following Princess Raimu's narration, the emperor's face became more and more solemn, and his eyes became colder and colder. He lowered his head and did not make a sound, only listening quietly. This involved his daughter's life and death, and it also involved another key person. This person did not affect the overall situation, but because of him, the consequences were too great, so great that he, the emperor, might not be able to bear it, let alone be willing to bear it. An emperor, his own daughter was assassinated, and yet he was concerned about another standard debauchee. No kin in the royal family? Was really sad. Finally, according to Menger, before the assassination, Jun Moxie had reported to you? At least it was a warning? The emperor pondered. Yes, although I am not sure, Jun Moxie's motive should not be suspicious, or he might have found some clues. Princess Raimu's voice was low, but her tone was firm. Clues? With Jun Moxie's insignificant cultivation, how could he have found any clues? Forget it, these are all minor details. Later on, Jun Moxie was rescued by another expert, which means that Jun Moxie did not die, right? The emperor's eyes deepened. Yes, father. Princess Raimu knew the emperor's taboo, so she did not mention Yi Gahan's name. Even though the emperor himself knew about this matter. If that is the case, then why did Jun Zhantian go crazy? He actually beat the general's gathering drum without a care. The emperor pondered. His grandson is not dead, and the Jun family is not at the point of no descendants. Then his actions this time are really puzzling. This is really... He stood up and slowly paced 2 steps, his fingers lightly tapping on his forehead, and said slowly, My grandson is not dead, but Jun Zhantian went crazy for no reason. Perhaps one thing is certain, Jun Moxie is definitely not home at this moment. Jun Zhantian must have received the news that his grandson was in danger, and he did not see his grandson return for a long time, so he behaved strangely. Looks like I've underestimated them? How many birds do I need to kill with one stone? His Majesty smiled coldly. Princess Raimu suddenly thought of something and her face turned pale. If that was really the case, although it was just a misunderstanding, the consequences would be unmanageable. If Jun Moxie's life wasn't in danger at that time, why didn't he send someone to inform the Jun family? Meng, you handled this matter too carelessly. Meng, do you remember anything? Seeing the huge change in Princess Ling Meng's face, the emperor smiled and tried his best to control his anger. However, the corners of his eyebrows showed signs of being unable to be suppressed. His daughter had always handled matters calmly. How could she have made such a blunder today? Could it be that she had lost her usual calmness because of the assassination attempt? Imperial Father, when we found Jun Moxie's corpse. No, when his body was missing, I sent someone to inform old Master Jun, this. The moment the messenger left, that old man came and carried the injured Jun Moxie away. Princess Raimu was at a loss, unable to speak. And then? The news had already been sent, but when you found out that Jun Moxie was not dead, did you not do anything to remedy the situation? His Majesty looked at his daughter in disappointment, but his heart skipped a beat. Old man? Could it be that there was someone else besides that bastard Yi Gahan who was secretly protecting my daughter? If that's the case, His Majesty thought to himself, but his face remained expressionless. Such an important piece of news naturally had to be remedied. At that time, my imperial bodyguards were all seriously injured, so I had Murong Qianjun send someone to inform Old Master Jun that Jun Moxie was not dead. If Old Master Jun did not receive the news that Jun Moxie was not dead, then the only possibility is... There is no need for that possibility. It is obvious that Murong Qianjun did not go to deliver the news. Or perhaps he only went to deliver the news of Jun Moxie's death. Otherwise he would not. His Majesty sighed, and a sinister expression appeared on his handsome face, but it quickly disappeared. There is nothing else for you to do, go and rest. As he said that, he stroked Raimu's hair, and his empty eyes looked at the hazy yellow color of the imperial palace. His Majesty suddenly felt that this yellow color, which represented nobility, was actually very glaring to the eyes, and very vexing to the heart. This assassination attempt is a little strange, haha. How unexpected. His Majesty pondered for a moment, and a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. Perhaps, it is time to wash the imperial palace. I wonder if it will look a little brighter if I wash it with human blood? In the distance, the earth-shattering sound of the war drums had already died down, but the atmosphere was still filled with an oppressive atmosphere. I hope, Jun Zhantian, I hope you will not make things too difficult for me. His Majesty's eyes revealed a complicated expression, and it disappeared in a flash. Looking at his daughter's departing figure, His Majesty stood with his hands behind his back, and pondered for a moment. Suddenly he said, "Shadow, go out and take a look. Do not make a move unless it is necessary. Tell Jun Zhantian that his grandson is not dead. It is fine to cause a ruckus, but do not go overboard. Bring me something on the way. It is convenient. That old thing has been holding back for a few years." After saying that, His Majesty wrote a few words, rolled it up, and handed it over. "Go." A gust of wind rose, and a seemingly formless figure floated out. The next moment, the slip of paper in His Majesty's hand disappeared, and a faint shadow flew out of the imperial palace. "Although I am letting you be presumptuous this time, I also want to borrow a knife," His Majesty whispered to himself, and a trace of a meaningful smile suddenly flashed across his face. His Majesty had always taken every possibility into account, but this time, he had far underestimated the extent of Jun Zhantian's rage. Moreover, it was already too late for him to send someone over now. Men, summon Great General Dugu Wudi. His Majesty let out a sigh of relief and said loudly, "I might as well throw the situation into chaos again. Hope one by one. As long as one understands, they will restrain themselves a little. Those who do not understand, naturally do not have the need to stay, or perhaps do not have the qualifications to stay. It is not that I do not allow you to fight, but only those who fight will be the strongest. But there must be a sense of propriety in fighting. If he went beyond this limit, he would be consigned to eternal damnation." Princess Raimu bade farewell to His Majesty, and it was only when she returned to her own palace that she suddenly remembered that ever since she had gone, His Majesty had been asking about the Jun family and Jun Moxie throughout the entire assassination process. His Majesty, who had always doted on her the most, had not even asked about the fact that she was the main target of the assassination. Why is this? Could it be that, in his father's heart, this assassination, which was full of suspicions, involved a princess and involved him? Even the major cases involving other members of the imperial family are not as important as the Jun family? Or is His Majesty avoiding something? Or, thinking of His Majesty's deep gaze, Princess Raimu could not help but tremble. "Fortunately, I have Uncle Ye's protection, and that mysterious expert." While in a daze, Princess Raimu reached into her bosom, and took out the 3 small and exquisite throwing knives, and played with them in her hands. The throwing knives were only half the size of a palm, and their slightly curved curves were beautiful and natural, as thin as a cicada's wings. Even when the 3 throwing knives were stacked together, they were only a thin layer. Princess Ling Ming was very curious. How could such a small flying dagger display such a terrifying power? It was capable of causing a group of cold-blooded killers to flee without a fight. The throwing knives were silent, and their bodies flashed with a sparkling luster, and under the light they were extremely dazzling. If one only saw this kind of throwing knife, they would definitely think that it was something used by children from rich families to play with. Who would have thought that it was a deadly weapon of a peerless expert? But, as long as this kind of unique throwing knife appears in front of me again, I will immediately recognize it. Princess Raimu thought happily, and her heart was filled with endless fascination. I wonder what kind of person this peerless expert, whom even Uncle Yi admires so much, is? This chapter has been going over and over again since this morning, and has been revised countless times. I don't feel very satisfied. When it comes to this kind of climax, it is perhaps the most difficult time for all writers, haha. Although my head hurts from thinking about it, I also feel a sense of accomplishment. Could this be pain and happiness at the same time? Regarding the issue of updating, I hope my brothers and sisters can understand again. Chapter 72. Great General Dugu Wudi returned home with a belly full of depression. He was already completely confused. When he heard the war drums from the barracks outside the city, he immediately rushed back to the city with his personal guards. The first thing he did was to wait for the emperor to summon him to the imperial palace. He had even given the order for his soldiers to prepare for battle. In the event that Junjian were to revolt, only the Dugu family's army could protect the emperor and contend against Junjian's army. However, His Majesty's unusually warm attitude left Dugu Wudi scratching his head in confusion. Such a serious matter could cause great changes in the country at any time. Even the imperial palace was not an impossibility. But the emperor had only said 4 words, "Don't be impatient." Then he told me to go home and find my old man. He didn't even allow me to return to the barracks or take any defensive measures. This is too unimaginable. Dugu Wudi fainted. Dugu Wudi returned home with a belly full of depression. He did not even have time to return to his courtyard. The first thing he did was to find his father, Dugu Zongheng. But the result was that Dugu Wudi, the great general who commanded thousands of troops, was even more embarrassed. "Are you a pig? You bastard. You dragged me out of bed just for this trivial matter? You unfilial son. How did I raise such a useless thing? Don't go out and call yourself my son. I can't afford to lose my face." Dugu Wudi was very angry. His voice was so loud that the entire residence could hear him. Spittle sprayed all over his son's face. He pointed at Dugu Wudi's forehead, causing him to stagger. "Don't you use your pig brain to think? Is your brain filled with dog shit? Rebellion? Bullsh*t. I'm telling you, even if my Dugu family revolts, Junjian will not. Even if His Majesty revolts, Junjian will not rebel. Hurry up and go back to sleep. I can't be bothered with you. You're a complete pig. Stupid pig. Motherfucker." Finally he kicked Dugu Wudi out of his room. Dugu Wudi returned to his bedroom angrily. A muffled groan followed by a voice. "Old thing? What did you just say? What the fuck? Who the fuck was invincible? If he's a pig, who the hell are you, you old thing?" Was his brain filled with dog shit? "You pig. You're a pig through and through." What followed was a series of muffled groans that were forcefully held back in order to save face. Great General Dugu Wudi rubbed his buttocks, his face full of resentment. He thought bitterly in his heart, "I'll twist this old thing. Serves you right." Confused, he returned to his own courtyard, only to find that it was noisy and brightly lit. Madame and the concubines of the third branch were not asleep yet, and their faces were full of worry. When they saw him return, they immediately surrounded him. After asking, he found out that his daughter ran back crying in the afternoon. Her tears flowed down and no one could persuade her. She locked herself in her room and didn't come out until now. It seemed that she had been bullied. The gloomy Dugu Wudi suddenly became furious. Nothing was going his way. What? Who would dare to bully my precious daughter in the Tianxiang city? See if I don't bring an army to exterminate them. Panting with rage, he led his wives into his daughter's room. He didn't even try to hide it and coaxed his precious daughter for a long time. Finally, his daughter stopped crying and drank a bowl of bird's nest porridge. Only then was he able to relax. Who was it that bullied my baby? Tell me and I'll exterminate them. Dugu Wudi's face was somewhat sinister. He looked at his daughter's swollen eyes and couldn't help but feel heartache. A manic voice in his heart shouted, "I'm going to explode." "Father," Dugu Xiaoyi had been waiting for her father and said in a spoiled manner, "You have to help your daughter." Dugu Wudi suddenly felt that something was wrong. Could it be that my daughter was? He couldn't help but ask nervously, "Who?" "It's the Jun family. That stinky brat Jun Moxie. I'm going to die of anger today. Father, you have to help your daughter." Dugu Xiaoyi pouted and said in an aggrieved manner. Dugu Xiaoyi had been holding it in for a whole day. So, she had been waiting for her father to come back and complain. Then she would ask for her father's permission to bring her brothers to beat up Jun Moxie and take back the meteoric iron. She knew that her mother wouldn't agree and wouldn't dare to agree. So, she didn't have that idea. Dugu Wudi let out a long sigh after listening to what had happened. So, it wasn't like what I thought. Now I can rest assured. Then, he wrinkled his brows, and suddenly felt as if his head was about to explode. Hee, my good girl, I wouldn't be afraid of anyone else. In fact, I would have caught that prince and beat him up to vent your anger. But this Jun Emosia isn't easy to deal with. Of course it's not easy. Jun Tian doesn't know where his grandson is. How can I find him? Even if I find him, I might not dare to do anything. That old bastard had completely gone mad now. Is father afraid of Senior Jun? My life is so bitter. I'm so angry. Dugu Xiaoyi cried again. She turned her body and turned her face away. She didn't know why, but whenever she thought of Jun Moxie's face, she would want to hit him. She would be so angry that she wished she could slap that hateful smile off his face. Sigh. It's not that. Dugu Wudi was at a loss when he saw his daughter crying again. He hastily explained, it's that brat, Sigh. Well, we don't know whether he's dead or alive. We can't find him. Let's wait until we find him. Father will definitely take revenge for you when we get back. I'll teach that brat a good lesson. Ah? He's reckless? What happened to him? Dugu Xiaoyi didn't know why, but she suddenly felt a pain in her heart. She immediately turned around and stared at her father with her red eyes. She suddenly felt nervous and afraid. What am I afraid of? I heard that Princess Raimu was attacked by an assassin this afternoon. That guy overestimated his own abilities and rushed to report the news. The princess is fine, but that debauchee became the scapegoat. Dugu Wudi was rejoicing in his daughter's misfortune. He didn't notice that his daughter's face had turned deathly white as she spoke. Her little hands were clenched tightly, but she still continued to talk. He was stabbed in the chest. Then a silver Xian assassin stomped on his chest a few times. After that, he was taken away. I don't know where he was taken to. In my opinion, that brat's life is in danger. Dugu Xiaoyi groaned. She was dumbstruck. Suddenly he felt a little empty in his heart. He didn't hear a single word that his father said after that. Even his voice seemed to have become incomparably distant and indistinct. Don't worry. If that brat is still alive, I'll definitely catch him and let my darling personally spank his buttocks. Smash it, ha. Dugu Wudi laughed heartily. Only then did he realize that there was something wrong with his daughter's expression. He waved his hand in front of his daughter's face. Xiaoyi? Ah? Dugu Xiaoyi seemed as if she had just woken up from a dream. She was startled. But her face suddenly calmed down. She slowly lay down on the bed and said in a low voice, Father, I'm tired. I want to sleep now. Okay. Then have a good sleep. Everything will be fine after you wake up. I'll go drink a little wine to relieve my boredom. Today has been a very depressing day. Dugu Wudi shook his head and walked out. Dugu Wudi, who had an infinitely thick mental state, didn't realize that there was something wrong with his daughter. Dugu Xiaoyi pulled the quilt and covered her entire body with it. She didn't move an inch. She heard her mother say a few words, and her aunt said a few words with concern. However, Dugu Xiaoyi didn't hear them clearly. Her heart was in a mess. She didn't know what she was thinking. She didn't know why. She just felt like crying. Her nose felt sore and her heart ached. Her tears silently flowed out. More and more, and the quilt became wet. She didn't even know when her mother and aunts had left. Could it be that is he dead? But I haven't. Chapter 73. Jun Tian's face was ashen and his body was full of murderous intent. He strode out of the general selection stage, mounted his horse and was about to ride away. There were a few places that he wanted to see turn to ashes with his own eyes. Only then would he be able to comfort his grandson's soul in heaven. Suddenly, there seemed to be a ripple in the darkness. A figure darker than the night appeared like a ghost. Although it was right in front of them, no one could see its true appearance. Shadow? Why are you here? Did His Majesty send you here? Jun Tian looked up and asked. This is a gift from His Majesty. The shadow raised his hand, and a piece of white paper floated into Jun Tian's hand. The face in the fog seemed to smile, but it appeared even more strange and frightening. The voice instantly turned into an invisible thread and drilled into Jun Tian's ear. His Majesty said that your grandson should not have perished yet. He also asked me to bring you 2 words, balance. He emphasized the word balance. His voice was very dry and somewhat reluctant. It seemed that he was not used to saying so many words at once. Emosia is not dead? Jun Tian was inexplicably ecstatic. He suddenly thought of the mysterious person he had entrusted. Could it be that he had rescued my grandson? He stepped forward and asked eagerly, Shadow, is my grandson's injury serious? The shadow turned around and was about to leave. It seemed that he did not want to stay even a moment longer. He seemed to have no interest in the number one military man in front of him. But when he heard Jun Zhantian's question, he reluctantly said a few more words. He is not dead, he is seriously injured. After saying that, he turned his head and looked at Jun Wui, who was beside Jun Zhantian. He snorted and disappeared with a whoosh. The hope that Jun Zhantian had just ignited was instantly extinguished by a ball of cold water. He felt his whole body turn cold. Shadow's final glance at Jun Wui was tantamount to reminding him that with Jun Moxie's injuries, perhaps he wouldn't die, but he wouldn't be any better off than Jun Wui. Jun Zhantian's deathly still heart had just become warm when it was doused with icy coldness. Could it be that the only descendant of the Jun family will also become a cripple? As he thought of this, the rage within Grandpa Jun's heart flared up. It was a raging fury. Before this, it seemed that the Meng family and the Li family were always against his grandson. Fuck his grandmother. Regardless of whether or not today's incident had anything to do with you, I'll make an example out of you. Consider yourself unlucky. Jun Zhantian cursed in his heart as he mounted his horse. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Army, follow me. Come with me to search his house." The heavens had pity on him. When the shadow had looked at Jun Wui, there was no warning as Grandpa Jun had assumed. In fact, there was another reason. This night was destined to be a night of slaughter. Following Jun Zhantian's soaring rage, the entire imperial capital was shrouded in the smell of blood. War horses galloped back and forth within the imperial capital. One after another, the homes of the imperial court's officials were set ablaze. The sounds of weapons clashing could be heard, as well as miserable screams. Before the shadow had even made his move, countless men in black had already appeared from the darkness like ghosts. Their faces were covered as they jumped into the officials' residences. Some of the officials' residences did not even have the time to resist. Their blades fell and blood splattered everywhere. Assistant Minister of Justice Meng Jiu and Li Qiao belonged to the Li family and Meng family's camp. They belonged to the First Princess faction and were usually at odds with the Jun family. Tonight, these two families bore the brunt of the calamity. While the war drums were still beating intensely, several masked men in black had already jumped into the residences of the two families. Starting from the guards' rooms, the corpses rushed into the main hall and then into the bedrooms. The two pitiful officials did not even have the time to speak before their heads were chopped off. Following that, not a single family member was spared. Following that, flames soared to the heavens. When Imperial Censor Tai Yen heard the sound of the war drums, this old censor who had opposed Jun Zhantian for several years because his son had fought alongside Jun Zhantian in the war was filled with righteous indignation. Thinking that the opportunity to overthrow Jun Zhantian had arrived, he got out of bed and spent the night drafting a memorial to impeach Jun Zhantian. He was only halfway through when suddenly, the doors and windows of the residence were smashed open. Several masked men in black burst in like ghosts. They grabbed the unfinished memorial and looked at it. With a sneer, they curled the memorial into a ball and stuffed it into the poor old man's throat. Then, with a swish of their blades, the memorial was cut into two. The other two families were officials from the Ministry of Rights, Qian Wangguan and Wu Yun, who had defected to the Second Prince's camp. Their residences were a little far away from the city gates. When they heard the Jun family's drums, they immediately felt that something was amiss. Knowing Grandpa Jun's style, they immediately made a wise decision. They immediately packed their belongings and prepared to leave the city overnight to avoid the storm. However, when they reached the city gates, they were surrounded by the Imperial Army. The leading officer shouted for the assassins to be captured. At the same time, he rained down arrows, not giving them any chance to defend themselves. He immediately gave the order to kill. More than 100 members of the Qian family were turned into porcupines at the southern city gates. Even their faces could not be distinguished. On the other side, nearly 60 members of the Wu family were killed at the western city gates. Their corpses were chopped into pieces. Then they were doused with kerosene and set ablaze. The stench of burnt corpses filled the entire nine heavens. Beside the corpses of these two families, two tall wooden signs were erected, the fate of the assassins. There was also a single imperial censor, Shen Zhongyun, who had woken up in the middle of the night to go to the toilet. However, he was discovered early in the morning. It was unknown how long he had been holding himself in for. These officials, who normally held high positions of power, were now like a flock of lambs surrounded by a pack of wolves. For a moment, it was as if the end of the world had arrived in the capital. Grandpa Jun's rage had thoroughly ignited the entire imperial capital. Tonight's events had far exceeded His Majesty the Emperor's expectations. When he found out about it, he was so enraged that he smashed everything he could see. the Jun family's secret power was fully revealed. It was like a demonic, bloodthirsty massacre. In this restless night, they had used blood and lives to shock the entire upper echelons of the imperial capital. It had also ruthlessly stabbed into many people's hearts, causing many of them to be in a state of panic. Everyone was pondering. Faced with such an irresistible power, what should they do? Should they consider the issue of choosing a new side? This was especially true for the three princes. Each of them had summoned all of their aides and advisors for an emergency meeting that very night. At this moment, the Jun family's enormous power had caused the eyes of the three princes to turn red with envy. If only they could grasp such power in their hands. But in the midst of the discussion, the three princes' mansion suddenly caught fire. Following that, countless decapitated heads were thrown into the room, dripping with fresh blood. The three princes were scared out of their wits. The guards of the mansion searched wantonly, but not even a trace of the decapitated heads could be found. They were even chased back like ducks by the patrolling military cavalry. However, there were exceptions among the prominent families in the capital, such as the Li family, the Meng family, and the Song family. They had strong foundations, and after the sudden attack by the black-robed men, the experts of their families quickly reacted and stopped the black-robed men from killing them. However, there were still bursts of thick smoke and raging flames that rose up. In the Li family's secret chamber, several people heard the sounds of killing outside. They could not help but want to rush out. One of them was dressed in white robes. He looked to be in his 30s. His face was cold and proud. Looking at his figure and bearing, he was the white-robed Tianxian expert who had killed Jianghu under Tang Wanli's command. The door opened and the young master of the Li family, Li Yuran, walked in. "Yuran, let me go out. The highest level of these men in black is only Yu Xian's cultivation. It's nothing. Any one of us can go out and stop them. I really don't understand. Your own family has been attacked. Why are you still so slow? Since they want to court death, we'll take care of them." The man in white frowned. He looked angry. He had always been proud and arrogant. Since when did he have to hide in a secret room and not dare to show his face? Chapter 74. So embarrassing. Yesterday I was told that my internet connection had been cut off, but today it's still there. No. Absolutely not. Li Yuran was still smiling calmly at this moment. I would rather the entire Li residence be burned to the ground than to act rashly. His smile was strangely gentle, cold and ruthless. As long as the people are still here, the Li family will still exist. But if the few of you go out, regardless of what happens to the men in black outside, there is one thing that I am certain of. Countless eyes will immediately focus on this place. Once your identities are exposed, or even if it's not exposed, as long as you show yourselves, then the Li family will have a hard time moving forward. Moreover, the rumor that Xian Dan is in the Li family will immediately spread like wildfire. When that time comes, the matter will be over. Senior brother, all of you stay in the secret chamber and do not come out. Once the rumor has died down, I will immediately arrange for you to leave the city. If anything happens in the future, I will seek help from master and senior brother. Li Yuran smiled lightly. This time, not only will I not stop them, I will also send a few more people for them to kill. I want to see how Senior Duke Jun is going to deal with this. This is an unpardonable crime of rebellion. Even if the courtiers can tolerate it, can the imperial family? Li Yuran's face revealed a rare sneer. Fine. Since that is the case, I will not say anything. Do as you wish. The man in white revealed a dissatisfied expression and nodded his head helplessly. Junior brother, when you have the time, go back and take a look. Master, he is very worried about you. Rest assured, senior brother. I will. Li Yuran smiled faintly and walked out. At this moment, a Chihua rocket suddenly exploded in mid-air, bursting into colorful fireworks. It was extremely beautiful. As the fireworks blossomed, all the men in black suddenly retreated. Like a receding tide, they quickly left the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, they jumped over the wall and ran out of the main gate. In a flash, they had already disappeared into the boundless night. Then, the thunderous sound of horse hooves rang out. Thousands of cavalrymen converged into a torrent. Their formation was neat and tidy, and they rushed over with an extremely murderous air. In the blink of an eye, they had gathered at the entrance of Grand Preceptor Li's residence. A series of commands rang out, and the cavalrymen split into two groups in an orderly manner. In an instant, they had surrounded the Li family's residence so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. The door was slammed open with a bang, and Jun Tian walked in with large strides, his entire body brimming with killing intent. A sky-blue light flickered around his body. It was obvious that he had already activated his own Tianxian Qi. Although the Li family would not dare to touch him with his status, he still had to take precautions. It was better to be safe than sorry. On both sides, two groups of elite soldiers split into two rows and entered in a single file, their swords flashing. All members of the Li family come out for this duke. An assassin has appeared in the capital. Search the entire city. Grandpa Jun bellowed, his voice reverberating for miles. Ha ha ha, it turns out that Brother Jun has personally come. Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. Grand Preceptor Li Shang's face was filled with a cordial smile as he walked out from the main hall to welcome Jun Zhantian. His steps were quick, as if he was a pair of twins who had been separated for many years during the chaos of war. Jun Zhantian's face was stern as he said, Grand Preceptor Li, please discipline your family's servants and relatives. Her Royal Highness, Princess Raimu, was assassinated today. This Jun has a duty to apprehend the disobedient assassin. If there are any accidental injuries, I will not be held responsible. After saying that, he waved his hand. Search. Wait. Li Shang's white beard fluttered as he took a step forward. His gentle and cordial expression suddenly changed. His beard and hair fluttered as he said in a loud voice. Senior Duke Jun, although you are the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Army and a Duke of the Empire, this Grand Preceptor is also a first-grade Imperial officer and a Duke of the Empire. Without the Emperor's personal decree, who would dare to act presumptuously in my Li family's residence? Jun Zhantian sneered. There was a faint trace of hysteria in his eyes as he slowly said, Grand Preceptor, are you implying that a first-grade official in the Imperial Court has the right to harbor assassins? Search for him. Anyone who obstructs the search will be killed on the spot. Suddenly, the hundreds of soldiers behind him swarmed in and rushed into the Li family's residences to search. Li Shang was so angry that his entire body trembled. He roared. Jun Zhantian, you are acting so unscrupulously and overstepping your authority. Do you really want a rebel? Jun Zhantian laughed loudly. Grand Preceptor's words are truly strange. This duke's mission is only to search for the assassin who assassinated Her Royal Highness the Princess. How did I overstep my authority? How unscrupulous. How can I rebel? Grand Preceptor has repeatedly obstructed this duke's search. Could it be that this has something to do with the assassin? Jun Zhantian ignored him and waved his hand for the soldiers to hurry up and search. At that moment, a young man dressed in white stood out with a smile. It was none other than the eldest young master, Li Yuran. He respectfully bowed to Jun Zhantian and said, If Senior Duke Jun were to search by imperial decree, the Li family would naturally not dare to disobey. However, without the Emperor's imperial decree, Senior Duke Jun barged into the residence of a first-grade imperial officer and wantonly conducted a search. Even if Senior Duke Jun is not afraid of crooked shadows, our Li family still needs to maintain some face. If word of this were to spread, it would not look good on anyone, right? Jun Zhantian coldly looked at the refined young man before him. He could not help but think of his own grandson, Wuxia. His grandson could have been stronger than Li Yuran, but ended up suffering from such a treacherous plot. Thinking of this, Lengling's rage flared up and she asked, What do you want? This junior would like to ask Senior Duke Jun a very simple question. Senior Duke Jun has repeatedly said that he is searching for the assassin in our residence. However, regardless of where Senior Duke got the information that my Li family is harboring the assassin, if we are unable to find the assassin in our Li family, what will Senior Duke do? Li Yuran smiled warmly and took a step forward. If that is the case, will Senior Duke Jun give my Li family an explanation? Grandpa Jun laughed loudly. Suddenly he took a step forward and fiercely slapped Li Yuran's face. A crisp "pa" sound rang out. Then he kicked Li Yuran's abdomen, causing him to fall to the ground. Then Jun Zhantian angrily shouted. When this old man is searching for the assassin, even your grandfather Li Shang does not dare to fart in front of this old man. Who do you think you are? You dare to come out here and point your fingers? You want an explanation from this old man? This is an explanation. He spat out a mouthful of spittle. What a joke. If you are unable to find the assassin, then it naturally means that your Li family is innocent. If you are unable to find the assassin, then you will have to continue searching. What else can you do? I would like to ask your Li family. Every single one of you, from the old to the young, are desperately trying to stop this old man from capturing the assassin. What is the meaning of this? Could it be that your Li family wishes to rebel and is the mastermind behind this plot to assassinate the princess? If the assassin who tried to assassinate the princess were to escape while you are trying to stall for time, How many heads does your Li family have to bear this crime? These words were directed at Li Shang. It was obvious that the Li Yuran before him did not even have the qualifications to speak to him as an equal. Even if two armies were to face off against each other, there was still a need to consider the difference in status. If one did not have the qualifications, then they would only be courting death. It was not that Li Yuran did not understand this point. However, seeing her grandfather being humiliated in front of her own eyes, coupled with the fact that there were several people in the secret chamber who could not see the light of day, if they were to be discovered, it would be akin to having mud fall into one's pants. Even if it was not shit, it would still be shit. She could only brace herself and come out, hoping that Jun Tian would be able to rely on his demeanor as the #1 person in the military to block this matter. Who would have thought that Jun Tian would not only throw away his demeanor, but also his face? One slap and one kick, both quick and ruthless. Although Li Yuran was a genius in martial arts, she was limited by her age. At present she was only at the initial level of the Gold Xian realm. The gap between her and Grandpa Jun's Tian Xian was like that of the heavens and the earth. In addition, she was caught off guard and received a solid slap and a kick. She felt as if her head was going to explode and she was seeing stars. Although Grandpa Jun did not utilize his Xian Qi, Li Yuran's slap under the watchful eyes of nearly 1,000 people felt as if it had struck his heart. Chapter 75. Li Yuran silently stood up from the ground, a vicious glint flashed across his eyes. Maintaining his cultured and refined demeanor, he smiled modestly and said, "Senior Duke Jun is right to reprimand this junior was rude. I hope that Senior Duke Jun will not take offense." He continued to smile as he looked at Jun Tian. His smile was sincere and actually contained a strong sense of shame, as if he was very embarrassed by his actions earlier. Jun Tian's eyes widened as he suddenly felt an indescribable pressure. This kid, with his calmness, is definitely not a simple character. He is probably a ruthless character who can kill people. He could not help but sigh in his heart. If Mocier is fine, this kid will probably be his greatest opponent in the younger generation. Lengling turned around and sneered, "The Li family seed is indeed sinister." Grand Preceptor Li Shang's beard trembled in anger. Jun Tian's words were enough to curse 18 generations of the Li family's ancestors. "Everyone get out of the way and let him search. If he cannot find the assassin, old man Jun, tomorrow at the Golden Palace, this old man will have a good discussion with you in front of the Emperor. Let's see if you still have the courage to do so." Li Shang waved his hand at Lengling, flicked his sleeves, turned around and sat down under a flowering tree. He closed his eyes and remained motionless. Jun Tian waved his hand, "Search carefully. Do not miss a single place. Do not miss even the slightest clue." Nearly 1,000 soldiers behind him replied in unison and fiercely rushed in. In an instant, the entire Li family's mansion was thrown into an unprecedented state of chaos. Not far from the Li family's mansion, an ordinary-looking sedan chair was parked. Four people stood at the four corners of the sedan chair with indifferent expressions on their faces. The curtains of the sedan chair were slightly lifted and a pair of deep eyes looked in their direction, carefully listening to the commotion. This person's thin face was slightly squarish, but his two eyebrows slanted out like two azure dragons soaring in the sky. Even if he didn't speak or move, he had an awe-inspiring aura that emanated from him without being angry. After listening for a while, he closed his eyes and muttered, "Jun Tian's confrontation with the Li family this time was a bit excessive. The Li family naturally had many secrets related to their own safety that could not be revealed. Once they were revealed, the Li family would most likely be gone. Jun Tian is obviously not willing to give up so easily, but the Empire cannot do without the Li family." He frowned as if he had a headache and said softly, "Shadow, if there's any abnormality, you'll have to step forward and resolve this farce." There was no sound from outside, but this person knew that his order had been clearly accepted. He closed his eyes again. His fingers lightly tapped on a small jade tea table beside him. His eyebrows gradually knitted together like two azure dragons. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Li Shang's eldest grandson Li Yuran is indeed a talent, but a very dangerous talent. Jun Tian's soldiers searched along the way, overturning all the chests and cabinets. Crashing sounds could be heard everywhere. It seemed that these people were not here to search for the assassins, but purely to cause destruction. Bang! A huge vase was thrown out and smashed into pieces. Grand Preceptor Li Shang's face twitched fiercely. That was the only one in the world. Bang! Bang! Grandpa Jun's face was cold as he watched with his horsewhip in hand. Panting heavily, he shouted, "Search ruthlessly for me." Even though it was such a serious moment, everyone behind him turned their heads and snickered. Search? Can the adjective ruthlessly be used to describe it? Jun Tian's choice of words was clearly not professional. It was more accurate to say, smash. Ruthlessly smash. This old man is quite interesting. He's afraid that others won't know that he's deliberately causing trouble. Might as well watch for a while longer. The person in the palanquin could not help but smile. Following the words ruthlessly, the soldiers searched even more forcefully. Nearly 2,000 soldiers rushed into the Li family's residence. It was as if they were attacking an enemy city during a war. Some fell and some were smashed. The people of the Li family gathered in the courtyard and watched, their hearts bleeding. That was all money. After watching for a while, the person in the palanquin closed his eyes and said in a low voice, "There shouldn't be any major problems. Let's go back." He then lowered the curtain and leaned back on the soft seat, closing his eyes to rest. That old man Jun Tian had clearly understood his intentions. He only smashed in conspicuous places, but did not touch any of the Li family's secret areas. It seems that nothing major will happen here. I want to see, after such a ruckus, which aristocratic family in the capital will still dare to casually pick a side. The person in the palanquin smiled. Fighting must be controlled within a small area. If it endangers the country, then today will be a warning. The palanquin rose and left without a sound. Jun Tian remained motionless. Jun Wui, on the other hand, looked back indifferently after the palanquin left. Reporting to the marshal, there is no trace of the assassin. One soldier after another came to report. Following that, reports came from all directions. None of them had found anything. Jun Tian became furious and shouted, "Could it be that the assassin flew into the sky? Is he not in the Li family? Let's go take a look elsewhere." He turned around and led the soldiers out. Then, he mounted his horse and galloped in the direction of the Meng family's residence. The Li family members looked at the courtyard that looked like a beggar's nest. They wanted to cry but had no tears. The imperial examiner Li Shang patted his waist and sat up with difficulty. Li Yuran hurriedly went forward to support him. The grandfather and grandson looked at each other and saw the anger in each other's eyes. They also saw a little bit of luck. "Grandfather, anyone with a discerning eye would be able to tell that those men in black were Jun Tian's subordinates. Jun Tian is a thief crying, 'Stop thief,' and imposing a groundless crime. This is no different from rebellion. Since we didn't manage to find the assassin, Grandpa can bring all the officials and report him to the court tomorrow." Li Yuran pondered and said, "Jun Tian has clearly shown signs of going crazy." He mobilized his troops and broke into the houses of the court officials to search for them. If the Li family's wealth is exchanged for the fall of the Jun family, grandfather, this is still a good deal. On the other hand, if grandfather doesn't make any moves, I'm afraid that we will be suspected of having a guilty conscience." Li Shang frowned and sighed deeply. He then said in a heavy tone, "Yuren, you are talented and intelligent. You are able to foresee the enemy's schemes. You can be called the number one person in the younger generation. However, you still have some shortcomings. For example, politics. You're still a little too young and your foresight is also a little lacking." "Politics?" Li Yuran was somewhat puzzled. Jun Tian's crime is not enough for His Majesty to punish the Jun family? Enough? Not enough. Far from enough. Li Shang's white eyebrows trembled. The anger and helplessness that he had displayed in front of Jun Tian had disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by endless scheming. It was obvious that his previous cowardice had been feigned. "You still don't understand the importance of Jun Tian in His Majesty's heart. I'll simply tell you that His Majesty's life has been saved at least 6 times by this old man. If Jun Tian had any intention of rebelling, or had even the slightest bit of ambition, he would have already ascended to the throne. It is true that the Tian family has no relatives, but they will never truly put those who are absolutely loyal to them to death. This is the fundamental reason why the Jun family has been able to suppress the 3 armies even though they have no successors. Do you really think that you can topple Jun Tian based on what you've just done?" Li Shang laughed mischievously. "Do you really think that Jun Tian is so brainless that he would offend our Li family? Moreover, do you really think that Jun Tian's actions have offended us to the point of no return?" Li Yuran was very intelligent. She instantly understood a lot. Her complexion changed as she said, "Don't tell me, asterisk 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 asterisk. Well, inform our brothers and sisters that we will update them from tomorrow onwards. We will update them at 9 o'clock in the morning and 18 o'clock in the evening. If there are 3 updates, we will update them at noon. There will be an explanation at that time. Haha, to be honest, I have been updating at midnight every day in order to rush up the rankings. My schedule has been completely messed up and I have been very tired. Thank you brothers and sisters for your support during this time. It is finally going to be published. It will be pushed out next week. Wow. The explosion that everyone is looking forward to will begin on the 1st of May. Feng Ling will fight side by side with everyone until the end of this book. Thank you. Chapter 76. Li Shang smiled sinisterly. Humph, if it wasn't for His Majesty's instructions, the Li family would have been littered with corpses. Not a single person would have survived. Jun Tian's original plan should have been like this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have mobilized the army with such great fanfare. But there must have been a reason for him to change his mind. In the entire Qinxiang kingdom, there is only one person who can make Jun Tian give up on this idea, and that is His Majesty the Emperor. Oh yes, there is another person, and that is that debauchee Jun Moxie. You just told me that there is a 90% chance that the debauchee is already dead, but I'm afraid that may not be the case. If Jun Moxie is really dead, even with His Majesty's interference, Old Man Jun may not be willing to let the matter rest. Therefore, Jun Moxie's life should not be in any danger, and this news should have just been received by Old Man Jun, so today, even old Jun Tian is helpless. In this matter we seem to be innocent and unlucky, but I believe that there are people more unfortunate than us. Li Shang smiled. Her Royal Highness was assassinated, and this matter has stung His Majesty's heart, so Jun Tian has gone mad. His Majesty is using this opportunity to reshuffle the three princes. All the families and officials who have been close to any one of the three princes will definitely be warned, banished and punished tonight. As for those in the Imperial Palace, I'm afraid they have already been dealt with. It's a pity that our preparations have been wasted. Jun Tian's madness this time was unexpected, but it was inevitable. If we had controlled Jun Moxie, that old man would have already gone mad. And His Majesty is taking advantage of this madness and then, ha ha ha. His Majesty will use this opportunity to weaken the Jun family's military power, and then suppress the other families. The one behind old Jun is the Emperor. And the one who is truly brilliant is the Emperor. Do you think he can topple old Jun? Li Yuran was somewhat shocked. He had never imagined that these political veterans would think so far ahead. In fact, they had even tried to figure out each other's thoughts. This was especially true for the person who stood at the highest position in the Tianxiang Empire. His Majesty is a man of great talent and strategy. Naturally, he doesn't want his successor to be an incompetent person. So, he wants the three princes to compete for the top position, but he doesn't want things to get out of hand. So, if things go too far, he will get rid of all of them and start over again. Therefore, although the three princes often fought openly and secretly, the real big families in the capital would never rashly get involved. This is the biggest reason. Remember, let bygones be bygones. Before the situation is absolutely clear, don't take sides. Look at tonight. Li Shang pointed at the black smoke floating everywhere in the sky. All those who stood in line in advance are now in the sky. If that's the case, are we just going to forget about what happened today? Li Yuran asked. How can I just let it go like this? Even if our Li family is willing, His Majesty will not. Li Shang slyly smiled. So, we will definitely report to the Emperor tomorrow. That way, His Majesty will have a reason to suppress all the big families and achieve his ultimate goal. If we don't cooperate, it will be very difficult for us in the future. Li Yuran fell into deep thought. He had been smart since he was a child, and was always able to draw inferences about other things. Whether it was civil or military, he was a genius among geniuses. But now that he heard these words, he realized that he was still young after all. In the end, he still lacked political awareness and foresight. Gently stroking the spot on his face where Jun Tian had slapped him, Li Yuran's eyes turned as cold as a viper's. Jun Tian, I will never forget this slap of yours in my life. The same chaos was happening in the Meng family. The Meng family was tossed around even more thoroughly than the Li family. Jun Tian had practically destroyed their house. But even so, Jun Tian was still very depressed. Because this wasn't his original plan at all, and it wasn't the result he wanted the most. After this incident, the capital would be peaceful for a long time, at least on the surface. I wonder how Wuxia is doing right now. Is there any hope of recovery? This is really worrying. Jun Tian let out a long sigh. Mounting his horse, he glanced at the crying Meng family members behind him and urged his horse forward. His complexion was not much better than the Meng family members. Since His Majesty said that Wuxia is not dead, then this old man will help His Majesty again. It is worth it. But this matter is a bit anticlimactic. This old man's original intention was to kill all these people. Even though I have killed more than half of them, I have not been able to kill the one I wanted to kill the most. At this moment, an anxious voice suddenly rang out. Jun Zhantian, you old man. That's enough. Jun Zhantian's body trembled as if he could not believe his ears. He slowly turned around and his eyes widened. His face suddenly revealed an expression of ecstasy. A skinny and withered old man flew in front of him, carrying a person in his arms. The old man was panting and sweating profusely. But Jun Zhantian did not care about him. He floated down from his horse and took the person from the old man's arms. With a trembling voice he said, Wuxia? These two came back at the right time. Just when the curtains were about to fall, they came back just in time. Jun Xia looked at the old man in front of him who was suddenly overjoyed. It was obvious that he had just walked out of despair. The old man hugged him as if he was hugging the world's most precious treasure. The deep wrinkles on his face contained deep concern. The ecstasy of regaining something that was lost caused his fingers to tremble. His old eyes were red with excitement. Jun Xia's heart trembled violently. This was a man who commanded millions of troops, a tough man who had returned from hundreds of battles on the bloody battlefield. The moment he saw that his grandson was still alive, he was suddenly overjoyed. It made him look like a frail old man in his twilight years. That deep affection and kinship. At this moment, Jun Xia actually felt a sour feeling from the bottom of his heart. This feeling was very warm, very comfortable, and there was also a feeling of his nose turning sour. Jun Xia suddenly felt that his throat was a little blocked and his nostrils seemed to be unable to breathe. He had a feeling of wanting to cry. Was this the kinship that he had dreamed of? In both past and present lives, who had cared about him so much? In both past and present lives, who could mobilize an entire country's army for him? In both past and present lives, who had been so desperate for him? Who had been in such despair for him? Who had been so overjoyed for him? Who had been so disregarded his reputation, his life, his family, for him? Looking at the old man in front of him, Jun Xia did not doubt that this old man could completely pierce a hole in the sky for him. Because he was his only hope. His only hope. Grandpa. Jun Xia's nose turned sour and these two words blurted out. Ever since he came to this world, this was the first time he was willing to call out this form of address from the bottom of his heart. In both his past and present lives, this was the first time. Yes, this is my grandpa. Not only Jun Moxi's grandpa but also my grandpa. He is my grandpa, Jun Xia's grandpa. At the side, Jun Wui's crippled body floated down from the horse and sat on the cold ground. Looking at Jun Xia, his eyes were full of gratification and surprise, and satisfaction. In his pair of tiger-like eyes, there were crystal-clear tears, but he secretly turned his head and let them fall. Then he turned back and smiled gently. This is my family. Should I still resist? No. At this moment, Jun Xia suddenly accepted this body and this family. He accepted this world. Whether it was his mind or his heart. For this old man in front of him, for this family. From now on I am Jun Wuxia. I am a member of the Jun family. Tianxiang country, Tianxiang city, Jun family. This is my family. Grandpa Jun was so moved that tears almost flowed down his face. Although his grandson looked like he was on his last breath, he was still alive. Moreover, his injuries did not seem as serious as the rumors said. God bless me. As long as he is not dead. As long as he is not dead, everything is fine. The joy of regaining what he had lost caused the old man's eyes to become moist. His body trembled slightly on the verge of collapsing. This night had been torturous. Starting from tomorrow we will update from 9 to 6. Update until further notice. Try not to update in the wee hours or in the middle of the night. Everyone should get a good night's sleep and keep their bodies strong. Chapter 77. In the imperial court the next day, the disputes between the various parties were even more intense than the farmers' market. After the customary greetings to His Majesty, there was a moment of silence, as if waiting for the rain to come. This was not surprising. Before the storm, there would always be a suffocating silence. His Majesty the Emperor looked at the dozens of empty seats and the tall pile of memorials to impeach Jun Zhantian. He could not help but feel somewhat startled. Although this was within his expectations, it was still very unexpected. Isn't this too much? Although he had received the news last night and was furious, it was only a few names on a piece of paper. Looking at it now, almost half of the imperial court was empty. This feeling was too direct. For example, let's say a student is in a class with 100 students. At night, when he heard that 30 students had dropped out or transferred schools, he would not feel anything. But the next day when he was faced with an empty classroom, this ratio was not much different from the current imperial court of Tianxiang. Last night, with the assassination of the princess and Grandpa Jun as the starting point, Tianxiang City was filled with flames of war and murderous intent. More than 10 high-ranking officials of the imperial court were beheaded. Among these people there were many who claimed to be enemies with the Jun family. Apart from this characteristic, there was another common point. These people had already sided with one of the three princes. However, everyone was well aware of this common point, so they would not say it out loud. Speaking nonsense at this critical juncture was no different from courting death. Among those who were killed last night, there were a total of 12 people who were qualified to stand here. Unbiased, they belonged to the three princes' camps, with 4 people from each faction. Among them, there was an assistant minister from the Ministry of Justice, 2 assistant ministers from the Ministry of Personnel, 1 deacon, 3 officials from the Ministry of Rights, 1 official from the Ministry of Revenue, 3 imperial censors, and 2 grand scholars. And these were only those who could be seen in front of them. How many more could not be seen? The death of all these people at once could be said to be a great shock to the imperial court. It could even be said to be in danger of shaking the foundation of the country. However, all of this was under the operation of a certain expert. Although this expert was currently so angry that his eyes were blue, there were also some ministers who had good eyesight, good memories, and were well informed. They noticed, intentionally or unintentionally, that there seemed to be quite a number of unfamiliar faces in the palace this time. Most of the familiar or even very familiar faces had disappeared, such as the leader of the armed guards, Murong Chenjun. It could be said that he had been promoted 3 times in a day, and the speed at which he rose through the ranks was extremely rare. However, this extremely rare rising star of the Murong clan had now disappeared. It seemed that the blood in the palace was no less than the outside world. Many people began to feel uneasy. What happened last night? Why are there so many people missing today? Who can tell me? His Majesty was an expert in the Politburo. He closed his eyes and glared at Jun Tian, who was resting with his eyes closed. Old Master Jun was very tired last night. It could be seen from his face. Otherwise, how could he be like this in the imperial court? He was just short of snoring. His Majesty's words, which clearly showed that he was ignorant, opened the curtains to the attack in the imperial court. Suddenly, a large number of people knelt down in the main hall. Your Majesty, you must uphold justice for us. A large group of ministers had tears in their eyes. They kowtowed as if they were pounding garlic. Ministers, if you have something to say, please speak in detail. The emperor frowned, a puzzled look on his face. As soon as these words came out, dozens of ministers immediately opened fire at old Master Jun Tian. Some accused him of disregarding the military laws of the empire and mobilizing the troops for his own selfish reasons. Some accused him of disregarding the laws of the empire and disregarding the dignity of the royal family. Some accused him of breaking into the residences of the ministers and allowing his subordinates to smash things. Some even accused him of being lawless and guilty of the most heinous crimes. Some even accused him of having an army to protect himself and planning to rebel. In short, there were a whole series of accusations. There were at least 30 to 40 accusations, and all of them were irrefutable and true. Later on, some even suggested that Jun Tian should be removed from his position and investigated. He should be executed by 1,000 cuts. His entire family should be beheaded and his 9 generations should be exterminated. Everyone's faces were flushed red with indignation. In the end, it reached a point where, without killing Jun Tian, we will not be able to cleanse the emperor's side. Without killing Jun Tian, we will not be able to appease the people's anger. Jun Tian stood with his head raised. His eyes were slightly closed as he looked at the performance of the ministers. He was worried about his grandson's injuries. He was thinking about how to ask the emperor to bring the best imperial physicians home. Jun Tian. Old man, what else do you have to say for yourself? His Majesty the Emperor's voice was very strict. It seemed as if he was about to explode in anger. Your Majesty, please allow me to report. Yesterday, this old official heard that the princess was assassinated on the main road outside the imperial palace. Although the princess was blessed with great fortune and did not suffer any injuries, the assassins were so deranged and desecrated the imperial family's dignity. This old official was truly furious. I also heard that the assassins may have made a follow-up move. Moreover, they may have targeted the members of the imperial family and the imperial court. This old official was afraid that any delay would result in a disaster. Therefore, I did not have the time to report to your Majesty. This old official has indeed made a rash mistake. Your Majesty, Please investigate this matter and punish me. The emperor's mouth twitched. He forcefully endured it. Old man, you've already said it so clearly. How am I supposed to investigate this matter? You make yourself sound so righteous. If I were to punish you, wouldn't I be an incapable emperor? How do you expect me to continue? Continue. His Majesty the Emperor frowned, seemingly displeased. If I don't continue, I really don't know how to continue. Yes. This old official was worried about this matter. Without reporting to your Majesty, I woke up in the middle of the night. I did not even have time to change my attire before rushing to the drill grounds. Although I was able to mobilize the troops quickly, the assassins came prepared. In an instant, the city was thrown into chaos. This old official bravely took the lead and charged forward. Bathed in blood, I fought bravely against the countless assassins. Finally, I managed to contain the disaster and even killed all the assassins. The assassins numbered in the hundreds. Their corpses were hung on the city gates for public display. However, this old official did not dare to claim credit for it. Although this old official did everything he could, there were still dozens of officials who were killed by the assassins before they could wait for this old official's rescue. This was all because this old official's actions were too slow, resulting in such a tragedy. This old official is willing to accept this crime of negligence. Grandpa Jun let out a long sigh. His voice was filled with sorrow. Those were the pillars of our Tianxiang kingdom. Rubbing his eyes, he appeared to be sighing. However, he was actually feeling sleepy. Hearing Grandpa Jun's words, all the ministers in the hall looked at each other in dismay. What? Accept the crime of negligence? Accept your mother's head? Look at what you're saying. You are the great minister who saved the entire Tianxiang kingdom. You acted decisively and turned the tide. You were the pillar that held up the country. Moreover, you protected the dignity of the imperial family's most loyal minister. If I don't reward you fiercely, you will feel that you have suffered a loss. You still want to accept the crime? Besides, who here doesn't know that those men in black yesterday were from your Jun family? Assassins? What a joke. What do you mean by inverting black and white? What do you mean by confusing right and wrong? That's it. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen such a shameless person. To think that killing people is like catching thieves. To think that confiscating property is an achievement. This is simply an otherworldly realm. To look up to a great mountain. As for the group of unjustly dead people that were hung on the city gates for public display, if the head of the Ministry of Justice's prison were to identify them, he would definitely find that all of them looked very familiar. They were all prisoners on death row. However, they had been executed by you, Marshal Jun, in advance. When I went out for breakfast this morning, a tragic incident occurred. A young lady saw me on the streets. She was riding her bicycle when she suddenly fell down. This made me feel very apologetic. I was too handsome. The young lady was entranced just looking at me. In the future, I will try my best not to go on the streets. I will write this as proof. Chapter 78. The ministers looked at him with disdain and prepared to launch another attack. Grandpa Jun's self-justifying argument was simply not something that could be refuted. Grandpa Jun was still a military general after all. The amount of knowledge in his stomach was limited. To be able to come up with a self-justifying argument was already difficult enough. To think that he would be able to come up with a flawless excuse was simply a pipe dream. Unexpectedly, an old man with white hair and beard took a heavy step forward. This old man was tall and sturdy. Standing together with Jun Zhantian, they resembled two majestic mountains. His cheeks were bursting out like a leopard's beard. His face was ferocious and his body was filled with savagery. This was Old Man Dugu, second only to Jun Zhantian in the military. The capital's #1 crocodile, Dugu Zonghang. Tianxiang Kingdom's #1 barbarian. #1 ruffian. #1 troublemaker. #1 family's leader. He was thick-skinned enough to be called a grandmaster. He treated ignorance as knowledge and used a broadsword to reason. All the civil and military officials in the imperial court were afraid of him. Even the current emperor could not do anything to him. When he stepped forward, everyone could not help but mutter in their hearts. Didn't he not attend court for several years? Why is he here today? Picking such a sensitive period, this old man actually appeared here. It was a little unusual. Dugu Zonghang's round eyes widened like a bear in the forest. He cupped his fists and spoke in a rough voice. Your Majesty, the princess and all the court officials were assassinated. This is indeed a major event that shakes the stability of the country. Thanks to Old Man Jun. Jun Zhantian's prompt decision, this calamity was averted. This old man believes that Old Man Jun's actions were not wrong. Not only was he not at fault, he was also meritorious. A great meritorious deed. A skinny old man with a goatee sneered, "Such a traitor who brought disaster to the country and the people, causing chaos in the court. If this is considered meritorious, then wouldn't the people of the world despise him?" This man with a goatee was the third most important person in the Meng family, Meng Yufang. Last night his house was the most devastated. Not even half a roof tile could be found intact. As a high-ranking official of the imperial court, he brought his family to spend the night in the luxurious and prosperous capital. He was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. Now that he saw the two military bigwigs distorting the truth in front of everyone, he couldn't take it anymore and jumped out. Dugu Zongheng was furious. He turned around and fiercely glared at Meng Yufang. He opened his mouth wide, exposing his yellow front teeth. His voice shook the roof tiles. "Fuck your grandmother. You sour dog shit. Are you saying that I'm wrong?" As soon as he got angry, his hair and beard stood up even straighter. He opened his mouth wide as if he wanted to swallow this thin and withered goatee in one gulp. He looked extremely ferocious. Next to him, General Dugu Wudi immediately jumped out and shouted, "Meng Yufang, what do you mean by this? My father is talking to His Majesty, how can an old brat like you interrupt?" He stretched out his large hand, wanting to grab his neck and lift him up. All the bigwigs raised their eyebrows. This pair of father and son is really unrivaled. They're actually playing hoodlums in the Golden Palace Hall. His Majesty the Emperor was the instigator of this show. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded at this moment. Enough. His Majesty the Emperor shouted angrily and stood up in a violent rage. "A bunch of civil and military officials are using filthy language in the Golden Palace Hall. Moreover, they're even fighting. Are they shrews cursing the streets?" The Emperor's anger immediately silenced everyone. Apart from the Jun family, Dugu family, Li family, Meng family, Song family, Tang family, and Murong family, everyone else, regardless of their rank, immediately knelt down and said in unison, "We have sinned. We are willing to receive punishment from your Majesty." Jun Tian's original intention was to capture the assassins. However, he handled the matter improperly and indeed caused chaos in the capital. He will be fined 1 year's salary and will be ordered to spend 3 months in seclusion. However, because of his meritorious service in capturing and killing the assassins, he will be rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold and 1,000-year-old ginseng. Dugu Zongheng will temporarily be in charge of the military affairs. In addition, your families did not distinguish between right and wrong and only cared about your own losses. You'll all be demoted by 1 rank. In order to avoid chaos, your family's military authority will be returned to the military for a year. After a year you'll be punished. 1 year's salary forfeited, half a month in seclusion, and 1,000 taels of gold and 1,000-year-old ginseng. For Grandpa Jun, could this still be considered a punishment? This was simply a public reward and a public holiday. Only the sentence, "Dugu Zongheng will temporarily be in charge of the military affairs," seemed to have some other meaning. However, it was also very unreliable. All the ministers stole glances at the father and son duo of the Dugu family. Everyone thought, if this is the case, then it would be better to let that old man Jun Tian continue to be in charge. This father and son duo of the Dugu family are much more unreasonable than Jun Tian. At the very least, Grandpa Jun is quite reasonable in normal times. However, this father and son duo of the Dugu family have never been reasonable. How could their family's private army fall into the hands of this father and son duo? How many will come back? For a moment, almost everyone was cursing Meng Yufang in their hearts. Dugu Zongheng was the mastermind behind His Majesty's actions, yet you still interfered. If this isn't overestimating your own capabilities, then what is it? It's fine if you're the unlucky one, but you're dragging us down with you. Who the hell are you? Almost everyone had a dazed expression on their faces. Regardless of whether it was an act or not, at least on the surface, everyone looked very real. Standing in the imperial court, if one didn't have a few tricks up their sleeves, it would be very difficult for them to stay in the imperial court for long. Only a dozen or so people still had their heads lowered in anger. Those who felt wronged were truly angry and unwilling. However, these people were immediately remembered by all the big shots. People who can't even understand this little bit of limelight are destined to be useless. When they return, they must teach their own sons and nephews to keep their distance from these people. Otherwise, who knows when they will be dragged into the water? Your Majesty and the others are the pillars of the country. To actually act like this in the Golden Hall. We are very disappointed. Incomparably disappointed. His Majesty the Emperor was very angry, unable to restrain his anger. After a series of announcements, he said in a heavy tone, "This matter is decided. There is no need for anyone to say anything." Court dismissed. The Minister of Rights, Sun Qinghe, hastily shouted, "Your Majesty, please stay." This person was Fatty Tang's father-in-law. All the old people looked at him with disdain. Didn't you see that His Majesty was in a hurry to return to the palace to experience the pleasure he had just experienced? To be able to benefit from both sides, to rule over the world, to play with people, to control them, to suppress all the families in the capital, and to bring peace to the entire capital. What a pleasure it was. Why did you choose to delay His Majesty at this juncture? Have you thought it through? You're really stupid. What else do you want? His Majesty the Emperor was obviously very angry. He was pretending to be angry at first, but once he was delayed, the fake also had the tendency to evolve into the real one. Your Majesty, according to our court's tradition, today is the annual Golden Autumn Festival. So regarding the matter of the Golden Scholar Banquet, should it be? This Minister of Rights was obviously lacking a brain. It was not easy to be stupid. All the officials in the imperial court sighed inwardly. What kind of situation was this? Every family was mourning. Who was in the mood to care about the Golden Scholar Banquet? You brat, you're basically stupid's grandfather. Old fool. You have to be careful in the future. Don't get along with this idiot. Maybe you'll fall into his hands one day. As expected, His Majesty flew into a rage. He said in a heavy tone, "Golden Scholar Banquet? We are in troubled times right now. What Golden Scholar Banquet? If my memory serves me right, the two ministers that I personally appointed to be in charge of the Scholarly Scholar Autumn Banquet are already on the list of those who were killed by the assassins." After saying this, he used his finger to heavily point at the list on the table in front of him. Then he swung his sleeves and left with a face full of rage. No one saw that after His Majesty turned around, he grinned. It seemed that he was very happy. Indeed, no one saw it. But the old officials were secretly happy. As expected, they didn't get out of their own scheme. After His Majesty the Emperor left, all the people who were kneeling on the ground patted their knees and stood up. The few big shots exchanged glances with each other. Everyone had a look of "as expected" in their eyes. Li Shang snorted and glanced at Jun Tian. He put on a fake smile and said, "Congratulations, Lao Jun. Is your grandson well?" Li Shang had deliberately brought up Jun Tian's sad matter. Even if he couldn't topple Jun Tian this time, he could still make this old man angry. At the very least, he could make him feel disgusted. However, Jun Tian was immediately alerted by Li Shang's words. He didn't have the time to pay attention to Li Shang. Instead, he spread his feet and rushed in the direction that His Majesty had left. Your Majesty, I need to borrow that Imperial Physician Immortal. It's urgent." All the big shots staggered. It's hard to understand. There's really such a thing. I'm speaking the truth. Why are you all attacking me? Could it be that you're jealous of my good looks? But this is also pardonable. Wahaha. Being handsome is like this. Chapter 79. Dugu Zongheng squinted his eyes in disdain. Look at this old man. His grandson is just injured, yet he's so nervous. He doesn't have the demeanor of a great general. I despise him for being ranked below such a commoner. Dugu Wudi grinned and nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes, I despise him to the extreme. Heaven and earth mourn. All the ministers shook their heads in disdain. You Dugu family members would shout to the heavens even if you lost a piece of skin. Yet you're here to despise Jun Tian. You're truly shameless. However, Dugu Zongheng's words were very convincing. I reckon that he was the one who helped him think it through. Did he think it through for a long time? This was a shocking piece of news. Could it be that the military is at odds with each other? Thinking of this, all the old foxes muttered in their hearts. Dugu Zongheng was very happy to see his son cooperate with him. Stroking his beard, he said, "My family is still the best. Each family has more than 10 people and each one is full of vigor. Unlike the Jun family which only has one person." Dugu Wudi nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. That's right. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Just one sentence and you've revealed it again? Each family has more than 10 people? Do you think that your wife is a sow? Truly unbearably vulgar. Besides, your 3 sons have nearly 20 wives. You only have 10 grandchildren and you still have the nerve to brag. Ignoring the father and son who were boasting and praising each other, they shook their heads and walked out to go home. Let's just treat the events of the past 2 days as a wonderful farce. If only I knew it would be like this, sigh. Not long after, the palace guard saw Grandpa Jun proudly leading an old man with white hair and beard out of the palace with a medicine box in his hand. Jun Tian was riding a horse. Surprisingly, he had a sedan chair with him. It seems that Grandpa Jun had even prepared a palanquin for the imperial physician before entering the palace. This was truly a meticulous and thorough plan. What is called an expert? This is called an expert. Jun Moxie and Jun Dashao lay on the bed, trying their best to look like they were dying, but in fact they were already enjoying themselves. The little lowly Ku'er carefully served him, scooping spoonful after spoonful of crystal sugar bird's nest porridge, ginseng lotus seed soup, 8 treasure hibiscus soup. In short, it was a very nutritious food that could be eaten. He ate them all with gusto. The only thing that made him unhappy was that the old man had also brought over a lot of 6th-level mystical beast blood. It was said that this was also a rare nutritious food. However, Jun Moxie would pinch his nose and gulp it down every time, or pour it into the bucket beside the bed when he had the time. It tasted terrible. I'm not a barbarian. Is there a need for you to feed me raw blood? How unhygienic is that? Aren't you afraid of having a stomachache? Of course, this was not the only thing that made him feel good. The key was that after this injury, Jun Moxie discovered that the Hongjun Pagoda in his mind was constantly rotating at a high speed. The white fog of spiritual energy coming out from it was becoming denser and denser, scouring the meridians in his body over and over again. Especially the injured areas, they became the focus of attention. In less than a day and a night, the sword wound in his body had already healed up. With a few coughs, he coughed out a few thick black blood clots. The heaviness in his chest had also lessened by a lot. The sword wound on his thigh looked very serious. After all, it was almost transparent. However, under the continuous nourishment of the spiritual energy, he could no longer feel the pain. Only the waves of numbness and itchiness throughout his body made Jun Moxie feel somewhat uncomfortable. However, it was also somewhat comfortable. As the saying goes, pain and happiness. Not only that, because of this injury, the Hongjun Pagoda continued to pour out spiritual energy. It seemed as if it would not stop until the scabs on Jun Moxie's body fell off. Of course, Jun Moxie would not let go of such a good opportunity to cultivate. He straightforwardly activated the art of unlocking heaven's fortune and guided the spiritual energy through his meridians. As soon as he activated the art, he immediately discovered something different. The spiritual energy seemed to condense and collide in his meridians. After the blockage caused by the sword wound a few times, it suddenly cleared up. At a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye, he could feel the airflow in his meridians expanding and becoming thicker bit by bit. If it was in the past, the Hongjun Pagoda would have stopped the output of spiritual energy a long time ago. However, this time, it did not have any intention of stopping. Jun Moxie was naturally happy. He simply gave up on the treatment of the sword wound and focused on guiding the spiritual energy to strengthen the airflow in his meridians. Jun Moxie suddenly felt that his behavior was similar to a scam. The other party was helping him to treat his injury out of goodwill, but he was using this opportunity to improve himself. It was like an unscrupulous businessman using the kindness of people to make huge profits. However, I'd rather do this kind of scam a few more times. I've already become addicted to scamming people. It would be a waste not to scam people. Jun Moxie shouted in his heart. He grasped the speed of this scam even more tightly. Otherwise, what would he do if the spiritual energy fell back to its original state after his injury was healed? He was already used to such a high quality of spiritual energy. If he were to fall back to his original state, all he could do was cry. Was he supposed to kill himself again in exchange for this kind of cultivation environment? It was a pity that the output of spiritual energy would still more or less heal the injured parts. No matter how slow it was still in the process of recovery. When he felt the sword wound on his thigh giving off a numbing sensation, the speed of the spiritual energy in the Hongjun Pagoda finally slowed down. After maintaining this for a while, it finally slowed down and his sea of consciousness returned to a state of silence. Jun Moxie was startled. He finally woke up. He sighed in his heart. It seems that I haven't enjoyed enough. This kind of cultivation speed is really too fascinating. Under his inner vision, he could see a transparent stream of energy slowly flowing through his meridians. Compared to before he was injured, it had actually doubled in this short period of one night. According to the standards of this world's Shen Qi, it was at least a level 8 Shen Qi cultivation. Moreover, it was very pure. In this world where people below level 9 were ants, even the purest 8th level Shen Qi was not worth mentioning in the forest of silver Shen and gold Shen experts. However, one should not think that Jun Moxie's cultivation speed was slow. It had only been 1.5 months since he came to this world. And in this 1.5 months, his original 3rd level Xianqi had risen to 8th level. This kind of cultivation speed, even those old geezers of the Supreme Divine Shen realm would be shocked to the point that their old teeth would fall off. If this world had an anatomical research institute, once they found out about Jun Moxi's cultivation speed, it would be strange if they didn't cut him into 8 pieces for research. Jun Moxi heaved a sigh of relief. He suddenly felt that his injury this time was really fucking worth it. He even pondered if he should cut himself once or twice every once in a while. A guard came in and reported, Young Master Tang is here to see you." Jun Moxi replied with an, "Oh." Then he seemed to have thought of something. He nonchalantly stuffed a cloth bag beside his pillow into the quilt. Then he said in a weak voice, "Go and invite young Master Tang in." Following a series of heavy footsteps, Fatty Tang panted as he walked into Jun Moxi's room with difficulty. The large bedroom seemed to have suddenly become narrow. "Third young master, you scared me to death." Tang Yuan's face was full of shock. "I heard that you went to see the late emperor and cried for half the night. Say, if we brothers were to be separated forever, how am I supposed to live?" Jun Moxi looked at Fatty weakly. He really wanted to jump up and kick him. But now that he had to pretend to be seriously injured, he had to let him off for a while. But the look in his eyes was so obvious that he wanted to devour someone. "I've changed. I don't say that I'm handsome anymore, even though I'm really handsome." But in one day and one night, the video was played 300 or 400 times. Isn't this too exaggerated?